Welcome back to Budapest in Hungary, and day 4 becomes day 5. 5 teams becomes 4 because the Vikings, they're out of the tournament, but the top 4 are still here. The crucial double chance to play for should be a really high quality day of action. I'm expecting some close matches. Maybe we'll even break the golden ball streak. This is the FanCode European Cricket Series Hungary, and it starts right now. Good morning to you wherever you're watching from around the world, and welcome to another big day in European cricket. Well, it is the final day of round robin matches here in the ECS Hungary. The 4 top teams do remain. We know the Vikings, after failing to win a game throughout their 8 group matches, they're no longer with us. Wishing them all the best though for the rest of the season. I'm sure it was a really useful experience for them to play against these 4 top sides in Hungary. But just the big boys remaining, and we're starting with match number 17. It's a crucial clash between the Royal Tigers and United Chelad Budapest. I know that these 2 teams, they both will be fighting for top 2 positions here. The double chance tomorrow becomes oh so crucial. Let's see what happens at the coin toss for match 17. The first match of 4 today. Charles Croucher is with the 2 captains.
Okay, and your call?
Heads.
Heads is the call, and it's a head.
Yeah, the ball first.
So it is Anil Patanak, the captain of UCB, that's won the toss, and he's elected to bowl first. So he obviously wants to chase. They had a bit of trouble chasing, to be honest, yesterday against the Cobras. Maybe they feel they need a bit more practice at that, and maybe they just want to know exactly how many that they will need to chase in this game. UCB, who just kind of need a win. They've fallen a little bit behind the other 3 due to their results yesterday, not being able to secure a win against the Cobras. Royal Tigers, though, we know that they are the defending champions, and they were able to get a top 2 spot last year that I think was pretty crucial in their path to the trophy. Now, Harsh Mandian, he is in the side. I don't know for how much longer though, because I think he does have a bit of a fracture in his finger, and that was from wicket keeping the other day. So the skipper, he is in the 11, but I don't think we'll see him bowling, and probably not batting unless absolutely necessary. In fact, we won't even see him behind the stumps. I think he said to me, look, I'm just trying to get my team into the top 2, then I might step aside and let a few players back into the lineup. So slightly different looking lineup for the Royal Tigers today. I can see that Zahir Safi is out of the side, but they do have a big in the protractor. Abhishek Kedapal, who is back into the lineup. He'll probably bat 4, crucial with the ball as well for them. So that is a very big in for them. So Royal Tigers, yeah, maybe a little bit under strength, but with Kedapal coming back, I think that probably makes up for it. UCB, though, like I say, they need a win. I think they'll be relying on Vinoth Ravindran and Ashrith Darapareddy as usual. I see the Hungarian Express as we hear the train going past. He is back in as well, Raj Gohar. So he'll be really interesting, I think. I'd like to see him with a new ball and just have a go with that. Jack Morrell also at the top of the order for them. Frankie Farrell is in the lineup. So I think it'll be a really entertaining game first up this morning in match 17. Of course, these 2 teams will play matches 17 and 18 against each other. Conditions today, well, we had an overnight storm that kind of blew everything over at the ground last night. So that's something that I don't think anyone was expecting. So there still is a bit of moisture around. I think the pitch is a little bit skiddier than usual for this time of the day. It will dry out as the day goes on, but we are expecting a pretty nice day all up, a maximum temperature of 28. Currently it's about 20 to get this one going. So let's get ready for the first ball of the day, and Rico Full is in the commentary box. It is Peacock Friday, Rico. Let's see what you're wearing very shortly as we go over to you with the news from the toss that UCB have won the toss. They're going to bowl first. Let's get ready for some cricket.
Thank you very much to Vinny Sandhu. Good morning, cricket lovers around the world, wherever you're tuning in from. And welcome back to the GB Oval here in Budapest. And we've certainly seen some exciting cricket coming from the centre there. And today is, well, it's Friday. It's Peacock Friday, as you can see from Mr. Maximo's shirt. And I think we also, well, the top 4 teams are going to be on show here today. And I think it's going to be quite a spicy Friday as well. Going to be a splendor of entertainment on display for you coming from Budapest, a city that is known for its amazing architecture, the thermal baths and the Danube River, and it's also one of the most visited cities in Europe with around 30 million tourists a year, and now is getting known for its cricket as well, which is wonderful. Well, these 2 teams, or any one of them really, alongside the blinders as well, of course, can go all the way here, I think. And we saw the blinders in action yesterday. They came good, didn't they? And Cobras as well are up there. But these two are going to give us a good contest here today. The last time we saw the Tigers after they had a day off yesterday, but they were sort of blown away by Cobras in the first match they played. But they did come back well, didn't they? Scoring 161 runs, which up until yesterday was the highest runs ever scored in Hungary. But, well, the blinders, they had a thing to say about that yesterday. They put 162 on the board, so that record didn't stand for too long. But they're a bit hot and cold. They've been playing hot and cold a little bit like the blinders until yesterday. Haven't really been able to get a comprehensive double win over any side. This is what the Bat versus Ball Wall is saying about this one. The Tigers 106 to 99, so they're favoured to do well here. Well, what can we say about United Chalad Budapest? They played against Cobras yesterday, and again it was one of those mixed sort of days where a team performed well in one and not so well in the other. In the first match, they lost by 25 runs, 99 to 74, but they did come back well in the second, 106 to 89, winning by 17. So I think from that, what you can see that all the teams have shown a little bit of inconsistency. They've won games and lost games in these back-to-back headers. It's only the blinders yesterday that looked like the team that finally have found their form. So looking forward to seeing if they can continue that later on today, but it won't be easy against the Cobras. So let's see how this one goes. But for me, again, I think it's got even Stevens all about it. I think it's going to be one apiece. Here comes the first delivery. And it's down the leg side, and the bowler knows it's not a good one. And it's first bit of work for our umpires. Good morning to them. Shubnavjot Singh signals the wide, and he's joined out there by Steve Anthony. Good morning to our match officials. Also, good morning to everybody that's tuned in bright and early on the YouTube chat. Namaste, salam alaikum, sasri akal, aibawan to everybody in the sub-Indian continent as well. Well, thinking about the run, but sent back. Start changing the batting lineup here. As you heard, there is no Safi in the lineup, so Zishan Kukihil will be opening up. But a new partner for him, somebody who's playing their first match in this series, is Sufi Khan, who will also be on wicket-keeping duty. Farrell. Once more, short, and this is hammered. This is out of here. Balle, 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 manos, arriba, Vitro. Porque eso es 6 carreras, and that's the first runs off the bat. And it's come from the Royal Tigers and the hard-hitting Zishan Kukihil. Well, you can't bowl badly to this man, can you? He will put you away. You've got to bowl tight. Because one thing we did see, even when they posted that 161, is they will give you chances, and those chances weren't taken in that match. That's why they were able to get to that big score. Barron needs to come back with a good one, and he bowls the slow delivery and takes a single. That's clever batting from Zishan. You heard Mr. Maximo talk about a storm last night. Well, it was a mother of all storms. And though this ground is probably about a 30-minute drive from where we're based back towards the centre of Budapest, it certainly did leave its mark here as well, because when we turned up to the ground, well, the marquees and tables and chairs were all over the place, including the sight screens. Swing and a miss, called wide. The ball is still on the move, and the batters to make that into 2 wides. Just getting it wrong there once more. Yeah, so also this morning, just want to say a big, huge thank you to everybody that was at the ground early this morning, putting everything back together again, if you like, making things fit for play. But no sign of rain for until, well, there may be a slight chance late in the day, but that's once the cricket's over. So we're going to have another lovely day. Played into the ground. Think about the run. It's a little bit hesitant, and, well, it's well fielded, attacking the ball well. But Sufi Khan sort of started and stopped, and Zishan then said, well, okay, if you want it, let's go. Yeah. Yeah, so I think temperature's probably going to be the highs of around about 25, 26 today. Full toss, but it's in the air. Will this be taken? It's gone over the field. He has no idea where it is. I think he's totally lost this. Goes up in the air, and I think, well, this quite easily could have landed anyway. It could have actually popped him on the top of the head. Look, he turns around here, and I think at this point he's lost where the ball is. And just drops safely over Mark Desfontaine. And they do take a single. Farrell struggling a bit here. You see he's trying all sorts of things, the slower ball, but every time he goes for his normal sort of delivery, gets it wrong. That one wasn't right either, and he was helped out by the batter. That, I think, would have been a wide. Zishan plays at it and gets no run. So end of the first over, 13 without loss. And wasn't the tidiest of overs from Francis. He has done some fantastic things with the ball, but not this time. Just having a quick look here at the batters. I mean, Zishan, he's in top form, isn't he? 160 runs. Safi not playing today, so he's not going to be able to add to that 127. And Harsh Mandian, 102. But one thing you heard Vinny Sandhu talking about Harsh, the captain, he has fractured his finger, so he won't be behind the stumps. That's why this man, Sufi Khan, is in. He's doing the batting at the moment, but he will probably, well, we probably will see him with the bat. He's all focused on trying to get his team in the position of having the double chance tomorrow to make it in the final. And before the start of this over, nice to see this man, Mark Desfontaine, bowling. Didn't get a look yesterday, which I could not understand. And I know that a man who joins me in the commentary box was very surprised about that as well. Vinny Sandhu, good morning.
Yeah, good morning to you, Rico. Morning, everyone. And Mark Desfontaine getting the new ball this morning. So a bit of a change there. Didn't see him bowling at all yesterday. A bit of a one-on, one-off strategy with some of these bowlers from UCB, I've noticed. They did that with Farrell the other day. So maybe just looking after the youngster a little bit, not getting bowling 2 days in a row. He does get some good shape, so a good opportunity for him bowling at this stage of the innings rather than the very end. Anyway, let's see how he goes here. He's got a couple of good players to bowl at MDF.
Well, he goes over here and slips, and
this is something I saw Farrell struggling with in the first over as well. And I think I mentioned as well, you see that front foot slipping because we had that overnight rain here. And yeah, you can see that immediate. I don't think this is necessarily a wide. I think it was snuck just inside. And I think that if you're going to distract the umpire from potentially considering a wide, that's probably the way to do it. So the youngster will get away with that. But yeah, just have to be careful with the landing zones. It's not super slippery, but it is a little bit slipperier than usual.
Yeah, starts to go for the slower delivery. Big call to take on the strike. Direct hit from the fielder. But you saw that Sufi Khan makes it in quite easily.
Just want to say a quick hello to all of our viewers watching on FanCode in the subcontinent, and also, of course, our viewers watching on our YouTube channel, ECN, European Cricket Network. I know a lot of them have been chatting to their family and friends, saying that they've been enjoying watching ECN. And our audience is growing all the time. That's good. That's a positive trend, of course. And to everyone that's already said hello in the YouTube live chat, I've enjoyed chatting to you already as well. Got quite a few viewers from Bangladesh and UK as well. It's a nice cut shot, just leans on this. This will test the outfield, but it will be four. So a bit more moisture than usual. And you see there, just cuts down on that smart shot using the pace of Desfontaine. And a boundary in the second over.
Yeah, nice shot. And just have a look at those flags behind the umpire there. You can see that today, this morning, it's certainly started a lot breezier than we've had the last few days. Just an indication of the change in the temperature slightly. And I think all brought about from this storm yesterday.
And Desfontaine try and break through. Big wickets early against the Royal Tigers, always is. Zishan just run straight through this one now. They might get a bite.
That's not good, is it, from Anil Patnaik, the wicketkeeper captain today, and taking behind the stumps from Verma, but he decides to have a go. I think, okay, fair enough, but unfortunately for him, there was nobody alert to it.
Sometimes I talk about a gutter ball, 10-pin bowling style. This one would have gone into another lane. I think that would have been above the gutter. I like the strategy here, full and outside the off stump, though, from Desfontaine. He hit that boundary, but yeah, I think he's also a bit concerned about his footing. I think a lot of the quicker bowlers will be, especially early in the day. But Sufi Khan, Sufi Khan, I should say, is someone that we have seen at the ECL earlier this year. Didn't do too much batting or bowling there, though.
Well, this one somehow ends up going towards the third man. Will just be the single. But look, I think he's done very well here, the young man, Desfontaine, because he struggled with his normal run-up and his normal pace. When he comes in, running in to deliver, you saw him sort of slipping around. He actually ended up on the deck with his second delivery. And he just thought, well, okay, I'm going to be smart. If that's what the situation is, if it means I've got to change, I'll make that change. And that's what cricketers have to do.
Yeah, it's exactly right. So get to the end of the second over, 20 for no loss. Pretty interesting situation as far as the table is concerned, because actually all 4 of the teams still in the competition could top the table, theoretically at least. But I think it's all about getting that top 2, and 4 doesn't go into 2. Cobra's in the box seat because they do have kind of 2 extra points than average. Now, UCB have 2 less than average, and then you got the 2 teams in the middle on 8 points. Again, the top 2 teams will get the double chance tomorrow. Is this a wicket, is it? And it is. So look at that. That's Israel Kokihill who's into the lineup. And he induces a little inside edge, I think, from Sufi Khan. It's the first wicket of the day. The left armour doing the job. So it is the first wicket down. Well held behind the stumps by the captain, Anil Padanak. And the score is 20 for 1.
Yeah, it's a nice bit of cricket. Kokihill has had problems, hasn't he, in getting the ball to go outside the off. His issues are always with the ball, just swinging too much, ending up down the leg side. We've talked about this because he's the left arm and he's got quite a slingy action. Sometimes to get the ball going in that area, he has difficulty. But when he gets it right, he can be very deceptive and very hard to face, and he gets a wicket straight away. I know that he had one nightmare of an over earlier in the series that went for 24. It was the second over of the match. So he's had to put that behind him. He saw him bowl relatively well yesterday, and now picking up a wicket of his very first ball, I think he's going to be full of confidence here.
I want to say a quick good morning to Brahman in the chat. Hope you're well. And I know that quite a few people said hello to us, and it's time for us to say hello to the protractor, also known as Abhishek Kedapal. A man we know plenty of on ECN. He's a bit of a cult figure. He's called the protractor because of his very angular run-up when he bowls. He's also a pretty hard-hitting batter, getting an opportunity at number 3. It's a regular spot of Harsh Mandian. You can see how he approaches this. I mean, it's got gears. I think he's normally in top gear when he comes, because he comes in the second half of the innings. But can bat up the order. Let's see how he takes this opportunity. The first time we've seen him in this series.
Yeah, gets himself off the mark. Kokihill now up against Zishan. Well, this is the issue. This is the problem area, and that's what I was talking about. Out of the 6 balls that he has to bowl, he normally gets 2 or 3 that end up there. And against the better batters, he's gonna get punished, and that's exactly what Zishan does there. That's an easy hit for a batter of his potential, and he picks this so easily, and you can see there, puts it away with ease.
That's money for old rope, really, isn't it? For a player as good as Zishan. Probably lucky it only got hit for 4, because that was asking for trouble, and he found it.
He's got to get this ball going outside the off stump. We were saying yesterday, weren't we, that we think that maybe him coming sort of round the wicket may actually suit the way he bowls. And this one's in the legs as well, and no way is that going to be out. And actually that's been missed out by Zishan, probably because it was just a little bit quicker and fuller. But still, it's going down the wrong line, a line where he's living dangerously.
I mean, I actually like him over the wicket, but I just think, because when he gets it right, it looks very, very good. It's so inconsistent, and that's the problem.
Well, this time, Zishan wants to be in a hurry. Not really sure what he's doing there. And I think That's the end of the over. He just stands still. This is down the leg side. He could have played a similar shot to what he played when he hit the ball for the boundary. So not very intelligent cricket there from the batter.
Yeah, end of the over, end of the power play, 25 for 1. They did put the deep backward square back. Desfontaine went back there, so maybe that's why he was targeting another area. So a bit of a downward step ladder in the first 3 overs, 12, 8 and 5. Coker Hill, with the exception of that one boundary ball, wasn't a bad over at all. I want to say quick hello to Andy House in the chat, as well as Ivan and everybody else. And Jackson asking me, is the ground big today? No, Jackson, the ground's the same size every day. I only asked that yesterday, but it'll stay the same for the duration of this tournament. We will let you know if the ground changes sides. And sometimes we do change the sides, only if there's areas that are affected by flooding or something like that. I know that was the case in Khartoum earlier in the year. And Desfontaine's going to come back for his second over. The start of the 4th, bowling to Ketapal.
Ketapal just makes a bit of space for himself, plays it away. Yeah, you can see that Mike Desfontaine has gone back to his normal run-up for the moment.
This is interesting for me. The ground has stayed the same size, but the scores have been creeping upwards. And I think today we're going to crack the 10 and over for the first time. Just got a feeling. I think the Vikings have kind of been putting the handbrake on that graph as well. But you can see all up, I think a par score for me, 105 to 110, with these 4 teams anyway.
It's nicely played, and it was a lot of work for the fielder to do there. So I think Zishan knew if he goes straight away, the chances are that Abhishek
have a look last year.
Easy.
See, we had the same format last year. See how the scores really went up towards the end of the tournament, and finals day was actually the highest scoring one. So last year the average was 109, and I think it'll be the same kind of a trend here for me as we head into finals. So I think scores are going to go up a little bit. Really good work by Ravi behind the scenes to put that together for us.
Yeah, I think also, I mean, we know that there's no Vikings today. Sadly, we saw the last of them in this series, the team that made the debut, and they were the ones that weren't really able to generate too many runs. So you've got 4 of the best teams out there now. And, yeah, I think you're right. I think we are going to see a lot more runs. I think the forecast for today and also for tomorrow is looking good. So I think the batters are going to start to take control. We're going to see some big runs. We saw big runs yesterday, remember? We saw 142 from the Blinders in match 1 against the Vikings, and then that the historic record-breaking 162.
Yeah, we did. Record-breaking day yesterday. Royal Tigers held that record, didn't they? Until they got knocked over by 1 run by the Blinders off the last ball of their innings yesterday against the Vikings. So I want to say a quick hello to Lincoln Beggs, who's watching, and Tim Orham's got a very good question. You know I love keepers questions or keeping-related questions. He's asking how important do I think the keeper's position is. Sometimes they stand in no man's land. Yes. Good question. This one, keeper won't be required to pat away for a dot. Sometimes it's difficult to judge at a level where the bowling's a bit slower. Because if you're normally either up to the stumps or you're back. There should be no kind of like 2 or 3 metres back position, in my opinion. But the tough thing is here, because they're bowling a lot of slower balls and things, the pace can vary from one ball to another. So essentially you want to be taking the ball around your waist on the way down comfortably. As this one is uncomfortable for the bowler because it is stepped and hit and whacked Maximo. Zishan, well, you know what he wants to do while he's out there. Nothing wrong with this ball from MDF, but it disappears out of the ground and that takes him to 23 not out.
Yeah, this is a great shot. Boom. Shaka. Lucky hand. This is what he's got to do. And, he is such a classy batter. I mean, he doesn't need any batting tips from anyone, but sometimes just gets a little bit excited and wants to dance down the wicket. And tries to hit this one too hard. The wicket keeper, Anil Patnaik, has a bit of struggle to stop it cleanly, so they'll take the wide. But yeah, he's missed out now on 3 down the leg side there, Vinny.
Yeah, he has. At least that one they'll get again. Plus they'll scramble an extra. So Ketapal will face last ball the 4th. Yeah, so keeping position is important. I won't go too far into the intricacies, but not only your back forward position, but also your sideways position. Your balance is a really important aspect of keeping. I'll get a bit longer to talk about it. So yeah, one thing is to judge how far back and forward you need to be, and it's something I chat to keepers about all the time. But then the other thing for me is how wide or how straight do you stand? And it depends on the type of bowler, the type of movement they're getting, and the angle of approach, so whether they're around the wicket or over the wicket. Because for me, I think I've mentioned before, I never like to be going the wrong way for an outside edge. I always because I don't want to be wrong-footed. Here's the last ball of the 4th over. I think this one sneaks in, and a bit of mercy from the umpires that time. I think that was a good ball, though. So Desmontaine, well, not a bad effort from him. After his 2 overs, he goes for 20. 4 overs down. It's 38 for 1. Very, very good morning to you, no matter where you're watching from around the world. And happy Peacock Friday. Don't hide the shirt with the jacket. You're looking good there. I like this. That's
I've got a bit of dolphins.
We've both gone kind of flowery and summery, and that probably makes sense because it does feel like summer. Although that storm last night, I mean, I was surprised because I actually slept straight through it, but I was a bit surprised to see everything blown over at the ground this morning when we arrived.
Getting here this morning, we saw everything all over the place from the marquees, the sight screens, but look, took work from everyone here at the ground to get everything set pretty quickly.
I want to say I've really enjoyed the live chat this morning as well already. A lot of people have been tuning in, so please put your comments in there. ECN European Cricket Network, your questions. And Tim, I really like your question about keepers positioning. It's so important. It's something that I talk to keepers as well about. It's very hard to get specialist keepers coaching. That's one of the things. And everyone's got kind of different philosophies. There's no necessarily one right or wrong way to do it. But yeah, if there are any keepers out there that want to pick my brain, I'm always available. Here we go with Darragh Peretti in the 5th. He's been such an important player, hasn't he, for UCB? Typically, when he's fired, particularly with the bat, they've won cricket matches.
Well, look, Darragh Peretti at the moment, I can let's see this ball on first, and I'll give you some sort of stats, if you like, about some performances. Well, this one has been hit pretty well, and it's going to go all the way. Oh, wow, what a big hit this is. Powerful off the bat. And boom, shakalaka, hits it pretty flat. There's a fielder out there, but of course that ball is going on the upwards. It just gets powerful as it goes along. But look, there's 2 men that are up against each other here. Zishan Kukiel started the day on 160. He's raised on to around about 190 now in this series, and he's the top wicket taker with 10 wickets. So he's certainly one man that is looking. Well, maybe eyeing up the MVP as he goes big again. But has he got enough on this? I don't think he has. No, he hasn't. The catch has been taken. And I said this was going to be a battle of these 2. First is Vinod Ravindran. He's class, isn't he, out there. Takes a really good catch. But Darragh Peretti, well, let's mention him. 147 runs. And also, he's the second leading wicket taker with that one there now. He's taken 8 wickets. So really, that was a battle of the 2 top campaigners in this series.
And so Darragh Peretti, he gets the big wicket. Good catch by Ravindran. So 2 of their stars combine. And Zishan just falls off the shot a little bit. I think he's trying to go straighter, but it kind of drags off the inside half of the bat, and alert outfielding from Vinod Ravindran to take that catch. Just have a look here. I think he wants to go straight. Doesn't quite get there. He's reaching for it. That's why he doesn't get it in the middle. Otherwise, I think that's out of here. And it's only Zishan that's going to be out of here for 29 off 16. Gets him off to a bright start. He leaves his team just before the halfway point of the innings, 44 for 2.
Yeah, Ravindran, he was in great form yesterday in the field. And, he patrols that area and not too much gets past him. Takes the catch and helps Darragh Peretti get another wicket. So Darragh Peretti now moves on to 8. But yeah, it's always going to be today. Is going to be a contest of those 2 all-rounders. They've been in fantastic form.
This will be interesting. Prashad, the left-hander, to face Darragh Peretti now. I thought he'd do that. And how far has it gone? All right, could be a catching chance, and it's taken. It is. It is taken.
This is incredible. Oh, my God. This is sensational. The 2 fielders smash into each other. Well, Sridhar Cup takes the catch initially, and then Ravindran comes along. They bash into each other. Sunglasses go all over the place. The ball pops up, but somehow Vinod Ravindran takes the catch. This is amazing. Well, a bit of bumper cars going on here, but the catch has been taken.
Well, brace for impact, because Sridhar Kurup takes it, and I thought he had it easily, and then poof, he ran into a bit of traffic, and he said, well, if you're not going to take it, I'm going to. We'll credit Ravindran with the steal, and it will be 2 catches in a row for that fielder. And look, in the end, I think that either one of them could have caught the rebound, but it was up for grabs, wasn't it? And it was Ravindran that grabbed it. And look at that little bit of shoulder-on-shoulder action as well.
That is crazy.
There go the sunglasses. I thought he had that for all money. Sridhar Kurup was in great position. It went kind of well to the hands, and then
look at that.
A nice little cuddle at the end. That's teamwork for you. And just like that, Prashad, I didn't even get a chance to talk about him. I thought left-handed left-hander. He's so attacking. He was going to go straight away. I was right. And Ravindran was in the right position ultimately to grab the rebound. Had to fight for the catch. Now, guess what?
Hat-trick.
He's
It's
on
a
a hat-trick
hat-trick.
ball.
Darren
Ooh.
Peretti on a hat-trick. Wow. And, it's, oh dear. It's just a leave from everybody, including the batter and the keeper.
Oh, hello.
Wow. I tell you what, that was a bit dicey taking a second there. What's going on here at the moment? It's a bit of carnage.
That was a crazy one. Even that, I mean, that hits. It's probably out. Maybe sees it's not hitting. That's Anuj Khanna, who's come out at number 5. Wow. It was crazy.
Well, we said there was a storm yesterday. Well, we've had a bit of a storm out there. I think this is probably just a little bit too high. But that catch was incredible. Have you ever seen anything like that?
No. I mean, I actually thought what I saw originally was a bit different because the cube obscured my vision. I thought that Sridhar Kurup took it and the impact knocked the ball out, but it wasn't. He actually was already dropping it, wasn't he?
Watch this. First of all, look, I think he takes it. He's going to take it the second time here, but bang, there's a clash. And Ravin Dharan takes a great catch, and look, his sunglasses are looking at him.
Actually, the second one he should have taken, but then it bounced away, and that's when I think Ravindran steps in and says, hold on a second. Yeah, I think you've knocked that away. I think now it's coming my way, and it's my turn to get involved.
I think he wears one as well. Look, I think he takes something on the face here. Look, does the ball hit him on the face and then drop in his hands?
But
wow.
That was crazy, wasn't it?
How about that? Well, that's another one. You're going to be seeing that over and over again, not just here today, but all over social media. That is sensational. What a catch.
Yeah.
We always say, don't we? I mean, one of our sayings is you've got to be stronger together. Well, those two were stronger together, and they absolutely clashed into one another.
They say you've got to take your chances. Not only is Ravindran taking his chances, he's taking other people's chances now. So that's how good a fielder he is. Oh.
Well, this man now, Abhishek Katsabal, is probably feeling that he's got to probably score a few runs here.
Good point. They've brought in Jayant Valarapali to bowl now. And, yeah, time for think music now as we head into the second half of this innings. And I'm Rio is exactly right in the chat. I think this kind of cricket makes the ECN interesting, makes it unlike any sort of cricket in the universe. Valarapali. See if he can keep things quiet.
Well, they look to they decide against it because I don't think that's been seen well by Khanna. But Dots, join up. Look, one thing that Abhishek Katsabal's got against him is that he hasn't played too much cricket. He's come into this match and he's been asked to take over the place of Safi Zahir, which is, well, he's a big man to try and fill his boots. He's been in good form. And when you haven't played too much cricket, it takes you a little bit to get going. And that's what we're seeing here from Abhishek. Edge, and oh, this is just, I think, a little bit too quick and fast and too wide for the wicketkeeper, the captain, Anil Patnaik to do anything about. Just out of his reach. He's a tall man. He has got big reach. But, well, that'll help. It's a boundary, and that takes the score past the 50 mark.
Yeah. I want to say good morning to James Stewart. James, did you catch that last catch? If you didn't, then you just want to rewind back and over, because you won't want to miss that. So I want to say hello to Raghavan, who's watching, saying hello to Yuriko. Hello from Dresden. Somewhere will be a bit later in the year for some ECS cricket.
Yeah, hello right back, and a very good morning to everyone in the chat. Yeah, isn't it nice and busy on the chat at the moment? Yeah. Loving that. Keep it coming, folks. Nice. Another swing and a miss. Just seems to be, I don't know, a little bit slow in his initial movement. And then you see here, he waits and tries to get the power in the shot, but
it's touch and go, that one. I mean, they've been pretty consistent on those, letting a few of those goes that might have just kind of sniffed the line. Ketapal, remember his first bat in the tournament.
But I'm liking this. He's just keeping the ball in that corridor. This one's a little bit straighter, and it's played for the single, and he will get to the other end.
The thing is, the way that wides are umpired in this series, I mean, obviously, normally anything that hits the line and it goes past the popping crease, it's called a wide. But some umpires, it's slightly different. It reminds me of baseball. Baseball, some different umpires have different zones. Some are a bit more harsh. Some are a bit more lenient. But as long as they're consistent, I think that's all you can ask for. And the bowler knows what he can get away with and what he can't.
Well, this one goes towards third man, catching the bottom of the bat. But, yeah, this has been a very good over from Valurapali. I think he's bowled really well. Just 7 runs have come off that. But what I liked about it, other than just the one ball which he bowled, the ball before the last, that was on the stumps, he kept everything outside the off stump. He did not give any room for these batters to play the strong shots they're looking to play on the onside.
That's a really good over. I mean, it had a boundary in the over, but it wasn't really his fault. And Valurapali only goes for 7. So Royal Tigers, 3 key men back in the shed. They're 53 for 3 after 6. And again, these two, very, very capable. As is the bowler, though. This is Ash Darapareddy, who's going to come back in over number 7. Yeah, so from here, need 2 a ball. We'll get them over 100. I think that'd be a pretty good score to defend. I still feel, 105, 110 for me seems like par heading into the finals. Maybe more like 110. Just get one here, or will they? Bit of hesitation, could be trouble, and will be trouble. So, you see there, Ketapal, I think, wants the single, but it was a comfortable height for the fielder who takes it on one bounce. So, Gunnar is run out for just 1. And good fielding, good finishing by UCB. Now it's 53 for 4.
Yeah, I mean, I think the one is on. You've got to go straight away. But though it's a good pick-up and throw, I think if you do go straight away, you're going to get there. There was the hesitation. And you can see he's a long way out. And he just keeps on going. And more jubilation.
Yeah. He doesn't get a good start on this. Have a look at this. I don't think he's keen on the run. And look, technically, it probably is Cunner's call. So he hits it. He's on the back foot. And he kind of props here going, well, I don't think there's a run there. And he realises, and he's got to go, but he hasn't really got the start he needed. And you're right, he does just keep running once he starts off the field. So Ketapal will grab the strike.
Hard to the same fielder. And now it's his turn to maybe get run out. And he does get back. I think the fielder, if he'd taken this one cleanly, I think it was Abhishek's Ketapal to join the man. He just ran out himself, kinda.
Yeah, and look, this is Khyber Delda who's come out there. Once again, you can see Delda is watching the ball, but he should have been watching Ketapal because it's Ketapal's call. It's a bit of chaos there. Doesn't result in a run out this time.
Yeah, they don't want to be... Oh, that's pretty close to the edge. These two can really rock the boat and get this score sort of past the 100. I know Deldar, he's a big hitter of the ball. Abhishek Ketapal, if he gets going, can as well. This is the main partnership for me. These two have to spend a bit of time at the crease.
Such clever bowling. I mean, that one is pushed through a bit quicker, which results in a bit of extra bounce. So he kind of beats him low, beats him high. Darapareddy, these subtle variations, and he's knowing this, kind of skidding through a bit off this surface this morning with a bit of extra moisture. It's been such a good spell.
And that's the one that he needed to get hold of.
Oh, nobody wants to chase this.
Well, no, the batters didn't want to run. The fielders didn't want to go after it. In the end, it's dealt with sensationally with the... Is that... Who's that is that comes in sliding? Is that Morrell?
Yeah, that's Morrell. But he didn't know it was his first. It probably was the keeper's because there was no fine leg, but Nike was slow to move. Morrell said, okay, if you're not going, I'm going. Just a bite. Deldo got to face for the first time. It's the last ball of Darapareddy's spell, 2 for 6. What's fantastic.
He's going to try and go big here, Vinny. He's going to try and go big.
I don't think he will. Actually, I think he will.
No, he
that's what I started.
You shouldn't change your mind, you see. You shouldn't change your mind. It's going to be just another dot. Darapareddy, he's just been sensational. What another good over. It's 6 runs from it. That's his spell, 2 wickets, and that's what he does. That's why he is such a top performer. And we said at the time when he came on the bowl, it's gonna be all about Darapareddy here today.
Yeah, well, we're just talking to Rugger from Dresden, so he's looking forward to us being there, and we will be there the first half of August for a 2-week series, and then Krefeld after that in the west of the country near Dusseldorf. But before that, of course, we're in Austria next week. Looking forward to that. Preparations well underway for a series. Same format as this week in Hungary, just the 1 week, and then the Italian summer. Again, I'm going to pack my Speedos for that, because 5 weeks, all the way through July. That should be a hot one. And this is a little edge. Should just be 1 down to Morrell. And of course, that Italian 5 weeks, we have 4 different kind of qualifying weeks, if you like, in 4 different locations. And then it finishes with the 5th week, the Super Series. That'll be the top 5 teams in Italy. And the winner of that series will go to ECL. So what a massive prize that is. They'll go to the Champions League of European Cricket in Spain next year. Now here we go with Valurapali. Bowled very well in the first over with good control.
So nicely played, got the pad on this. Well fielded. Have to keep his eye on this as this is bobbling around. So Mark Desfontaine, young 16-year-old, deals with it very well. But look, they've got to go after him here now, haven't they? Because otherwise, this score, that only one came off that last over. They've got to go big.
Yeah, well, it's now or never, really, isn't it? They've got 6 wickets in hand, ready to launch. And Catapult needs to get that bat moving. But you say, once again, the importance of getting the top order players. No Safi in the lineup today. Manjian unlikely to bat. That's the information we're getting. Zishan. Just think about if they don't get Zishan then, what would he be on right now? He might be 40 more. And they might be kind of 100 and climbing. That's the difference about taking these big wickets and taking the catches when they come.
This is hit well. He's trying to split the field. I think he will get his 4, and he does. Guato Carreras has been a long time in coming, and finally we get a boundary. And I did say that Kaiba Dildar is one man who can change the momentum of an innings in an instant. And this is what he can do.
Really good finisher. And I like that shot from Kaiba because he goes a lot straighter. You see when he misses straight ones, it's normally because he's tried to go too square. There was a gap down the ground and he nailed it. Fairly safe shot from the Hungarian middle order bat.
I get a feeling this will be another wide one. So will he make room early? He does, and he hits it pretty well. I think they might have to run these. It may just plug. No, it actually doesn't. It goes, hits the deck and goes over. Just the one bounce of 4 more. So Kaiba Dildar doing what he does best, and that was clever from him. I think he knew, as I did, it was going to be a wider delivery. He made the movement early, and he smashes it away. It wasn't far from being a big 6.
Yeah, actually. You know, you don't need a DeLorean to know that Velarapali was going to try and go wider with that. And you're exactly right. And he plays the correct shot and out pushes back the deep point. Really, really good batting by Delta, who just seems one step ahead in the mental game at the moment. Last ball, the over.
And this is going to be 5, is it? It keeps on going. It keeps on rolling, rolling, rolling. 5 runs, 5 wide.
This is why it is hard, and we talked about keeping depth. I mean, that's low. It's kind of shin high. Okay, probably should get to it. But he's a tall man. Padanite couldn't quite get down to it. And this is what, you know, that one shot straight down the ground has caused. I mean, indirectly, you know, you see the boundary next ball, and then Velarapali tries to go a bit straighter, loses his movement, loses it down the leg side, and then 5 more runs. So I'm already attributing kind of 13 to that shot down the ground, which was just a good decision from Delta to go straight rather than go across the ball.
Yeah, ball to come in the over. I think he doesn't now. The key thing here is not to throw your wicket away. You've done your job in this over. Whatever it is, it is. And he still wants more of it. Hits it pretty well. I think he'll take himself back on strike. There's a slight fumble in the field, but I think Abhishek Kadapal sort of had his back to it, didn't see it.
Well, Ravindran's now like a leftover specialist, isn't he? Because he grabbed a catch from Sridhar Kurup before, and then he grabs that rebound from Farrell who misfields and saves him the blushes. 8 overs down. The score is 71 for 4. 2 overs to go. Who knows? Maybe with these 2 get going, they could still crack that 100.
They'd love to get to that. Hey, look, quick question that's on my mind. We know we've both spoken to Harsh. He's got that injury. His hand is quite, I wouldn't say it's bandaged up, but all sorts of devices there for his finger that has been fractured. Is there any point him being in the side? Because we know he's not keeping. He can't keep. Yeah. We know we know here he's not going to bat. So what's he there for?
No, he's there probably to captain and make decisions. Honestly, I think that's the only thing he's really in the team for. Okay. I think he, again, captaining, managing your bowlers, managing your fields. I think that's probably the only thing he's probably bringing to the table. But it is an important thing, isn't it? I was just going to say that with Coker Hill coming back in, this could be a bit hit and miss. We know that. That one just slides across for a while.
This could go magical if he doesn't get his line right, because one man who can take him apart is Kaiba Dildar. And this one just stays in. He's moving around too much here now. I think sometimes this happens. He's played a couple of good shots, and all of a sudden he thinks he's invincible. Go back to your basics, stay in your crease, and wait for the ball.
This is why, if you could keep up to the stumps here, it'd be such a good skill to have. Because again, having to deal with these second bounces all the time, it's not a natural skill for a lot of people, though, to keep up to kind of medium pace bowling. Normally at a higher level, you don't see it as much because players are so good at ramping and deflecting these days. It kind of takes the keeper out of the game.
because you can just kind of deflect around them easier. But we'll see what happens here. Good drive straight down the ground, Ravindran. He's been on fire, hasn't he? I wonder that, you know, some of the highlights that Ravindran's caused in the field, maybe they'll rub off on his batting a little bit. He has been getting better and better, incrementally, if you like, during the week. Again, they do have the batting to chase this.
Got him. And that's well bowled. Goes right across the line to hit it away. I think it was the right shot to play. But the bowler, credit to Cookie Hill, we thought that this one could be one that goes magical, because we know sometimes he gets his line a little bit wrong, a little bit leg side-ish, but he's done well. He picks up his second wicket, and well, you look at his bowling figures, they certainly don't look anything like some of the issues that he's had earlier in this series. Yeah, I think that shot was on, but I think he just maybe tried to hit it too hard.
Yeah, I think this is exactly what I said he normally does, which is he tries to get a ball and hit it too square. This is a ball he can hit straight down the ground. And so I think that's why he misses it. Oh, look at this though, Rico. It's it was a good bail catch.
Good bail catch indeed.
So put that in the stats for Patanaik. How about that?
Yeah, it's nice to see in there.
That's not going anywhere. We saw some big bail explosions yesterday. Remember, we saw one that went from one end to the bowler's end, direct hit.
I've actually was expecting to see that on social media. I think maybe it'd be up there. I've never seen that before. I've never seen that. Just to try and paint the picture for you, the ball was thrown and was thrown hard at the bowler's end. The bail came off and went all the way over the stumps at the other end. This is well here. This is going to be 4 runs. It's yours, Maximo.
Oh.
And,
misjudged. Length of the cable there.
You got an easy bounce here as well. What are you doing, man? You let yourself down. Look, you're going to see Maximo's backside here.
I think luckily you won't
comms
see that.
Cam. Come on, comms cam.
Do you know what happened there?
Is he there? Have we got it?
I misjudged the length of the cable and I got whiplashed back at the last moment. I needed about another foot of
good
wire.
Shot. Good shot. They needed that. They needed a boundary there, didn't they?
I'll be commentating a neck brace next game after that because my neck was jerked away at the last minute. I thought it was coming towards me. Anyway, 79 for 5 after 9. I mean, probably here, Kedapal will be the one that feels the most frustrated because he is a guy that can really smack the ball around and probably go at 200. I'd like to see it. I might look up his career strike rate with the bat.
Yeah.
And you'll kind of be aware of how much kind of below it he's been in this innings. And it's not through his fault. It's just the way it's gone. It's his first injection into the series, I suppose.
Yes, this is a bit of a risk, you think? Okay, for who's coming on here? This is a man who was involved in that amazing catch. And the first one is out of here. Bolle. Ginna Sona Shaka Lagya. Well, Abdul Manan says, enough of this. I'm just going to hit this and give it some welly, and he certainly does. That's a real good hit. Top shot, 6 runs.
Yeah, he smacked that. Let's go back to Kedapal. His career strike rate's about 160. Okay, so off 18 balls. And probably he'd normally be 27, 28 runs. If you add that to the total, they'd probably be almost 100 already with him being there that long. But Manan, he's making up for it, isn't he?
Sweetheart Cup. Needs to put that behind him. Well, this one should just be the one. It is. No mistake from Vinoth.
Yeah, it's funny, isn't it? Sometimes, we talk about at this stage getting this set batter on strike, but in a way, Manan was the man you felt maybe you want him on strike because he just seems to be hitting better at the moment. Time is so fleeting. Kedapal just needs one out of the screws and he could do a big finish here. Just still not happening for him though. Just get one.
Yeah, I think sometimes, it will take him. Maybe we'll see him better in the second match, wherever they opt to bat him. But he's going to need a bit of time just to adjust. I think we've seen that from a number of batters. And the man doing the fielding there, who's taking 2 sensational catches today, Ravindrana, he knows all about this. This is a good shot. This will be 4 more. This is really nicely played. And sort of tries to tuck him up. He does very well to get bat onto ball here. This is a really good shot. He almost ties himself into not doing it, but it's 4 more.
Yeah, and the line of the ball's wrong there. Sridhar Kurup kind of just getting a bit too straight and a good turn on it. Yeah, so he's bowling the second over that Farrell would have had probably. Farrell only getting the 1 first up. And maybe they thought Farrell was more suited to the start of the innings, but at the moment it's not going great for UCB.
This time will be a single. So they've got themselves into the 90s here, so they're not going to get to the 100, but I still think this is going to be a competitive score. I mean, Abhishek Katapal in the side hasn't really got going with the bat, though he's made a good contribution there. He's kept the partnership going, but with the ball, he's
he'll be a weapon with the ball.
Altogether, isn't
Last ball, buckle up.
And it will be a single. I don't think they'll do anything silly here.
They probably should have, because it was last ball and they probably would have got another run, but they won't. And they're going to finish on 93 for 5, Rico. And I think, look, all things considered, UCB, who didn't win a game yesterday against the Cobras, they'll be really happy with that bowling and fielding effort. And not everything went their way, but they took the big wickets when they presented themselves, including Zishan for 29. Ketapal in the series for the first time. I think he's a bit frustrated. He couldn't get going. Faces 20 balls for just 17. Munham with a handy little 13 at the end. Got them above that 90 mark. Still a very competitive score. It's kind of on par with the average run rate this week. But I just feel against UCB, if they bat well, it won't be enough for the Royal Tigers. But still, we know the Tigers, they're a champion side. And they'll be defending it with everything they've got here. In the first game of day 5, match 17, we've got a contest on our hands from here at the GB Oval.
Yeah, it was always going to be interesting, wasn't it, to see if anybody could fill the spot of Safi Zahir, who's not in the side here today. Zishan, he was going to go about things the way he normally does, but he got a bit lucky here. This could have gone anywhere, but it was lost by Fontaine. Didn't know exactly where it was. But he always does give you a chance, and if you take it early, well, you can have them in trouble. That was a nice-looking shot as well, just showing that he can play all over the ground. But there's the edge. That was a wicket off Sufi Khan. And he was elected to go out there opening. That ball into the attack, Abhishek Katapal, and he didn't really attack. He couldn't get himself going, couldn't find the boundaries too often, could he? Only just 2 fours that he was able to muster, and he bats all the way through the innings. But it was all about how long Zishan Kukikhil could stay out there. But then that man, Ravindrana, he had other ideas, takes a good catch. But what about this? A first baller for the new batter. And Prashar goes with a big hit. Well, we thought it was going to be taken there, but bang, they clashed into each other. And somehow the ball went from one fielder to that man there, Ravindrana, and he gets a big cuddle there. He says, it doesn't matter that you knocked me out. It doesn't matter that you bopped me on the chin. You've taken the catch, and what a catch it was. That was absolutely sensational. And, well, getting that wicket of Prashar off the first ball then meant it was hard work. Look, basically it was 47 off the first 5 overs. They couldn't really accelerate, and it was 46 off the second 5, which got the score to 93. That was a misunderstanding. Ketapal involved in that run. It could have been run out himself the very next ball, but he wasn't able. And we saw these couple of nice shots there towards the end. I mean, Kaiba Deldal, we know that he's a man that, given the opportunity, if you bowl badly to him, he can punish you. He played some really nice shots, didn't he? And got himself to 11 pretty quickly. But then it was that man, Kukil, that has had some problems in this series. He comes back onto bowl and he gets the wicket, and in fact he bowled a very good 9th over. But something had to happen the last over when it was Sri Harakuri that came on, and one man who came in was Abdul Manan. And Abdul Manan, he was in no mood to be hanging around. He played a very, very important knock. Hit 1-6, 1-4. In the 5 balls that he faced, 13 he finished on, and that helped them to get into the 90s. And well, the Royal Tigers, they are a class act. They are the reigning champions. They also were the champions in 2020, so they are looking to finish right up there in the top 2. And I think they're going to be coming out firing to defend that score. And I think that United Chalad Budapest know that as well. So you have a quick scan of that scorecard. Zishan Kukil, he's Mr. Reliable, Mr. Dependable, if you like. 189 runs to him in this series now. He is the top scorer. He is also the top wicket taker, so watch out for him with the ball as well. Contribution from Abhishek Katapal, who's not out towards the end. Faced 20 balls, but batted at scoring a less than run a ball, but the main contribution there, I think, from Abdul Manam, look, just 5 balls and hitting 13. That one big 6 and a 4 that got them to that score. Looking at the bowling figures, I think everybody bowled relatively well. I think it's always a gamble when you've got a bowler that hasn't bowled the whole innings just to come on to bowl the last over. He goes for 14. That was Ajit Sridharakur. The other bowlers, 2 wickets there from Cookie Hill. I think he bowled really well. Great comeback from him. Dara Peretti, what can you say about the man? 2 for 6. And, well, Mark Desfontaine had difficulty with left with his footing, but I think credit to the young man, he still was able to adjust and make some changes to his bowling action. He went for 20. I think that's very respectable as well. I think if you can keep yourself under 20 for 2 overs, you've done your job. So the first match here is, I think, very evenly poised. Match number 17, the Royal Tigers, the reigning champions, 93 on the board, and 94 required for victory from UCB. Join me, Rico Fuller, Mr. Maximo, as we come back for the conclusion of match number 17. Join us back in about 10 minutes' time. Hola, muy buenos días y bienvenido de campo de GB Oval aquí in Hungary, Budapest. Hello and welcome back to the first match here in match day 5 of this FanCode European Cricket Series in Budapest. And we get a feeling, well, I certainly do, that this is going to be a close contest. 93 has been put on the board, so target of 94 required by the Royal Tigers have done the batting first. And Zishan Kukihill, once again, he was the main contributor, 29 of 16. Was supported by Abhishek Khatapal playing his first match in the series, but he did look rusty and they needed some good hitting from Abdul Manan towards the end there. He scored a quick fire 13 of just 5 deliveries, a big 6 and a 4 to get them into the 90s. But we know that the Royal Tigers, they're a class act. I personally believe they've been more consistent and stronger with the ball in this series, and certainly having somebody like the protector, Abhishek Khatapal, in their side, I think going to be even stronger. They're up for this. They know what they want. Their captain, Harsh. Remember, he is injured, Harsh Mandiyan. That's why he's not behind the stumps. You've got Sufi Khan behind there. But his plan is to be in this side to lead them to top spot, or, well, worst case scenario, in the top 2. He wants them to have the double chance of getting in the final tomorrow. Let's see how that pans out for them. This man, Abhitesh Prashar, he's been absolute class with the ball. Here he comes at the first ball. And, well, like always, I'll just get my commentator's curse out of the way bright and early this morning. But, well, things didn't go well for him with the bat, did it? Thanks to the strangest catch you will ever see. He was out first ball, hitting down the ground. And it was a catch where 2 men bashed into each other. And here it is. This is what we're talking about. This is how he's out. Bang. Bumper cars. But somehow Ravinder Dharan ends up with the ball in his hands. That was amazing. In the air. And, well, it flies through the gap between point and third man. Shout to catch it. But nobody's going to catch this. I think you've got to be brave. You've got to be confident. And you've got to be assertive and play your shots. And that's what they've done there. 4 runs. Good start. First runs off the bat. And the score moves on to 5 of just the first ball. Just got to be attacking the stumps a little bit more. And Vinod Ravindran, he's the man we're talking about doing the catching. But yesterday, he was scoring the runs as well. He scored a very, very good 53 of 34 deliveries against the Cobras. He wasn't able to get them to the victory. But then second time round, he made a classy 37 of 16, helping his team. So he is somebody that you've got to keep an eye on. Back to his best. This one was a bit quicker, a bit more spicy from the bowler, Prashar. I think one thing that we've certainly focused and highlighted with all these top 4 teams. So we've got these 2 here, the Tigers and UCB, I think Cobras and the Blinders as well. I think if you eliminate the top 3 batters early, I think then the team is going to struggle to get to the 80s. We've seen that, and that's why it's so important, the Tigers, that they get the likes of Vinod early. Jack Murrell, I think he's out there. No disrespect to Jack Murrell. I think he knows what his role is. His role is to be out there, swing hard in the power play and try and get runs on the board. If he doesn't, if he fails, I don't think it's a team failure. It's a plan that they have in mind, and they know that it can go either way. But we'll be seeing him. I think he'll be swinging at everything. He gets an opportunity. Up in the air, this is a chance, and it's been taken. The big wicket, that's the one they wanted, and you know it, because Abhitesh Prashar does his normal he stands there and he gives it the roar off the Tigers, if you like. They get the wicket, and as a catch has been well taken there. No mistakes at all from the fielder. And it is the end of inform Vinod Ravindran. He has to go. And a fine time to bring back into the commentary position. Vinny Sandhu, well, Vinny, you've done it again. You come in and the wicket goes.
Yeah, Ravindran just driving on the up. And that's a risk you take. He'll be so disappointed to go in the very first over. Prashar, well, he was fired up, wasn't he? You see, obviously it's not a half volley. He's driving on the up. And the catch was taken. And he was absolutely thrilled, wasn't he? So this will bring Mark Desfontaine. Well, what a good opportunity for the youngster to be thrown into the deep end. So obviously, I've got this theory they don't really want to use Darragh Peretti until the 3rd or 4th over. They just don't want to risk losing him to the new ball, even though I do think he'd be a good power play batter. But I just think they want that insurance that he'll be around in the middle over. So that's why MDF gets the chance here at number 3, 5 for 1.
Oh, that's a beauty. That's an absolute beauty. And picking up the wicket, it just has more confidence and adrenaline flowing through the veins of Prashar. What a good delivery that is. And you can see just how much he put into that from where the wicketkeeper, Sufi Khan, just taking it.
Yeah, exactly right. Just get a bit of zip, doesn't he, Prashar? We know that. He's had a really good series. He was out first ball, but it was a weird catch, like you said. Good test for the 16-year-old Mark Desfontaine.
Plays that well, actually. It's nicely played, gets into position early and then just angles the bat where he wants the ball to go, takes the single.
Yeah, end of the over, so, I mean, it's not a write-off. They do lose Ravindran, though. That's a key man. 6 for 1 after 1 over. And Morel, I mean, this is the thing. I actually probably would have Morel facing because if he's there as a power play kind of specialist, he hasn't faced a ball in that first over.
Yeah.
And it's already gone.
Good
Anyway,
call.
well, let's see. 267 matches without a golden ball. It's a new ECN record. And I can tell you this, and this is scientifically proven, every match is one closer to a golden ball, Rico. So I don't know how long this will get. Surely we're not getting to 300. Surely not.
You're getting...
4 genuine golden
getting really
ball.
excited about this.
I will say this, though. 4
on.
genuine golden ball chances today.
Yeah, of course they are.
All right. And see, Morel's slow to go here. Oh, man, he does get home. Waka Mahmood took that catch last over. Yeah, hurls it back in. Yeah, so that's a serious point I would make. I think maybe some people get a bit uncomfortable facing the first ball. Some people like it, but I think Morel is there to kind of attack the first 3 overs. So get him to face as much of it as possible, like a reverse night watchman that you want him to face more of the bowling, but because you want him to try and smack.
No, you make a very good point there. Actually, yeah, you're absolutely right. If that's his role, then he's got to face the first up.
And Ravindran ends up going in the first over, although he did hit a boundary first. So, yeah, batting a little bit lighter on without Amit Parahat in the lineup as well. Remember, he was the hero on Tuesday and hit 3 sixes in a row to win that game against the Blinders. And here we go with Zishan opening up.
Oh, this one stayed low. It's been well played, actually. And, it's not it's not one of those pitches where the bounce is unpredictable. I think the batters and all of these guys, they play on this pitch. They all know that it's one where the ball doesn't come up so much. You've got to be on the front foot. So I don't think it's a surprise to them or any batter. I think you just need to be confident getting forward. He played, just not taking any risk here at the moment, but got to be aware that every time you're playing defensively like this, that rate will go up. It's just under 10 at the moment.
Yeah, don't want to be too conservative here.
Well, that's
Just a
one
little
way
edge.
to do it. It's the little inside edge. This will beat the fielder and go for 4. And very little on this, and it's not so much pace from Zishan either, but it just goes to show that that part of the boundary, well, that's the old nutmeg.
Yeah.
Goes through Sufi. It goes all the way for 4 runs. That's
Cannot do anything about that, Sufyan. He cannot do anything about that. I mean, I do like to see him up to the stumps as Zishan. I think it's exactly what I was saying earlier. Zishan's going to bowl a lot of slower balls. And so, yeah, at least he's there, but that's the one thing you can't really guard against, unfortunately.
Yeah, Zishan, the leading wicket taker in this series and also the leading run scorer. He wants more. He's hungry for more. Well bowled again. Just goes a bit wider this time. That's where he's clever. Keep an eye. I mean, watch where he is in the crease when he's bowling. Sometimes he goes close to the umpire. Sometimes he goes wide. Very clever, intelligent bowler. And that one, you see, he gets the old waist. Oh, well, this is a really tight call for me. Really tight. And the bowler, I think any bowler is going to be disappointed seeing this called. This is really, oh, yeah, that's harsh.
Probably was. Take the good with the bad.
Did you say probably was?
Oh, trouble. Gone.
Well, this one probably is. And the finger's being given, so they don't even have to refer this. Here we go. Here comes the throw. Does the keeper do it tidily? ball in hands, yeah.
Yeah, it's not even close, is he? Again, I didn't get a good look at it, but Morel, a couple of times was slow to get going. You see here, not really backing up. Then I'm guessing by the time he gets going, it's a little bit too late. He's probably gone by the 1 or 2 steps he could have probably stolen at the beginning of the delivery. So unfortunately, he's got to go. He only faces the 1 ball here, and that's a second wicket for UCB. They lose it at 13 for 2.
Yeah, well, I'm glad that, unlike you, that Shub Navjot Singh, the umpire at square leg, has eaten his prunes this morning. There's nothing wrong with his eyesight. And that was also, I think, the end of the over. So it's 13 for 2. 13 is the unlucky number. And now maybe, I think it surely, can't see the back of the batter, but I think that is Dara Peretti that's come out there. It's a big moment. Big over.
Well, I mean, this is the key man here, Dara Peretti. I mean, you don't want to put all the pressure on him, but like I mentioned, no Amit Paraha in the lineup. And they've got Patanak, the captain, sort of come in the middle order, but he hasn't really been scoring that quickly during this series. Dara Peretti, this is a good example of how to do it. Because Dara Peretti, this is probably the same run, I think, that Morel gets run out on. But look here, he's already a bit further down. Just when he's taking off for the run, was Morel was kind of barely out of his crease.
Yeah, very, very good backing up there. Dara Peretti. And he's got to now take charge, if you like, of this run chase. The field now has to be reset to the left-hander. Big contest with Prashant coming on to bowl to Dara Peretti.
Good contest, this.
That's well bowled, and that's for me. That tells you when you know you got a fight on your hands when you got 2 top-class players, because the very first ball to the left-hander and no mistakes. It doesn't go down the leg side. He gets it on the money straight away.
Yeah, and don't forget, it was Dara Peretti that got the wicket of Prashant first up, and we were distracted by the combo catch, but it was Dara Peretti that induced the false shot. So now Prashant gets the right of reply.
Good bowling. That's a good line, isn't it, to the lefty? It's right across. And this is what we sometimes say, that a bowler bowling around the wicket is trying to imitate this line going right across the right-hander.
Yeah.
And that's the way to bowl to a lefty. Just wonder if you go and attack the stumps of this one. What do you reckon?
So I think you stick to that and you're hoping you get a little nick. I think you got him searching a couple of times there. It's a really good length. It's kind of full but not drivable. It's not too short. No Dara Peretti gets itchy if he doesn't score early.
Wants to take the single, and he does. That one, I won't mind this one. Look at this.
Fancy fielding.
Has this hit? Yeah, it does. It hits the stumps, knocks the bails off. That's a nice way to do it. Gets the slide, and the slide and throw, sort of a little
risky
cheeky
business,
underarm.
risky business style fielding from Zishan. Tom Cruise. That's how it goes, isn't it? When he's dancing in his underwear. Do you know the bit I'm talking about?
The bit he's dancing in his underwear.
We kind of slides.
Does the slide.
That was a knee slide. I liked it. Kind of rock star style fielding. Anyway, Desfontaine. I feel like he needs to play a shot or two here in this power play as well, with Dara Peretti at the other end.
Well bowled, and just hasn't gotten an answer to this pace and line of Prashant. I mean, 1 for 8. 4 of those came off one shot, and the ball's going his spell.
Yeah. So yeah, just trying to think what Desfontaine's role is here. I mean, Dara Peretti he'll be attacking, but also he won't want to take too many unnecessary risks in the power play either. Let's see what happens this ball. Prashant's bowled a very good over.
That will be the end of it as well. So that's the end of his spell. 2 overs, 8 runs, the 1 wicket, and the score has only just pulled it along to 15, so they really do need to get a move on.
Yeah, just 2 singles off that over from Abhitesh Prashant. Finishes with the figures of 1 for 8 of his 2 overs. Had a pretty quiet power play in the end, just the 2 boundaries there, 15 scored. The Royal Tigers were 25 for 1 after their 3 over power play. So they were 10 ahead, although we know that they kind of... an interesting sort of innings. They were 46 off the first half, 47 over the second half, so pretty consistent. And looks like they're going to go back to Zishan. So this is another big thing. Zishan's being bowled out early. I think they really want to get rid of Daraparetti. It means he won't be available towards the end. Remember Mandian, I don't think he'll be bowling with his finger the way it is either. It's a bit wide. And they'll get one. So it might be a good trade-off to get Daraparetti away from the strike. But I also think Daraparetti is just kind of biding his time in this fourth over now. And that's why I think Desfontaine has got a bit more of a license than he realises to attack. That's a lot for the youngster to take in, but yeah, I'd like to see him maybe counter-attacking against Zishan. He's the more dispendable of the two.
He likes to play very much predominantly off the back foot, which means that to a lot of these deliveries that have been bowled to him, he's not able to get to the pitch of it and drive the ball or hit over the top of the field. You see he seems to rock back, and he just plays that one little nudge outside the off. So that's not going to hurt the Royal Tigers. They'll let him do that all day long.
Daraparetti wants to go over cover here. I think that's his gap, and he knows that Zishan's going to probably bowl or try and bowl on the offside, and so that's why I think with nobody at deep cover, he's aiming in that direction or looking for something. Often when you're batting in limited overs cricket, you're kind of knowing there's an area in the outfield that's unattended, and so you're looking to go that way if you get that kind of delivery.
Yeah, and this time, that's why they've got the man in close there. This is a good field set.
Yeah.
I like this.
Well,
I mean,
they know
though he's only getting singles, it's not hurting them. They're thinking, well, why let him get the single?
Yeah.
And also keep Daraparetti off strike.
Yeah, exactly. They're trying to eat up a few balls here, Royal Tigers. This one will get called.
Wide. Look, the other thing is you could be thinking maybe the batters are trying to be smart here and see out Prashar, which they have, then Zishan. But look, it doesn't get any easier. You've got Khyber Dildal, who's bowled brilliantly. Malik Zada has been a really canny bowler from his side. And then you got Ketapal in the side.
You got Gautam and Ketapal. We haven't talked about him yet. So, yeah, you're exactly right. A couple of wides. But that's why I think it's smart the Royal Tigers picking up that Desfontaine is just looking to push for one. He's not really firing a shot. So, yeah, keep him on the rack.
This one gets through Zishan only because it takes a bit of a spicy bounce that gets past him, but it's only just a single. I don't know. I think you're getting to a point where I think you could be thinking about a retirement.
I don't think it's that. I don't think he's shown too much intent here, Desfontaine. That's probably the key. It's not that he's trying and he hasn't. Oh, that'll be weird by. It's not that he's trying and not being able to score. I think he's just been a bit too defensive. I think that's just what's been the case. We haven't really seen him trying anything more attacking. That's a really tough one for the keeper because he can't see that at all. He gets nutmegged again.
He's been nutmegged, yeah. He almost takes this in thigh to thigh. It's well bowled and he's gone. Gets the edge. That's a good take. Well, he doesn't get nutmegged this time. See if he can't. Takes a very good catch. It comes through him pretty quickly. Always good catches these when you're standing up. A good bit of bowling. That little late movement away, I think, here gets him. Well, he doesn't have to retire because he will go by just the finest of tickles on this, and off he goes.
Excellent keeping. Really, really good keeping there from Sufi. And that's a third wicket now. It's 23 for 3. So Vinny Sandhu here, Mr. Maximo. Alongside me is Rico 4. Happy Peacock Friday to all of you out there. If anyone wants to snap a shirt of them watching ECN in their Peacock shirts and send them to me at Mr. Maximo on my Instagram,
idea.
I would like that. So come on, get your Peacock shirts out, whatever you got. I know there's a few of them out there. Yeah, I've got to say, let's have a look at that kind of, what's the word? The decision, I suppose, to use MDF at number 3. And I don't think maybe the communication was right to him to say, look, don't be scared of getting out. We don't mind, okay? We've got more batting to come. You just look at that he's used up quite a few balls. I wonder if they lose this just by a little bit, they may kind of look back at that and say that's an area we could have attacked the game a little bit more. Not being critical of him at all, but I think, we've seen so much of this T10 cricket that, this kind of a contest, you just don't want to see the game drifting for too long. And now we're going to see the protractor coming on for the first time in the series.
Yeah, looking forward to this. And I know there's a lot of people around the world that are looking forward to this. I think he's got a bit of a fan club, has Abhishek, and I like what he does. Here he goes. Ketapal. Fire him up.
Round the wicket.
And it's just nicely played, a little bit too wide. It will just take maybe a while just to loosen up.
And Paternak is the new batter he'll be facing up now. Yeah, the crazy thing about the protractor's run-up, because he does come in from pretty much mid-off to a right-hander, is that even when he's going around the wicket, he still starts in pretty much a similar place and goes between the umpire and the stumps like a spinner would. I've never seen a faster bowler do that. So called him the protractor this time last year, because after one ball, said he's all angles. He was with Joe Rigasani last year, because I know you were off. Joe's somebody that we might be hearing from sooner than you think as well on ECN.
I'm looking
Some
forward to
whispers
that.
overnight. We might get some more cricket. And we'll see what happens. Here's Ketapal.
Strikes the bat on the pad. But look, you see, he's such a experienced and cunning and classy player. I mean, he's no appeal from Ketapal here. He knows that. Well, look at this. I like this. I like the older, the fast mo from the production team, from Andres. Andres knows I love that. I love it. And maybe we can have that supersonic team catch, stronger together catch and fast mo. That would be pretty good.
You like the Benny Hill
I do like
kind
it.
of
I like
motion, don't you? Good contest here. Ketapal to Daraparetti.
Goes for the shot. It's up in the air, and there is a fielder out there. Maybe fortunately for Daraparetti.
Doesn't run very hard there, Ash. And so they only get one. Feel like there was two there. It was into a gap. Delta did well to get there quickly, but they're happy with just the single. Just feel they've been a bit, what's the word? Lethargic, maybe? In the chase so far. You don't want to back yourself into a hole.
A bit is not the word, Vinny. A lot lethargic. And we haven't even seen her up until probably now. Oh, well, he had plenty of time to aim and fire and misses it. If he hits it, he's gone.
Good backing up as well, have to say.
Well, I just got a bit worried there. I thought, umpire Shuby's got a finger up. I thought, what's the finger up for here? But the bails and everything were on. He's obviously communicating something to his colleague.
Maybe two fingers for two to come, maybe.
Possibly.
Good backing up there by Zishan. That throw from Delta was so close.
Well bowled. Doesn't take him long to get his line. And good pick up and throw from the fielder. Nicely done with the man who took the catch earlier, Mahmood.
Yeah, have a look at this. Comes in. It's closer than you think. Lucky the slider's good, because if it wasn't, I think it would have been gone.
Yeah, well, that was an better example of the way to do it. Yesterday we saw the same sort of thing, but the bat was the other way up.
Yeah.
And the batter was run out. So time for Hulk Hogan to set the stumps.
See the Hulk there. I want to say good morning to James Stewart, watching from Estonia, and to Luke Belgium as well. Good morning to you, Luke. Hope you're well. Hello to Shrug as well. And I'm just catching up on the chat right now. His last ball over from the protractor. This is going nowhere.
Hey, listen, we're talking about Peacock Friday shirts. What about Hulk Hogan? His shirt was pretty fancy this morning. Nice to see that our umpires also. Steve Anthony is in on the act. So, yeah, come on, let us know. Or send the pictures of you wearing your shirts. So we have a look at that scorecard, and at the moment it's sort of representing the start of a phone number, isn't it? 28 for 3 at the halfway point.
Yeah.
And that right now is, well, it's getting to a point of no return. They really need to start to play some shots. They've got the batters out there that can do it. Daraparetti is there, and I said already, he's having a fine series. He's picked up 9 wickets now, and he's gone past 150 runs, but he's got to press the turbo button now and start playing some shots.
I want to thank Sandesh for his question in the chat, asking me which teams will play finals according to you. Well, I'll tell you what, that'll be easy, because I think the 4 teams you'll see today will be in the finals. Could not pick 2 to be the top 2, though. I think it's way too close. And who's my favourite all-rounder in this tournament? I've got to say, I think you're probably looking at him, Ashwith Daraparetti. I just think he's been an excitement machine. And this is why he's going to slash this one away. And this one might have gone all the way. Maximal! Right on cue. Daraparetti, he carves this one away. And maybe that's the shot that can get this innings moving for UCB.
Yeah, this is a very good shot. I love the way he goes down to one knee. He hits it on the up. And they are always the hardest and the toughest shots to play, especially if you're hitting it all the way over for 6. What a quality bit of batting that is. And maybe the sleeping giant is waking up. Daraparetti, that's exactly what they needed, and that is the first 6 of the innings, only the 3rd boundary.
Yeah, good shot selection as well.
Good comeback from the bowler. Gets it closer to Daraparetti. Daraparetti already thinking, okay, next time round, this is the shot I'm going to play. Was a little short. Now they've left to the left-hander that whole section fine leg completely open now. I wonder if we're going to see him getting a bit funky here and doing the old dink. Nicely played down the ground, takes a single.
Hey, I also want to say hello to Harish Kumar, who's in the chat, saying, yeah, the left-handed Darragh Peretti is a big hitter. Sure is. And Rupam Swapnil saying that's one of the bowlers reminds him of Paul Adams, the former South African wrist spinner, the frog in a blender. I don't know exactly which one. Maybe the only one I can think is a bit strange is Ketapal. But he's a right-handed seamer. Maybe just because he's a bit... No,
I don't know.
I'm curious about that.
Let us know who it is, which team, or let us know the team.
Yeah.
If you don't know the player.
He's one of these bowlers.
Suss it out.
I'm just wondering which one. I mean, if you want to talk weirdness, there is some weirdness to Ketapal, but it's a different sort of weirdness, I guess. Works for him, though. Here's Manan.
Well, this is a wide. I heard something there, but that's just the ball coming off the gloves.
I think it was. Yeah, Patanak's got an important role to play here as well. At least feed the stride back to Darragh Peretti, who is the man I think is going to do the heavy lifting in this chase. But already that required rate is up to kind of 13 and over. Bet themselves into a big hole here, UCB.
Strikes this well, gets it through the inner ring of players, but will only be the single. And every time it's a single or even a two at this point, it's a win-win for the Royal Tigers. They just started the innings flat, didn't they? And I think maybe going back to what you were saying, they just had the openers the wrong way around. Maybe could have gone with Jack to face the first and maybe get them off to a better start. And now a lot of pressure on Darragh Peretti to play the big shots.
Well, now you feel that they're one ball away from icing this match, Tigers. If they get Darragh Peretti, it's just hard to see anyone else going at this 13 and over for the last 4. They've got players that might be able to do it in bursts, but yeah, Darragh Peretti just kind of tick over, run a ball pace at the moment. He needs to go soon. Last ball of the over.
It's a good delivery though, Vinny. That's a nice delivery. It was good because it was slow and the length was beautiful. Look, this is such a good ball.
Yeah, he has to, what's what I call a plan B. His plan A was he wanted to kind of just deflect that away to fine leg for an easy boundary if it's pace on, but the bowler puts together a pretty good slower ball, and then his plan B is just keep it out, make sure you don't get out to it. So that means that he won't have the strike. With 4 overs remaining, the score is 39 for 3. Just have a look at that, 55 off 24 required. It's not going to be easy at all. I think we're going to have to see some fireworks soon from UCB, and it's strange really because they had a lot of kind of pep about them in the field. I think their fielding and bowling has been pretty good in this tournament, particularly their fielding. But yeah, that same energy, I'm just not seeing it with the bat, even with some of the running between the wickets, some of the kind of leaning on their bat, the non-strikers end. I think, you need to be busy out there, especially against a team as good as the Tigers, who have a lot of depth. There's another good player coming in to bowl now, Akramullah Malekzada. He's still got 2 overs up his sleeve. So here we go. Let's get ready to press the go button. Patanak, the captain, facing up in the 7th over.
In the air, shouts a catch. Other fielder's going to get there. He's going to drop just short. And they only take the 1 again. You see, that's the other thing where they can improve.
Yeah, but I think that time, Darragh Peretti was never taking 2. He knows it's up to him. So he just pretty much walks that 1 and says, all right, come at me. This is the time. It's now or never. Needing basically 2 or even 3 boundaries and over from here. I think he's the man that can do it. So this is the over, I think, where you really got to start going. And I think we're going to have to see him taking some risks. For me, there's almost been no middle time where they've been kind of looking to go at an average rate. And he was probably too conservative early, and now he's going to have to go helter-skelter if he's going to chase his target down on his own, Darragh Peretti.
It's as well, but it's an opportunity, and it's been really well taken. What a good catch that is from a man that's having a huge impact in this match. Abdul Manan, remember he came in and he got the acceleration in to get them into the 90s with the bat. We've seen him bowl well, and now he takes a really good catch. This was absolutely hammered. It was a laser beam, but it's been taken. Good catch.
Very good catch by Manan. And just have a look. Malekzada, well, he's pretty happy. Maybe he's the Incredible Hulk, because he was ready to rip his shirt off, I think. And this is what I'm talking about. First real shot in anger from Darragh Peretti. He hits it well, but he does find the fielder. Holds on to a very, very good catch. This was not as easy as it looks on the screen, I assure you of that, because that was travelling. But he gets right behind it and then throws it in like it's no problem at all. So you just think with Darragh Peretti walking off, So do the hopes of UCB here in match 17. The score is 40-4.
Yeah, well done. A good catch. And one thing we do know about the bowler there, Malakzada, when he takes a wicket, he lets you know about it. And he's another man that gives us good reason to know why this team is called the Royal Tigers, because he has that roar about him when he takes a wicket. He was absolutely delighted about himself, and so he should be, because I think he knows and the team know that that was a huge wicket.
Yeah, it sure was. And again, you know, I just always look back to the first half of this innings, and you know, you don't mind losing if you've given it a real crack and it doesn't work out.
Yeah.
I think with the exception of Ravindran, I think, and look, Morel gets run out early as well, but I think that UCB just in general, they haven't been aggressive enough and maybe the word's brave enough to take a few risks early on. There was some good bowling in there. I'm not being critical of that, but I mean, if you gotta kind of, if you're not owning the game, you're being owned.
Yeah.
And that's kind of what this looked like in the first half of the game. Be a wide.
Yeah. It's the pad of the keeper, not the batter. Yeah, you're absolutely right. I think at no point did any sort of pressure was put on the Royal Tigers here, and the way the batters came out, when the approach they came out, it was almost like the Royal Tigers thought, well, okay, I think this match is ours already. There was nobody that gave them any worries.
The Tigers were alert to it. They brought the field in and made it hard to pick up those singles. Okay, once it's outside off.
This is nicely played. There was nothing wrong with the ball. It bobbles away. It won't go to the boundary. It comes across.
I talked about keepers signalling yesterday about where they want the ball. Look at Sufi here. He's pointed where he wants this. So he's saying, I want it right here. I want it right here. I want it right here. And look where Malakzada does. Puts it nowhere near. And he says, weren't you watching? I wanted it there.
Well, he might have tried to get it there. You don't know, he might have tried.
I was talking a bit about baseball catching and wicket keeping. Similarities and differences yesterday. And signalling was one of those things.
Oh, this is very close, and just asking the question of the umpire, and I think they might go upstairs. Does his foot get, I didn't see it from where I was.
He's out for a bit.
Does he get his foot back here? It goes down. It goes across. Is it past the line?
I think he's all right there.
Yeah, he's okay.
It's hard to tell, but I think there's a little bit behind the line.
I think if they were taken off earlier, maybe.
Yeah, maybe. Took a while for that heel to come down. I think won't be out. This game is kind of drifting now, isn't it? Remember, net run, it's important for both these teams as well. Couple to come.
That one's been swung out onto the onside, right off middle peg. So you can see what Malakzada is trying to do. And just saying, well, okay, if you're going to be swinging wildly, I'm just going to keep this full and straight. And if you miss, I hit, whether it's the stumps or your pad, and I'm going up, and I'm going to be roaring again.
So, Malakzada, pretty good over from him, isn't it? Got the big wicket. Now, can he finish off?
Nicely bowled once more. So, yeah, fine over. Just goes for basically a run of ball. So, and picks up a wicket as well. So, 1 for 6 off his over. The score, 45-4 at the end of 7.
Yeah. Now, just a reminder that we do have more cricket coming up for you, and it will be match number 18, the second match of the day. Royal Tigers, once again, they will be batting first. UCB, it's just hardly extended than Royal Tigers, but they have had some issues chasing, especially over the last couple of days. Tigers, I think they'll be relying a lot on Zishan Khan again. And if he gets a big score, it's hard to see them not getting 100 plus.
Yeah, but one thing we've seen, and especially this series, batting first teams have won.
Yeah.
Especially when you look at the history of all these 4 teams we're going to see today. When they batted first, they've won the matches. So I don't quite understand that decision. I can probably maybe find reasons for it in the very first match of the day when you could be thinking about the dew. There was a lot more dew here today, and of course the overnight storm and rain that we had could have made that choice.
I think the other thing is that, you know, they did their job in the field. I think, well, they just haven't done their job with the bat here, UCB. It's been the story last day, basically. So I think at the moment of that toss where you think, okay, we've held them to 93. We've bowled, we fielded pretty well. But it's just, yeah, I don't know how to describe it except to say that they've never really been proactive enough with the bat. They've seemed, what's the word I'm looking for? They haven't been making the play. They've been like kind of responsive. They've been reactive rather than making the play and making something happen. They've been prepared to kind of respect too many deliveries that maybe you could take a risk and go after.
Maybe just it's also a mental thing. Maybe it was just too much respect for the opposition.
Yeah, could be that as well. That's a good shot. That's exactly what I'm talking about. He's trying something there and it should get a couple of runs. Depends on the throw though. Wow, this will be close. I think he might be gone here.
Yeah, he's not the quickest in between, running between the wickets. I did like the shot, Vinny, but let's have a look here and
let's have a look. Oh, yeah, gone.
Out.
Just gone. Again, he got the bat's the wrong way around on the slide. Yeah. And yeah, I think the captain's going to be gone here, Patanaik. This will be one and run out. There you go. Pretty clear shot of it there. So they'll be 48 for 5. And yeah, this is the issue for me. It's kind of like they've gone from kind of first gear to then being forced to go full speed. And there was no kind of middle ground about selective aggression and a few calculated risks early. And I think that's where the game drifted away. And look, you learn a lot from everything that you do. And I think they'll get the chance to chase again the second game, assuming if they're chasing the same sort of target. I like to see kind of slightly different mindset. As it is, though, Patanaik has run out for 8. 48 for 5. And this will bring new batter to the crease. And it's Sabavarapu Maru, who is getting his opportunity with the bat.
yeah, it's a question for you. Where's Harsh fielding?
Good point. He's been sneaking away. I think he's a short third man.
I mean,
isn't he?
bearing in mind he's got a bad hand, and Harsh, of course, you're talking about the captain.
Yeah.
He normally would be keeping wicket, though. I have to say, I've liked the keeping of Sufi Khan.
Yeah, he's been good.
Harsh is not keeping. He hasn't been able to bat because of that injury to his hand, and he's playing because he wants to lead his team
Yeah,
into the
specialist
top
captain.
2. But he's hiding himself somewhere in the field. We haven't seen him as yet. I wonder if we can pick him up. Is he the man at third? Is that
Yeah, I had him
Harsh?
at short third man down there. But, I mean, that's the thing. I've known a few captains like that in social cricket. They just captain. They're about 11. They yell people around and they eat most of the tea. So that's pretty much their job.
Oh, I think this could be out. I don't think he's got enough behind the line. The foot or the toe might be on the line, but I don't think he's back. Look, it's on the line. The line belongs to the fielding side. And
He might just be back.
Gets back. He would have been better off sliding the foot back. He lifts it up, but look, I think here we go. It's a race between the bail or the foot. What comes? I think the foot just gets down there. What a great bit of work that is by Spring Productions. That's the shot that Charles Croucher, the tournament referee and third umpire, wants to see.
Yeah. Good keeping, but also did well to get the toe back, did Maru. So I don't think that'll be out. They'll finish the 8th over. The score will be 48 for 5. Still waiting on the decision. So put a asterisk next to that. And I think it'll be not out. Good keeping, though. So 2 overs to go. Geez, they've been held well down, haven't they, by the Royal Tigers. It'll bring a lot of confidence to the Tigers as well. And given the depth they've got in their squad. That's no secret here in Hungarian cricket. 2 overs to go. We'll see if UCB can at least get something going. I mentioned particularly Royal Tigers. They'll be wanting to make sure this is as big a margin of victory as possible for that net run rate, which could be crucial. Was last year. 1 for 8. Prashar was excellent early. Zishan Kukagel also bowled his overs earlier. Took 1 for 14 as well. The other wicket going to Alexander. Mahmood got pretty close to taking one. That stumping call was tight. Now then we're going to go with the protractor. It's going to be 9th overtime, so strap yourselves in. That's what we normally say at this stage, so we've been waiting for something to happen in this innings. This one's fouled off onto his pad, not going anywhere.
Yeah, the other thing that I want to focus on here, look, there he is. That's Harsh. Look, you can see his hand. It's really well bandaged up, and that's why he's not behind the stumps. That's why he's not batting, but he still wants to lead his team into the top 2. And that's just how determined he is. There's the throw. It's the wildest throw you'll ever see. I don't know which sort of stumps is Sai Gotham looking
Well,
at maybe he's disappointed he hasn't had a bowl, and he would have been better off throwing it at the stumps.
At least it goes forwards. Not every throw we've ever seen has gone forwards.
Got some there. Nice looking shot, but what a lovely pickup. He's in trouble here. Gone. This was superb. This is all about the fielder, Zishan. And Classy, you were asked the question, who is your favourite player? And you were saying Dura already. And for me, is this man. It's just pure class. I mean, this is fantastic. Top run scorer, top wicket taker, top fielder. And this is all about Zishan.
Yeah, and he did it with the stop. I mean, the stop makes the run out, because then he can pretty much just lob it to Ketapal, who finishes the job. And things going from bad to worse for UCB. They lose the 6th wicket. Another run out. It's 50 for 6.
Yeah, 56. But I'm going to go back to the point I started making before we started talking about Harsh there. One thing about the Royal Tigers is we know their team pretty well, don't we? We know some of their star players. I mean, Zishan, of course, Ketapal. But they also have players that come and surprise us. People that we don't know about, we haven't seen. And one man, of course, Sufi Khan behind the stumps here doing a good job. And what about the bowling of Waka Mahmood?
Yeah.
You know, he comes in the side, he takes a catch early on. We saw him field, dive around, making the stop. Comes on the bowl, bowls a brilliant over, takes one for free. They just have so many players.
Yeah, exactly
so much
right.
depth.
They do. It'll be hard to pick their 11. I mean, look at people like Gautam that haven't had a bowl in this game, for example. I mean, they're doing this without Mandian doing anything, pretty much.
Abdul Manan also
Abdul Manan
batted and bowled well. There's so many players. So many good players. Must be a very difficult decision for the captain.
Yeah, for sure.
50 on the board. I think that's going down leg. Oh, well. It's
closer than you think. I mean,
I thought initially it was going down leg. Let's have a look.
Yeah, I mean,
maybe it's done a bit.
No, look, it's to do with how far back he is, I think, as well. This is coming in.
No, that's not coming in, Vinny.
Nah, yeah, I think that one may have just been sliding. It does hit him on the full.
Look at the right foot. Hits him on the right foot. You can see the leg stick. Where does it hit? I mean, it's a tough one. And where's it hitting? Yeah, I think it's a tough one to call, but I think that's just missing.
It's not 100% conclusive that it's missing leg, but it looks more likely to miss than not, probably, for me. And it does hit him on that back leg, doesn't it? Probably would have been a run out if it wasn't LBW, because I think they're both at the one end. Anyway, yeah, UCB, it's a bit of a sleepy start for them to day 5. I'll be hoping for a much better effort in the second game, I'm sure, going into finals tomorrow. But here's silver lining. We'll get to see Frankie Farrell. Now, this guy's always got plenty of energy about him. I don't think he'll be too sleepy. Ketapal with the wicket. His first of the series. Pretty nice shot by Frankie. And he won't get a run. It's the end of 9 overs, and the score is now 50 for 7.
Yeah, it just hasn't happened, as you've heard us say, that the spark that was required to get the run chase going right on from the beginning didn't happen. I mean, we saw a lovely shot, a boundary from Vinoth Ravindran, and then he got himself out. Jack Murrell really, he was out there to get runs in the power play, just faced a 1 ball for 1 who's gone. And then we saw, well, Mark Desfontaine faced 14 deliveries for 9, and I think Dara Peretti, when he was out there with him, went run a ball off the 14 that he was out there for. That then put them sort of needing about 13 per over before Dara Peretti started to get going. He got out. It just never happened. There's never been a moment in this run chase that you could turn around and say, right, okay, here we go, game on. It just never been on. It's been the Tigers all the way through.
Yeah, I think you're exactly right there, Rico. Well, Shrug just saying in the chat, the worst throw of all time has to be Fletcher's throw in the ECS in Spain earlier this year in Khartoum. I don't think we'll have time to bring it up. I was tempted to show it again just then. Here's Frankie. All right, Frankie, now's your time to be a hero. Malik Zada coming into him. Tries.
Oh, where's he going?
Uh-oh.
Where's he going? I think he may just get the bat down here.
I'm not so sure.
You're not so sure?
This is close. I'll tell you that. This is close.
Is it thrown over Frankie
Yeah, it's thrown
diving?
over him because he's diving. Oh, I think he's maybe just home based on that. You don't get a great look at the line there. So unless this was given out on the field, I think it's going to stay with whatever the umpire's original decision is. This is a clever one for the keeper to actually take in front because he actually gained, because the throw's not coming that quick. I think he's probably home.
Yeah, good shot again. Great work again by Spring Productions.
Yeah, but the
and our
funny thing
team.
was,
Yeah.
if he have not dived, it probably would have hit him. So wouldn't have had to worry about it. All right, third time lucky. Frankie's just one of those really likable players, I think. Where's Shoobs going? He's saying not out. Okay. He's getting a bail back. Fair enough. Would have had time to show the Fletch thing. I was getting ready to key it up. No, that was it.
Hello, Fletch. If you watch it from Spain in La Manga.
Yeah, we love Fletch. Here's Alexander. Get a run here. Will they? Oh, no! Steve copped it.
Hulk Hogan is down and out. Well, we know he's a wrestling legend.
This is why they say go to the side that the ball gets hit. Oh, God, dear me. Oh, wow. Oh, the Hulk is de-hulked. He's all right. Hopefully, I didn't see where that hit him, but I do know it hit him. Oh, this will be the angle we want as well. Have a look. It's just a very sleepy end to the game. Or is it? And then probably he knows there's a bit of danger here. Oh, no. Down he goes. Oh, Steve. Oh, we'll be showing that again. No, he's fine, though.
Well,
whoa.
Would you?
Oh, dear. Only on ECN.
We've had some things here today already. It's only game one. Game 1 of 4.
Oh, Steve.
He's okay. He's
okay.
Oh,
he's fine.
I like the way he got up and said, I'm fine. Yeah. You know like you do when you're just walking down the street and you walk into a lamppost or something. There we go.
Genuine bullet.
Where's that sniper? Where's that sniper?
I hope he's got the bulletproof vest.
I like the way he gets up. Says, I'm all right. No worries. I'm cool.
Steve. Oh, man. Oh, this will be runs. Oh, I forgot what they looked like, actually. It's going to be 4 runs.
Cuatro carreras. Well, I think that's
it's the first boundary since the first ball of the 6th over.
That's what I was going to say. It's been a time coming. But it's a nice tricky shot. Of course, the Royal Tigers haven't got anybody out there at the moment. They know that this win was in the bag a long time ago, wasn't it? Just an opportunity for Sridhar Harakurup to play a few shots. He'll go for one more here, and he'll get 4 more. So finish with back-to-back 4s. But look, what that tells you there is if you're confident and you throw the bat, that things can happen, and they weren't doing this early on, were they? And that's why they weren't getting these runs. So he's got 2 boundaries on the spin here. Can we finish with a flurry of boundaries? Can it be 3 in 3? Ball to come. Of course, the Tigers, they're not making any changes. It's go back where you were. It don't matter. It's just the ball to come. 61 for 7 on the board. And, Alexander, will he have a final roar in this match? And, this side, that is not going to even bother trying to take this run. That is that. So a very comprehensive win for the Royal Tigers. And we knew that it wouldn't be easy, even though it was a score that was under 100 that was needed, 94. But to be fair, UCB did not do themselves any favours in that chase.
Well, they didn't. And that set the chat to life, though. That the kind of most exciting thing in the last few overs of that was umpire Steve getting absolutely sniped, and it brought everyone out of the woodwork in the chat. So, main thing is he's all right. We definitely will be showing that several more times before the day is out. Big Steve. Lucky he didn't fall down a mole hole either when he landed. It is 93-61. Pretty comprehensive victory for the Tigers in the end. I think UCB can learn a lot from that, though. Again, they're going to have to beat the UCB. It looks like now they'll have to beat the 3 other sides to win the trophy tomorrow, and they have the team to be able to do that. But they have to kind of be a bit more proactive. I think they need to have a bit more confidence in their own abilities because they made that 93 target look a bit like 193, if you ask me. As we see the Tigers, well, they'll be back as well because they're batting first in the next game, starting in about 15 minutes' time. You can see that UCB deciding that they want to chase again. So I think they'll be hoping for a bit more, particularly out of Ravindran at the top of the order. Varma back into the side in match 18 as well, so maybe they'll throw him up there in the top 3. Let's go into some highlights. And, well, for UCB, trying to chase down this target. It was a promising start from Ravindran, but when he got out driving on the up to Prashar, it was a bit of trouble. And this is where the game just drifted a bit for me, and it actually got a bit out of control. UCB were never able to peg it back.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, this one was the slightest of touches who went to the boundary, and you thought, well, okay, maybe. But you see, that's what I'm talking about sometimes. Rather than just pushing at it, swing hard at it, anything can happen. That was a run out, and unfortunately, Murrell, he had to go. And then there was the caught behind as well. This was a nice shot. Joe Peretti going down on one knee, and we thought, well, hello, here we go. The sleeping giant has woken up. But the next one, it was hit hard, it was hit strong, but it wasn't hit long enough, and it went straight into the hands of that man there, who had a very, very good day, Manan.
Yeah, I would like to see more of this kind of innovation, but even this didn't work out for Patanayak, who ended up getting run out, coming back for a second. So it's just one of those innings. And look, sometimes you can say, oh, things went against us, and but sometimes I think with the bat, the approach isn't right, and that's kind of what I saw from UCB here. And this one, again, it seemed like everything was going against them. It did look like it may have just been sliding. And then towards the end, well, Farrell, he worked pretty hard for a 0 not out, didn't he, in the end? Well, this for me is probably the moment that we'll see a few more times. Umpire Steve decides to go to the right. I think he regrets it about now because he gets taken down. And, well, umpire Steve takes a bit more than that to get him out of the action. They are pretty tough cookies.
He's so cool, though, isn't he? Just so cool. I love that. He says, no worries. Order, just said, get that point ready for when I come off.
Gives leg buys. That would be critical. I think it was actually a buy. But he'd forgotten what happened anyway. Temporary amnesia may be coming in as we look to the scorecard. And really not much to write home about. Joe Peretti, well, he bowed his time, didn't he? But and he was out for a run of ball, 14, caught down the ground, 12, not out to Sridhar Kurup, the only other batter to reach double figures. Just looking at just the pace of the batting there, they weren't really able to ever kind of compete with that 9 to 10 and over that was required to win this game, especially when early Ravindra and Morel going as the first 2 wickets in the power play, and it was just tough going from there on in. 10 wides, probably something to maybe to work on for the Royal Tigers, but they had the runs to play with in the end, 93 to 61. The bowlers split the wickets, got to say, it was a good return to action for the protractor Abhishek Kedapal, 1 for 6 of his 2 overs. He's a good performer at any level, but look, all of those economy rates, maybe the exception of Manan, very, very low. Other wickets went to Prashar, Zishan Kukagel, and also Malik Zada. Mahmood, unlucky to not get a wicket in his over, had a pretty close stumping appeal turned down. All right, Rico, we'll take 10 minutes off. We'll be back. So go do what you have to do, stretch your legs, but then come back here to Hungary. We want your company because UCB and Tigers have their final group match coming up in match 18, and it will be the Tigers once again batting first. Will it be the Zishan show, or will UCB be able to get him early, maybe keep them to double digits again, and this time chase it down? We'll find out shortly. Vinny Sandhu here, Mr. Maximo, alongside Rico Full. Back soon with more FanCode European Cricket Series.
Hello and welcome back to the GB Oval in Budapest, Hungary, and it's time for the second match of a fantastic Friday of action between the top 4 teams here in this nation. And we are going to the second leg of the double header. It is United Chalad Budapest versus the Royal Tigers. Let's see what happens at the toss for match 18. Charles Croucher is with the two captains.
Okay, Mandy, your call.
Heads.
Heads is the call, and it's a tail.
Yeah, we'll ball again.
Anil Patanaik of UCB has been lucky with the tosses this morning. He's won again, and once again he will field first. And look, they did bowl pretty well, didn't they, in the first innings of the day, keeping the Tigers to double digits. And I think they'll be wanting to do the similar kind of thing again. I've got to say that Valarupali, I thought in particular, bowled pretty well. He stuck to his kind of disciplined lines, getting it just inside the tram line and making it difficult for the Tigers to get anything going with the bat. Of course, all eyes will be on Zishan Kukikel for the Tigers. Who'll get another chance at the start of this game. Last time he fell for 29, but I think for the Tigers to get that triple-digit score, he needs to score big, and I know he was a bit disappointed to get out when he did, but he's always a key player. Let's see what happens in match 18. Should be another exciting one. Well, let's see if our golden ball streak gets broken. Let's go over to Rico Fu, and he's in the commentary box right now as we get ready for the second match of the day. Once again, it'll be UCB winning the toss and bowling. Over to you for some more cricket.
Hello and welcome back. Thank you very much to Vinny Sandhu wearing his Peacock Friday shirt there, and have a look at this beautiful ground. And well, a couple more days left for us, and certainly going to miss this view, and certainly going to miss this the destination as well. In Hungary, we are in the capital city of Budapest. It's been absolute delight to be here. It's my first time, and certainly loving the cricket and loving the evenings as well. Taking a stroll in the heart of Budapest, and it's the architecture is absolutely amazing. And well, maybe one thing that's left for us to do is perhaps take a walk along the Danube River. Maybe get on one of the many lovely boats that are along there, and perhaps maybe one of the thermal baths. Though at the moment, the way the weather is, probably not a thermal bath that you want to go in as we have a look at these two teams. And what can we say about the Royal Tigers? They came out roaring, didn't they? Came out roaring, and they won that match quite convincingly. But are we going to see UCB come back with a bang? They need to show a little bit of determination. They need to come out fighting themselves. The bat versus ball wall says 106 to 99 in favour of the Tigers in this one. But one thing that USB need to do, they need to find a way to contain the likes of Zishan. He's right up there, isn't he? The highest run scorer now with 189 in this series. And just a few above Sheikh Rasik, the captain of Cobras. But also in the bowling front, he's picked up 11 wickets as well. And he is starting to shine here at the GB Oval. They need to get him early. The opener's going to be no change. They're going with Zishan right up there with Sufi Khan. And Sufi certainly showed his abilities behind the stumps. I liked his work. It's the first time I've seen him doing the wicket keeping. But with the bat, he got 3 of the 6 balls he faced. And before he went, so he's looking to do better in that department. See if he can give the Tigers a good start. And talking of good starts, the United Chalad Budapest are relying on the young Mark Desfontaine to give them the start. He's been asked to open ahead of Francis Farrell. Farrell just wasn't at his best in that last one. He was struggling with his line. Hit up in the air, and he gets it past the fielder. That's a top shot. And that was Maru, the closest man to it. But hit this with the swing, and it's always away from that man inside the 30-yard circle. So starting with a bang, 4 runs straight away to the powerful Zishan Kukihill. And work to be done here for the bowler. Conditions are going to be better. We know he was slipping around the first time round. Couldn't quite get his footing. Good, the youngster Fontaine. In he comes once more. And this time it's a wide delivery. So it goes too far wide. Signalled by our umpire. And the umpire who was doing the diving around early. But he's all okay. And look, big shout out to our umpires, Steve Anthony and Shubh Navjot Singh. And we saw Steve take a fall early, and I love the way he got up. Got up, said, yeah, I'm fine, I'm fine. Nobody saw anything. We saw you, Steve, we saw you. And it's going to be another wide. He just needs to get his line right. Don't mind it so much. I can see he's just focusing very hard to get the ball going down that off-stump channel. But at the moment, just straying a little bit too wide. He knows if he gets it wrong to Zishan, he'll get pumped. And, well, he gets a good bounce here. And just look at the two umpires. They're looking at each other saying, is that one for the over or not? And Shub saying, no, it's okay. It wasn't so high. Let's have a look at it ourselves side on. Well, not sure about that. I would certainly think that's one for the over. I think that might have just gone over. And this time Zishan's happy to take the single and give the strike to his opening partner, Suvi Khan. Another beautiful morning in Budapest. After the storm that we had yesterday, you knew the storm was brewing. We've had some very hot, humid finishes to the day, and yesterday was really muggy. So we're sort of expecting it. Short, hit Harper to the fielder. Oh no, the catch has gone down and it goes for 4 runs. What an opportunity that was. That was absolutely clobbered, but it was going straight to the field, and Francis Farrell could have brought plenty of delight to the young bowler, but he's not able to take the catch. I think he runs into it. I think he may have been better off letting the ball come to him. I don't think he had to do too much. I think that was just maybe a little bit of excitement. So a let-off. So if he can't, gets 4 runs when maybe he should have been back in the dugout. And now he just decides to take the single this time round. So just remember that. Khan dropped on 0 by Farrell. Oh, well, sometimes that's just the way it goes, and the young bowler has got to try and clear that out of his head. It takes a lot of maturity to do that, especially when you're a youngster. He'll play back in his mind. He knows he could have had a wicket, and now he's got to go back to his best as he goes and bowls to Zishan. It's a good delivery, and Zishan just helps us along here. Well done to MTF. Always difficult when things are not going your way to try and just blank them out of your minds. The first over comes to an end. 13 on the board, which is exactly the score at the end of the first over in the first. Just have a look at those top batters. I've already said it. Zishan right up there. No Safi today. And we're not going to see Harsh either. And at the other side, well, Darapareddy, he's the man at the moment, along with Ravindran. And both of those two have to be key here. Most of that happened in his first knock when he scored 20-something. Hasn't really been able to capture that form again. But are we going to see him maybe take the number 1 spot this time round and go out there swinging? Getting lucky, maybe getting a few quick boundaries, trying to put a bit of pressure on this top side, the Royal Tigers. Short, hit well, 4 runs, and a little bit too short. And Cookhill, he bowled well in the first match. He was quite tidy, but if he gets his line wrong, especially to the likes of Zishan, he will get punished. And you see there, he does get it wrong. He's too short, drags it down, and Zishan onto it like lightning, and then decides to take the single. Clever batting. Zishan just, I don't know, let's start from him. Just seems to be looking like he's setting himself up to make a big score. He doesn't want to lose his wicket early. And the two batters just having a brief conversation with each other. I wonder if that's Zishan just giving Khan some advice, trying to help his opening partner get a big score as well, perhaps. Now this is absolutely hammered. That is big. Balle, balle, ginna sona. Shaka! Well, that was a mammoth hit. And I think Khan has just said to Zishan, nah, don't worry about it, son. I know what I'm doing. If it's there, I'm just going to clobber it. And clobber it he did. And Cookie now has got things playing around in his mind. Got to get fuller. Oh, this is a Gundy ball down the leg side. And it does get stopped. And change in the keeper department as well. We've gone back to Jendra Verma behind there. He does well, gets a hand onto it to stop it. And Captain was behind the stumps in the first one, and he'll Patanak. He's now in the field, and this is Gundy as well down the leg side. He missed out on this. It would have been another wide if he was able to get inside it, but it sort of hits him just above the waist as it bounces, and maybe it was slightly slower, but it wasn't a good delivery. Both batters on 11. Beautifully hit down the ground. That is big. Well, watch out, Martins. That's coming your way. What a good shot this is. Just waits for it and smashes it straight down the ground. 6 more. And the Tigers are looking dangerous. And off to 31. Without loss, and this is what the Tigers have done winning that last match. They've put themselves above Cobras on net run rate at the top of the table. Another victory here will put them 2 points clear, and I don't think anybody will be able to touch them in top spot. So that's what they're after. That's what it means to them. That's what it means to Harsh Mandian, the captain. That's why he's there. It's not going to be able to play a big part in anything that he does. But it's all about getting the team to top spot and giving them the double chance to get to the final tomorrow. This is hit pretty well. And has it got the legs go to the boundary? Fielder's coming across and do well. It's a good stop. And it will be 2 runs. Madhu is the man that makes the stop. Nice little flick back. And the throw comes in there from Dara Puretti. Fontaine looking to get the first breakthrough. This one's down the leg side. Chase is on. I don't think it will go to the boundary. And Zishan just giving his leg a bit of a rub. And that takes Khan back. It's not often that somebody takes over from Zishan in terms of scoring quicker than him. And that's what Khan has done. Now he's looking to continue. Bangs in, gets the edge, and it flies to the fielder. Well, the throw comes in. I think that's where the captain normally fields. Well, there's the bouncer, and gets a bit of bat onto it. Here comes a throw. I think, well, if it was a better throw, because I don't think he was expecting that. I think that would have been, he would have been run out here. Khan. Yeah, watch that. It's nowhere near it. He wasn't aware. And this is out. And one man who isn't going to miss those is the fielder, Dara Peretti. And he's certainly one of the top catchers in this series. I think that's his 8th catch in the series. And the wicket, and well done to the youngster. So, Martinez Fontaine, after bowling the short ball, this one's a slight miscue. And with the men inside the 30-yard circle, I think was relying on getting enough power to get it over Dara Peretti, but not able to. So it was an explosive innings from Khan, but he's not able to get out of the teens. He goes for 17 of the 7 balls that he faced. Caught well by Dara Peretti off the bowling of Fontaine. So well done to the young bowler. It's never easy when you're up against the kind of attack that the Tigers have. So 34 on the board, a wicket down. And of course, as always, when the first wicket goes down, this man, Mr. Maximo, comes into the ice cube.
I heard that batters used to be really afraid of Lillian Thompson, but I think they're more afraid of me walking back into the cube. Got to say, well done for the young man, Marcus Fontaine, though. He had a bit of a plan, I think, to dig a couple in, and they were genuine bounces, weren't they? Got a little bit of an edge earlier in the over. But yeah, batters know if I'm walking back, then the wicket's about to fall. Good catch though, Dara Peretti. Good technique and yeah, took it pretty much in front of his eyes despite having to go a long way to his right. And Protractor gets another chance with the bat, and he just tries to hack at this one, and he misses out. So, pretty good spell from Desfontaine. You can see, yes, and Protractor, of course, because he got a single. This is Zishan that tries to knock him out of the park, but he misses out, and it's the end of the power play. Royal Tigers are 35 for 1. And let's have a look at the overs so far. Third over was by far the best, wasn't it? Desfontaine, 13 in the first, 18 off the second from Cohea Hill, which was an expensive one. Desfontaine, though, doesn't allow a boundary and takes a wicket in the third. So maybe just turning things around. And turning things around is exactly what the Protractor will want to do, because he kind of laboured for 17 off 20 in the first innings, didn't he? He seemed frustrated. Let's see if he can find some of his touch. But he's going to have to deal with a very, very good bowler as Ashrith Dara Peretti comes into the attack. Change behind the stumps, you might have mentioned already, but Tajendra Varma back into the side. So he will be doing the keeping. He is doing the keeping. So he went power play around 10 better than they were able to score this morning. The Royal Tigers. For me, it's how long Zishan can bat into this innings. And he won't bat for too long. In fact, that's Protractor who's going to go first ball. He just tries to hack at this one. And, wow, can you believe it? We talk about angles when he's bowling. This time, the angle into him, he can't deal with it. So, maybe an overcorrection. He tries to take Dara Peretti downtown. Instead, he loses his wicket. He's gone for 1. The score is 35 for 2.
Yeah, Dara Peretti. This is, we were saying it, weren't we? This is the battle between Dara Peretti and Zishan. But Dara Peretti is on the money once more. And he's certainly breathing down Zishan's neck in terms of when it comes to the wickets. And he now takes his 10th wicket, just one behind Zishan. But this was, yeah, just... I think he was cautious of the fact that he wasn't able to get going as quick as he would have liked in that first innings with Katapala. So he wanted to get up and running with a couple of boundaries early on, but he just, well, totally gets it. It's almost like he gets bamboozled by that delivery. And even once it goes through him and hits the stumps, he's sort of standing there, not really knowing what to do and not really knowing what happened. Well, you missed it and he hit. It was simple as that. Dara Peretti he doesn't do too much with the ball. It's not that he's getting great spin or anything. All he's doing is just getting up there. It's just the right line and the right length.
A bit like running a business. Location, location, location.
Yeah.
That's what Dara Peretti's all about. And you're right, he doesn't rip too many. I mean, if he does, that adds another dimension to his bowling. But more or not, he's just sliding in with the arm, but he's putting it in good areas. Here he is now to new batter, Kai Badelda, coming out a bit earlier than usual for Royal Tigers. And, once again, though, Danger Man Zishan is still there on 13. Quick hello to everyone that's watching in the live chat. ECN European Cricket Network, great to have your company. Yeah, UCB, know that they'll want to at least get their tournament back on track. If they would win this game, they'd have the same record they had last year, a 4-4. If they were to go down, they're going to finish 3-5. Not in great shape. Royal Tigers, of course, probably mentioned, going back to the top of the table with that win this morning. See if they stay there.
Well, it's a very defensive start from Kaiba Dildar, somebody who likes to play shots. I just wonder, sometimes this happens, does it? Just because he's come up in the order, he thinks he's got to be a little bit more defensive. He doesn't. He still needs to play his shots.
That's true. I think he needs to be selective. That's the thing, though. He's a genuine batter. He's a genuine middle order batter. Probably, yeah, between 4 and 6 is where we normally see him. Of course, if you're batting in those positions, then you kind of have to get used to coming in a variety of situations as well.
Zishan, will he hold back or will he go? Let's see. Field is set for him.
Good contest this. Dara Peretti to Zishan. He's feeling for this one. And this will be the end of the over. So it's going to be 36 for 2. That ball, yeah, has been a little bit more understanding, let's say, towards the bowlers on those wides today, I've noticed. Anyway, it is 36 for 2. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo alongside me. In the commentary, Ice Cube is none other than Rico Full. Happy Peacock Friday to you.
Yeah.
Liking what you're going there. So is it a volcano? Is it
Volcanoes, few dolphins, you know.
Tell you what, speaking of volcanoes, Zishan, I like that one. He hit straight over the sights. Green had a great view of it on my way back. He is such a dynamic player. He's certainly one of those players that people like to watch. Same with Delta. I mean, when he hits straight, I think that's his game. I think that he rarely misses out. But UCB, again, we talked about these top 4 teams all being pretty close in Hungary. But if they lose this, they're 3 and 5. And to me, I mean, they are 4th for a reason. Though they do have players that can win you cricket matches. And if they fire tomorrow, I mean, they still think they could go all the way.
This man bowled well in that first match. Aliu Parali. He comes on to bowl here.
Yeah, he's another one that bowled in good areas, I think, during the first match. Generally full, generally wide. So yeah. So now they're just changing this field slightly to Zishan. He's looking all around the field. He's always looking at the gaps. They know they need to. Oh, they need to find the ball first. I was wondering what's going on there. No, but new ball would come onto the ground. That's why. That's the delay. Let's have a look at these two teams. Royal Tigers 10.9 with the bat, 7.9 with the ball. UCB, you see 8.7. They're now like 2 full points with the bat behind the other top 4. This one will be more practice for that man. It's Koki Hill that does the fielding. But you have a look at that. I mean, the batting tells the story for me, considering the batting they've got at their disposal. The fact that those white lines are the run rate 4. They're now 20 runs per innings behind the top 3. And their bowling is pretty much is very similar, you know. But it's their batting that's letting them down. And that's been the case. I mean, obviously the Vikings kind of blasted out of the tournament yesterday. But those top 4 we expect to be pretty even. And that's the reason that they just haven't had as many wins as the other teams, I think, as well. Well, Rupali trying to stop that trend. This was not a bad ball. Sliced away for 1. And, yeah, for me, look, like I said it last game as well, UCB with the bat. It's one thing if things don't work out for you and you have a crack and you come up short, but I just feel like there was too much conservative attitude and maybe, you know, I don't want to be overly critical, but even some of the running between the wickets, it was just off the pace required, even for a 90-something chase. This one, he goes with it, and he's going to get it out of the ground. Maximo! Malurupali, this one's in the slot, and Zishan, he is strong offside as well. That one's going to maybe break another 10. I know we lost a few overnight, Rico, but this one, 6 carreras.
Yeah, glorious shot. And nice shot of everybody just looking up in the sky. Is it a bird? Is it a plane? No, it's a kookaburra. And it goes all the way over. Lovely shot. Great timer off the ball.
Yeah, that's the difference between getting it right and getting it wrong. Wasn't that far away.
He's being attacked now. Well, they've
Bugs are out again today. There's all these little ones. There's some really interesting...
Where'd it go? Look at it. Look at it.
Where?
Ah, look.
You
I
see
think
it?
it's a butterfly. I think it's a butterfly.
You don't want to hit a butterfly away. That's bad karma.
Come on.
Just
It's
let
still
it go.
after him. It's loving your deodorant. Okay, now yaar pare ho ja. Well, can it teris...
Zishan. Well, Zishan is pretty good at swatting the bugs away as the bowler's running in and just still facing up anyway. He goes after this again, and this one is going to fly into the sky. It's another one that's coming down. It'll bring rain on a sunny day. Maximo back to back. Well, the butterfly interrupted proceedings, but normal service resumes, and it's another 6 to Kukakel.
Well, the butterflies are flying around. Well, the kookaburras are flying around as well. And Zishan, once he's got over the attack of the butterflies, he goes
Butterflies,
back to...
good luck for him.
Yeah.
I'd be saying stick around. 50's up now for Royal Tigers, looking dangerous. Kukakel, this is about where he fell last time in the innings.
Yeah, 29 last time.
This time he goes leg glancing, and he's going to get 4 more. So with that, he goes to the 30s for the first time today. He's looking like he means business as well. This one straighter gets inside the line. That's good footwork. So Valurupali tried to get straighter. That didn't work either. It's the end of the 5th over, 55 for 2.
Yeah, it's a good over that one for the Royal Tigers. And Zishan Kukakel has gone past where he was last time round. So he's on 30 of 15, so going exactly at 2 a ball. He's still got Kaiba Dildar, that's there, and we know he can be dangerous as well. And obviously they are missing a couple of the batters. We know that Harsh is not going to play any part with the bat here unless he has to go out there and he may not even go out there if he's called upon.
Yeah.
There's no way he's going to get a glove on, not with the way that thumb is bandaged up. So this is a big over for me here. Get a wicket or two here, and that score can stay under 100.
Yeah, exactly right.
But if they go after him, well, we're looking at a big score then here.
Taraparetti to bowl the 6th. Once again, locates it well. Again, that's the kind of ball, it's just a block, but they get a run off it. I think so many times in UCB, when they were batting earlier, they played that kind of a shot and weren't able to get a single. There was some sort of hesitancy around it. Taraparetti's been really good today, though, with the ball, hasn't he? Only conceded 1 off his first over. This time, he gets swept, and he gets swept well. It's going to be 4, so Kukikau is up to the contest. Takes a bit of a risk, I think, getting across and fetching this one from around that off-stump line. But, geez, he's seeing him so well at the moment. And another boundary to the Royal Tigers.
Yeah, it's a nice shot, isn't it? I like the way he just gets in line with it. And then to get himself in a good position, just goes low, goes down on one knee, makes enough contact, gets it past square, 4 runs.
This time, he gets sucked into the big shot. This is going to be close. And, well, he can't keep it in the field of play. Well, in the end, Madhu just tries to double palm it in. And he doesn't really make a realistic attempt at catching it. He tries to keep it just from going for 6, but he doesn't do that either. Maximo! But that one was a close shave for Zishan.
Yeah, it wasn't out the middle of the bat. I think he needs to be trying to catch this. I don't know why he was trying to knock this in. Maybe he just didn't quite know how close to the rope he was.
I know you don't have too long to think of these things, but, even if you do catch it and step over the rope, then you'll just go, oh, well, that's the way it goes. But it was a chance to get rid of Zishan, and I think it can save you more than 6 down the stretch. This time he goes straight and goes pretty well. But this one should be cut off. Same fielder does the work. And that'll just be a single. Yeah, Taraparetti bowled a maiden earlier today as well. I didn't notice because there was a bye in it, so it wasn't a 0 run over, but it was a maiden to him. And then that last over only going for 1. He's been brilliant, hasn't he? But so is this man, Zishan. He'll just turn this round the corner.
It's a nice looking shot, isn't it? They'll just take the 1. I mean, if they ran quickly and if they had the intent, they probably could have made 2 out of that one.
Yeah, so it will be the end of the over. But I think Zishan's happy to take the strike. 69 for 2 after 6. Well, if you go to a ball from here, you got 117. UCB, okay, sure. They missed out with Ravindran, and Taraparetti didn't really get going either. They're the two, I think, especially with no Amit Parahat in the lineup. They have to get big runs to chase down any sort of a total. And I think UCB probably a bit more reliant on those two than the other teams are reliant on their big players. Even though each team probably has 1 or 2, you say, okay, they're the ones we got to get. But I think UCB probably a bit more fragile if they are dismissed. Here's a guy who I always got plenty of time for. It's Frankie Farrell. He's going to bowl over number 7. He didn't get his second over last time. So let's see how he goes here in match number 2. First we've seen him in this game.
Yeah, I like this move. They're taking the single, and, well, they may think of 2, but I don't think they will in the end. I think it's all about getting Daladar up there to maybe have a go now. Now, I think he had trouble with the new ball. He was moving around too much. He couldn't get it right. So I think a good decision's been made to say, right, okay, I'll come in to bowl a little bit later. Maybe the ball, I'll get it going straight. I'll get it going on line.
Yeah, this is the only thing he has to make a slight adjustment with the length. I think sometimes he bowls at kind of new ball length, which at the end of the innings, a slightly older ball, the batters will go after you with that. So it's what I'd call a kind of challenge length where, someone like Zishan could drive you out of the ground, but if they miss-hit it, could create a wicket. So let's see what happens here. This should be a good contest. Zishan Kukigel on 43. Oh, this time he gets a bit leg stumpish. He's going to pay the price. Drop kicked out of here. Maximo. Zishan moves to 49 with an exquisite flick over the leg side.
Yeah, beautiful shot. This is how well he's seen the ball and his timing as well. Just keeps his shape, doesn't he? Doesn't fall over, doesn't try and move around too much. And this is the thing with Zishan. You know when he's at his best because he stands still. He stands still and he plays every ball on merit. There are times when he starts to move around a little bit too much, coming down the wicket, moving down. outside the off stump or leg side, and that's when he misses out on a lot. I said earlier in the first match, he missed out on 3 balls like that on the leg side because he was moving too much. Now he just stands and he waits for it, and he pins it for a big 6.
See, that was just the lack of movement with a slightly older ball for Farrell. They would often swing early. This one is another one, kind of angles in. It's whacked again. This time MDF's got to do some work, but he manages on the boundary to keep it to 1. And that also brings up Zishan Kukihill's 50. Very good innings from the opener. Such a key player. 4 4s, 4 6s. And it came off just 22 balls. Well batted.
Yeah, well batted indeed, Zishan. Just underlining once more why he's such a class act here. That one, he goes for the slightly slower delivery, but unfortunately there he does get swing.
Yeah, always the way. This one, different line, different arm angle, and so you do get the swing, but it swings too much. It's a quick hello to Mohamed Riaz as well in the chat. Hope you're well. Everybody else, it's always a good time to pop in to the chat with a comment or a question. This one probably will be a wide again. Yeah. He's just frustrated here, Farrell, but you know he doesn't want to get too straight here, lest he get whacked over the leg side, but this one just misses. Probably a ball width or two too wide.
Hey, look, you had a chat with Steve earlier. Is he okay?
He's fine. He was taking it in good humour.
Umpire Steve, of course, you're
Umpire
talking
Steve.
about.
This one's a ball which is missed. I think this will be a bye in the end. It'll be a bye. And, yeah.
That's the man we're talking about.
Yeah, there's Steve. Let's get a good look at him. He's a handsome man, Steve. And last year we called him Hulk Hogan because he didn't just have the facial hair, he had the kind of the long hair as well. He's got rid of the long hair this year, but he's still an entertainer. And I'll show you how in a minute. Oh, this one down leg side. Does it take a little bit of the pad? No. It'll be a wide then. So we'll get one more ball.
Yeah,
but,
he's a very cool customer, isn't he? Very cool. We saw him wearing a peacock shirt himself this morning. But, well, he's. I think he's going to go trendy for another reason now.
He is also, all jokes aside, he's been umpiring very, very well this series. He's been cool,
good.
Calm, collected. He's been reflective. And first, let's have a look at this last ball, the over from Farrell. And this is going to be driven out to the mid-wicket region. Slight Tortuga, but well handled by Kukhill. That's the end of the 7th over. Well, umpire Steve, he's up and about right now, but it was a slightly different story in the first game of the day. As this is what happened. And talk us through what happened here, Rico.
Well, I'll tell you what, Butterflies have been doing all sorts of things here today. Well, this one knocked him over. Have a look at this. It just every time you see it, you just...
the impact, I mean... I don't know if you got the first angle again.
I'm all right, he says.
Yeah,
I'm all right.
He's a tough cookie. But the first angle is the one where I think he sees it coming way too late. He's already mid-stride, and he cannot get out the way. Have a look here. And you've just got no doubt of exactly when the ball hits him. Because look at this, about now. And, well...
Well, the thing is, he's okay, and I know he's taking it in good humour as well. But it's one of those, isn't it? You know, when you get a little fall like that, and you know everybody's watching. Well, the whole world is watching Steve, but he just thinks, nothing happened. Well, plenty happened there.
Well, guess what? The cameras are always on.
Yeah.
I found out that the hard way a few times. Sridhar Kurup is going to bowl the next over. This one might have been wide. Instead, it could be out, and it's dropped. Wow. This was a chance to get rid of Zishan Kukhill. But to be fair, it was a laser beam out to deep point. And the fielder out there is Valarupali, I think. Ooh. It was in, it was out.
That was hit really hard. It was absolutely smashed at him.
Saved 5 runs, I suppose, if you want to take a rosy look at it. So Delda's turn, and he elevates as well. This one is going to fall into a pocket of space. Bit of a Bermuda Triangle situation. Tarapareri now give away an overthrow. It was backed up, but again, couldn't deal with the spiciness of the throw. So 2 to Delda. Luke saying, apparently the world... I actually do know about this. The World Swimming Championships in Budapest this weekend. I don't know if we'll catch a lot of it, because we'll be on the move to Austria. We'll be doing a bit of preparations. And, very, very good that you know that. Hello to Mohammed Arif Raihan as well, who's saying good morning to me in the chat. Hello to you. Hope you're well. This one will just be 1 down too long on.
I wonder if any of our viewers, especially some of the Hungarian viewers, know what's going to be happening in the square Or the Plaza, the Heroes this weekend, because there's a massive stage being put up, big
I,
screens and everything.
Do
you know?
Checked it out. I don't know what that is exactly, but I did go check it out because you told me to check it out last night. It's a pretty good location from
Did you go around the park?
Yeah, went around the park. So, okay, so here's what I had to do. I saw there was a nice place to go have something to eat and drink across the water. You might know this bit.
Yeah, go on.
But there's a really quite a thin
You didn't
kind
do
of,
it, did you?
Concrete. What would you say? Kind of one line of bricks to get you across.
Yeah.
This one probably should be one if I know Dara Peretti. We'll keep that to one. So just one run. So you can either walk around. There's a big bridge, a traffic bridge, but it was probably 100 metres to the right. I said, okay, I'm going to walk across it. And other people were doing it.
There were.
And it's not, and there's water on each side, obviously. It's not,
Can
it's not a big
I'm just
going to
stop you for a moment,
please.
Because to explain it better is when you're looking from, say, 50 odd metres away, you actually think people are walking on water because it's so narrow. This brick.
How would you
sort of
describe
wall.
it? Like one stone block wide, and I'm saying I'm at 20 centimetres
20
wide.
centimetres, yeah.
Okay.
So it looks like people are walking on water, but as you get closer, you then see, and there's a bit of a waterfall, isn't there?
Yeah,
Just
and it's
before
not very deep each side,
No.
but you don't want to fall in.
Okay,
either
go
side.
on then. Carry
So
on.
people, and I'm going, okay. But the thing is, by now, I'm not going to lie. You know that I like having a couple of mango beers from near the ground. I'd had a couple on the way home. Okay,
dear.
not too many, but I had just a couple. And I had my phone on me, and I was like, this looks like a nice place to go. So I said, I'm going to go across.
Yeah.
And so I did. And I got halfway across, and I got a bit nervous. I'm not going to lie. I started thinking, I couldn't fall in, could I? I'm holding my phone. I mean, everyone probably know what this feels like. Oh, this one is going to be pumped out of the ground, and you can forget it. Maximo! Coca Hill, we know that occasionally can be a bit erratic. Zishan takes his half tracker and sends it out of the ground. Big shot, 6 runs.
Yeah, approaching the 100 now, aren't they? That takes them into the 90s. 94 now for 2.
So
you got a bit nervous.
I got a bit
halfway
nervous. A couple of times I got nervous and I stopped.
Yeah.
Because I started getting the butterflies going. I couldn't possibly fall, could I? I started kind of overanalyzing.
Yeah.
In the end, I did make it across.
You
But
did.
then I did tell our tournament referee, Charles Croucher, who was going to meet me, that he had to do the same thing. And I videoed him just in case he fell in, because I knew he was probably in the same kind of a predicament that I was. But anyway, it was beautiful. And we had some nice food and drinks there, and there's a lot of families around. Beautiful time of the year here in Budapest.
Did you have the goulash?
Didn't have
Goulash
the goulash
is
last night. I
lovely
have had it a few times. It's very, very good. Well, this is a slightly slower ball. And, that's a proper Tortuga for Farrell, who has to try and take off. And he gets a hand on it, but he can't stop it. He's getting that round the wicket angle that I know you like, but it's right into the wheelhouse of Zishan, who continues on his merry way with another boundary.
We saw one like this yesterday, which went clean over the field. Or at least this time, Farrell does manage to get a hand onto it, but cannot stop it. It just hit too powerfully.
Wow, this one is absolutely tattooed out of the ground. Maximo, another 6. This is in the slot. I think he's enjoying this angle, if I'm honest. And he just takes that one. That was right out of the screws. 6 más.
Yeah, big shot. Or what a way to bring up the 100. Big shot from a big player. And he just keeps on going. And the worrying signs for the teams that are going to be up against him tomorrow. This up in the air. This is a chance. It's not an easy one. And, well, that is I think he hasn't taken it, has he? They've got into each other's way. And, well, Dara Peretti is absolutely furious about this. Well, we've seen something sensational, a catch like this taken before, but not this time.
We saw when collisions work. This is when collisions don't. And I think Dara Peretti has this until the moment of impact, see? And that's when it falls out.
Bang. Well, look, that is all about... See, this is what I go back to saying yesterday. You put a name on it. You didn't put a name on it.
This is the issue there. I'll go back to that in a second.
Valaparelli.
I mean,
just checking they're all right. Yeah,
I mean, the thing is...
look at the collision
they
here.
both don't know it's theirs because they both don't know if they'll reach it. I think that's the problem, right? And that's why they're both still going for the ball. And then...
Where is the ball here?
The ball is...
I guess kicked there. There it is.
It doesn't last too much longer. It was actually, if there's a positive in that, it was a perfect kick from Dara Peretti back in. But, yeah, I mean, there's no question it's not a boundary. I think they're just making sure that everyone's all right. Yikes.
Could have been worse. Could have been a lot
was
worse.
laughing all the way to the bank, and it was a chance to remove him. Of course, they had the tough chance earlier, but now he'll retain the strike. He's on 72. Raw Tigers 107 for 2 with an over remaining.
Yeah, look, I mean, Khan early on in the innings made 17 of 7. He was dropped on 0 by Farrell. Zishan has been dropped on 34, now just 10 on 69. When they give you a chance, you've got to take them. They always will. One thing I've noticed is you always get that early chance. If you don't take it, this is what happens. You get punished.
I'm going to try and do a better job of explaining my point here. Sometimes balls go right between two people that both have to go sideways. So it's hard to know if it's yours or not because you don't even know if you're going to reach it or not. And both the fielders are in the same predicament.
Yeah.
I think looking at that just objectively, Dara Peretti as the kind of more safe fielder, he gets priority, but it's, see another one blasted through the leg side for 4 for Kukakel, who moves to 76. So he's certainly cashed in on a couple of missed opportunities. And a Farrell, good dive from him, but he can't stop it. Yeah, so this is why that one's not so cut and dry. And it's hard. I'm not super critical of Valerupali for going for it because he just didn't sense Dara Peretti coming the other way. It's a real awkward one. Boundary riders crashing into each other. This one is going to be in the gap as well, and it's going to be 4 more. Well, he's up to 80. I think from memory, 94 is the highest individual score, and he holds it. Zishan, well, if he keeps hitting the balls to the boundary or over, he could put that in danger in this last over.
This over, the way it started, looks like it could be a magical one. And already you've seen there the 110 has been pulled up. 100 came in the last. And
20 to get, 4 balls. We've never had a century in ECN cricket in Hungary. And this one is going to disappear as well. I think that's going to be 4. So Cuatro Carreras Mas, it's still on for Zishan. And he gets creative, gets a bit funky here, but he still hits it really hard. And that ball, I think, must have pitched just inside the boundary. And yeah, it does. So 1 bounce, 4 runs. Great camera work to keep up with that, because that was another one that was smoked out of the middle of the bat.
what a beautiful shot. What a beautiful shot. I mean, he could have just played this straight down the ground, but he thought, well, I don't want to get boring or repetitive. I'll do something different. That was a wonderful shot. He goes to 84. 3 balls to come in the over.
Yeah.
And all the balls have gone to the boundary so far.
It was a very, very creative shot. Like I said, 94. I believe that to be the highest score. Sridhar Kurup's got a few issues. And this is another false shot. Could be a catch. And this time it's taken. And so, well, good to see Valerupali back on the horse. He comes in, he ditches into ground. And finally, Kukakel's going to go for 84. I noticed that he just avoids eye contact with Dara Peretti after taking that catch.
Dara Peretti does not move or make eye contact or even applaud. I'm just going to say this to it, and I know that you'll probably have different views. I don't know what the views are of the viewers back home, but the way I saw it, Dara Peretti is the man you'd want to take it. I don't think it was his catch. I do actually think it was Valerupali's catch.
You think so?
Yeah.
I think they both went the same distance.
Because he was patrolling the line and coming on the line, whereas Dara Peretti was going into him. But anyway, that's...
I see what you're saying. For me, we were talking about priority in outfielders over infielders. I think kind of long on, long off should have priority over the squarer fielders because they're generally better catches if you were to have a chain of command. So probably Dara Peretti's fault for not calling loud enough to because he knew he was going to get there semi-comfortably to kind of... So either blame him for not calling loud enough, or I blame Valerupali for not hearing it. Anyway, 2 to come. Prashad's going to try and whack one out of the ground, and he will do exactly that. Maximo, full toss, left-hander cashes in, and Zishan might be gone, but the run's still flying for the Tigers.
Yeah, I mean, he'd be happy this one's gone all the way over and not anywhere near Dara Peretti because he was out for 0 off 1 ball last time. He didn't want to make a repeat of that, and he doesn't. So Prashad gets 6, and this score just keeps going upwards.
Well, this one is down the ground. This will take some stopping as well. Ravindran takes an excellent catch. Well, that's how you do it. And he takes a brilliant, brilliant catch to hold on to that. And he saves the boundary as well. That would have been 4. You see, that's the one before. That goes out of the ground just over Dara Peretti. But then the last ball, Ravindran to his left. He's able to hold on to it. So It will be a wicket to finish. 6 and out for Prashar.
What a catch. What a catch. You said he'll do well to stop it. He doesn't just stop it, he catches it. This is a super catch.
Yeah, excellent work.
What it doesn't tell you is where he came from.
Yeah.
He had so much to do. What a great catch.
Okay, 125 for 4. But I tell you something now. If UCB bats get warmed up, then they can absolutely chase this. But they're going to have to do a good job. I think they need more out of Ravindran and Darapareddy, of course, and they need more out of the others around them. I think we're going to see them woken up. I think Luke was right in the chat when he said that UCB looking a bit flat today. That could be to do with the fact, of course, that they are playing their 8th match in the week, and they've probably relied on a smaller squad of players. But they're going to have to look alive because it's their last group match. They won't want to fall to 3 and 5. And early on, as usual, bats were swinging for the Tigers. It was Sufi Khan with a couple of big ones of his own. That one was unfortunately not able to be held. A few chances going begging here. That's why the score's climbed to 125. But I still think UCB will fancy their chance of chasing this down if their big stars can fire.
Yeah, I mean, they've got to have a different mindset, though, haven't they, Vinny? They have to have the mindset to say, like, okay, we're not going to just go down here tamely. We're not going to go down without making an effort. We're going to make an effort. We're going to go down fighting. If we go out there fighting and we get skittled for 90, so be it. But if we go out there fighting, there is the possibility that we can get these runs. Look, we keep saying that we do believe that the runs out there coming from the middle will go higher and higher today and tomorrow. So this 125, though it looks a big score, it's not. And I'm going to say that on this pitch, if you get used to the way this pitch plays, I think 130 could be around about par score. So this match is very much alive. A lot will depend on the man that took the catch there early on. And this one, well, this one should have been taken. The only thing I'd say there is, well, it was because the wrong person was bowling. Darapareddy was doing the bowling. He would normally be in that position. He can't be in 2 places at once. This one was a laser beam. It wasn't stopped. And he does take a catch later on, but he also has a collision that fortunately didn't hurt anybody in the process. This one was a wicked bounce as it went over, and well, this one has just gone and gone. Arriba. Well, this was the one, I think, was it? Yeah, have a look at this. It's time for bumper cars, but this time round the ball doesn't end up in anybody's hands, and that was a nasty one. And Darapareddy was not happy, and I think the way he passed the ball back to the bowler showed you that he wasn't happy. And excellent effort there from Farrell. He couldn't get anywhere near this one. This was a lovely shot, 4 more. This was a beauty. Just showing his ability, showing his class, showing that he can play shots to all parts of the ground. But the catch was eventually taken. And Velu Upali, he was very happy. And one man who didn't go to congratulate him was Darapareddy. But Darapareddy saw this one fly over his head. But this one was a superb catch. And Ravindran, can he be the man that does the same thing when he's out there doing the batting? Can he go ahead there and score 60, 70 runs for his team and be well supported by 1 or 2 of the other batters? And, well, they could be very much in this match. But the way they start is going to be very important. I think the likes of Jack Murrell, he's going to be key in this one. And maybe somebody like even Mark Desfontaine, he's going to have a different approach. And perhaps his time also for the captain, Anil Patnaik, to stand up as well. When a man who did stand up, he stood up tall and he hit the ball to all parts of the ground. It was another amazing, sensational innings from Zishan Kukihill, 84 of 36 deliveries. He batted superbly well. Was supported well at the beginning, this time by Sufi Khan. Played some nice shots himself before he went. And credit to Mark Desfontaine, who got his wicket. And Abhishek Katabal, he was disappointed to be bowled by Darapareddy and didn't really get going. But all that did is walk Heba Delda out. Delda only faced 13 balls because Zishan, well, he said, I want the strike. And I think Delda, he's got to take credit for being able to negotiate the strike and keep giving it to him. Some of the bowlers, well, they were expensive. Kuhil, he didn't get any wickets and he went for 37. And we also saw 23 coming off Sreed Harakops bowling there towards the end. But look, give him some credit. He did go for plenty in the last over, but he did also pick up 2 wickets. Mark Desfontaine picking up 1 as well as Darapareddy. So this is all about the way that they spend this, well, 10 minutes or so, their mindset. They're very quickly, the captain, Anil Patnaik, has to speak to his team and his players and say, okay, boys, look, it's as simple as this. What do you want to do? Where do you want to finish? What sort of confidence mindset do you want to come into finals day tomorrow? Well, if you want it to be positive, go out there, give it a bang, go out there, be positive, and don't shy away from attacking the Royal Tigers and trying to get to 126 for victory. Well, what sort of response are we going to see from UCB? Is it going to be a flatline one, or are they going to go out there and really attack this time? I'm looking forward to it. I hope you are at home as well. Thank you for joining us. We love your company. Come back and join us in about 10 minutes time for the resumption of match number 18. Who will it be? The Royal Tigers, or will it be time for UCB to bounce back and get a victory for themselves as well? Rico Fool here, and alongside me is Vinny Sandhu. Join us in 10 minutes time. Idvuira, welcome back. And it's halfway through match number 18 here. They're all Tigers. The 2020 and 2021 champions have put 125 on the board thanks to another wonderful and delightful to watch innings from Zishan Cookie Hill, 84 from 36. He got good support early on from Sufi Khan, who made 17 himself, and then also I think Kaiba Delda just sort of kept feeding him the strike, and he kept smashing the ball to all parts of the ground. And what that means is that we're going to have to see a pretty decent run chase from UCB, and they were pretty flat, weren't they, in the first contest? And just to remind you how that finished, it was 93 was put on the board by the Tigers, and they weren't able to get there with that one, losing by 32 runs. So they've really got to have a different approach here. But first thing they've got to do is try and negotiate who I think has been the pace bowler of this series, Abhitash Prashar. And I think there could be a wicket here first up. They're appealing for it, and the umpire, well, the umpire wants to know if the catch has been taken, and this is great work from the umpires. It's a really, really good catch first from Sufi Khan. Now, what the umpire here, Steve Anthony, doesn't know is if the catch has been taken cleanly. He can't see it, so he doesn't give the decision until he looks at Shubh Navjot Singh, and he's saying to his colleague, I'm not sure about the catch. Has it been taken cleanly or not? Shubh says yes, and the decision has been given, but I think they're still having a look. So the on-field decision is out, and I don't know if the third umpire's having a look at this as well. Ooh, I reckon that. Well, I don't know. It's not conclusive for me, but I think you have to go with the on-field decision.
I think this is out. For me, it's comfortably out. He gets his gloves under the ball. Here, look here, there. See, this is the shot. He's definitely got his fingers under that for me. That's bouncing off. That 100%. That's out. And keepers know as well. That hasn't bounced before it's gone in. I know it can look a bit. Once you look at things a few times, then you can start second guessing yourself. But for me, 100% he gets his gloves under the ball and it never comes out. So, wow, what a wicket to get first ball. You can also just tell from the reaction that Sufi Khan knew that he'd got under that. So, worst possible start. And it's Ravindran that goes first ball. The score's none for one. Patanak's at the other end now. Mark Desfontaine is coming in. The youngster at number 3. Just after one legal delivery.
Wow, what a start this is. And Prashar, I was saying that he's the man they've got to try and negotiate first. And he takes out the top batter with the very first delivery, thanks to a great catch from the keeper, Sufi Khan. So, well, if it was going to be an uphill task, it's become even more complicated now.
For me, that replay is conclusive. And maybe it's just because I've got more of a feel for them, but there's no way that bounces before it touches the gloves.
Yeah.
It hits the gloves and once it goes into the gloves, it never comes back out. What did you see?
The other thing is, I'm not going to go with that replay. I'll tell you why, because it's the wrong angle completely. I'm going to go back to the basics. I think the umpires on the field dealt with that brilliantly.
Yep.
I think Steve Anthony needed to, because he's seeing the same thing we're seeing with the camera.
Yeah, for sure.
He doesn't know for sure. Shubh Navjot Singh, the umpire at square leg, is in the perfect position. He can see if the ball carries into the gloves or not. And he said straight away, it carried. And that is it. For me, it's the end of it.
Well, I like this from Desfontaine, who gets a bit funky here. And I think that he's been having a bit of a think about last time. And he's got his captain at the other end, giving him a pat on the back. And I like that. You know, so he's a very skillful batter, I think, Desfontaine. Maybe it was just a little bit, a bit tentative to back himself in the last game. This is showing what he's capable of. And they've still got the insurance of Dara Peretti to come in as well. But they can't let this game get out of hand. They already need over 13 and over. Now, what a way to bring up the first runs of the innings.
Yeah, that's a nice shot. That's what we need to see more of, don't we? We need to see maybe the batters being a little bit adventurous and playing a few shots.
Spotted a comment. Oh, it's a bit spicier from Prashar. Gets Desfontaine in two minds. Well, Helix said, Rico's going to chuck his earphones again. Look out, Vinny. Thanks for remembering that, Helix.
Why is that? Why am I going to do that? I actually think it's good work.
Yeah, I know, but you just don't know. You're a bit unpredictable lately. I know.
I took me hormone tablets this morning, don't worry.
You're passionate. I like that. Tess Fontaine has to deal with one more ball from Prashant in the first. And plays a shot that is going to be out. So, well, it doesn't really go after it, doesn't keep it down. And so that's unlucky for MDF. He'll be 4 and out. You've got to give credit to Prashant, though. He put it in a good spot. And the catch was taken. Delta is the man at point that holds on to it. So UCB having a bit more of a crack, but unfortunately, 2 wickets falling in the first over. And bit of Groundhog Day about this inning so far. It's 4 for 2.
Yeah, and Prashant, that's why he's dangerous. And he just gets the wickets when needed. And Vinny, I think you're going to have to wait a bit longer.
Well, based on what we're seeing so far, there's one man coming to the crease that could change the narrative, Dara Peretti, but it is 268 matches without a golden ball now. Will we see it broken while we're here in Hungary? Or will it climb towards 300? I mean, we have not had a golden ball now since the 31st of March. And that was in Portugal. So it's quite not often you go a calendar month without a golden ball. We've gone April, May, and now we're well into June, over the halfway point. Stay with us. It'll happen at some point. Here's Waqar Mahmood, who's going to open the bowling at the other end. Now, here's a guy, hasn't even faced a ball yet, the captain, Anil Patanaik. He's already onto his third partner. All right, here we go. Just getting started, like one of those old-fashioned barn dancers. The partner's been swinging around, nothing sticking around. Patanaik, he's got to be pretty aggressive here. They've got nothing to lose. That's the thing as well, UCB. They might as well go for it, considering the table situation at the moment. I think it's a good chance to face a situation that you might face tomorrow. I mean, we had some really big chases last year, and some were pulled off. I think we saw 140 chased in qualifier number 1. We saw 129 chased in qualifier number 2. I think high 120s in the first game of the day as well. So to do that, you kind of need to be positive from the outset. I've liked they have seemed to be a bit more positive. Ravindran, well, he's just going to be just wondering what's going on. I mean, to nick that one first ball, it's just one of those things, I guess. I think it would have been a wide. There's Mahmood right now, though. And as far as the Tigers, I mean, they can basically go 2 points clear at the top of the table, and that will pretty much,
I think that seals top spot.
Well, no, because the Cobras, don't forget, they can win both games this afternoon, and if they do, they're guaranteed top spot. Because the Cobras started 1 win ahead of the Tigers today.
Yeah.
So if they both win both their games, the Cobras will be in top spot. So this afternoon's games, anything can happen. Pretty good Yorker. Patanaik has no ideas about that. He's at 0-4. What about Dara Peretti? I think I'd like to see him, not waiting around too long and giving this a crack from the get-go. Yeah. If he gets on strike, he won't be on strike just yet because this is going to be a boundary. And so, 5th time lucky for Anil Patanaik. Just gets a bit of length this time. Pretty well executed shot. Probably wasn't that short, didn't bounce that high, but he stayed on it well, and he gets the first boundary for his innings. And just the second in the power play so far.
Yeah, that's a better shot, isn't it? Just a bit more intent there. The pitched up delivery is just playing straight. That one's, like you say, not that short, but obviously that's where he prefers it. You know what I'm looking forward to see?
What's that?
Your anti-bug spray. Can have some. There's stuff all over the place here.
They don't like me.
All over the place. It's obviously whatever you're drinking is doing the trick. They
Right.
normally say gin and tonics are good, especially the tonic. Maybe you don't need the gin in it as well, but it tastes better.
Might be
But
the mango beers from around the corner from after work. Anyway, it's 10 for 2 after 2.
What are you sitting there for? Get me the bug spray.
Are you getting eaten, are you?
I am.
Well, first, let's look at the table because Rico didn't know what was going on, but I do. I can tell you the Tigers, they can go to 12 points with this with a pretty healthy net run rate. I think that forces the Cobras to win both games to get top spot back. Blinders, don't count them out either because with 2 wins, they can kind of leapfrog the Cobras into the top 2 as well. Zishan is coming on and he won't bowl just yet. Maybe batter wasn't quite ready. Look at that run rate required, 14.5 and over.
Yeah, Zishan.
Dara Peretti not facing just yet either. Oh, see, they don't run there. Another dot ball. That's one that I feel with a bit of urgency. you run there. Dara Paretti's your game breaker. I think you want him to face as many balls as possible in this last 8 overs. To me, it's already in the final stages, this game of a contest. So, kind of now or never. Patanaik this time will get sent back. So another top ball. Just, again, you can learn from this. Because here's the thing. Okay, if Ravindran doesn't get out early, they don't have these problems. But tomorrow you might have this problem with Ravindran getting out early.
Yeah.
Just, if it's not his day, you need to be able to win games without your stars firing. I think you need to at least have a plan. I do like Patanaik promoting himself. He's obviously taking responsibility. But, yeah, so far, just the one boundary in his 8 deliveries. Once again, he's just happy to play it out.
See, this is the thing, though. You can still play that exact same shot, but just have a little bit more oomph in it.
Here's the thing. If that was the ninth, if this was the 9th over, they'd take a single there. Because Dara Paretti would be ready, and he would take off. Now they do get the single. Dara Paretti gets to go for the first time. And now, he likes to kind of get himself in a little bit. I don't know if he has the time to do that here. I don't think he even has 3 or 4 balls to get himself in. But I might be wrong. Let's see what his attitude is to Zishan Kukagel. If you're going to go down by 20, you might as well go down by 80 in this game, to be honest. I'd love to see them having a crack. And Dara Paretti is a one-man for me. And that could pull this off. Pack the offside field. 6 on the off, 3 on the leg. Tells me Zishan wants to stay away from his legs. And so he bowls on his legs. And the next one will be worked out for just 1. So Dara Paretti off the mark. Yeah, chasing 126 for victory. It's not the kind of power play that you want, is it, UCB fans? Because they're just 12 at the moment. And here's the last ball of it to Patanaik. Oh, pretty good shout, but won't be out. Oh, trouble. I think he could be gone. Yeah, this is no good. Patanaik's already walking. He knows he's gone.
What?
So he's just gone on the appeal. He was a bit worried about it, and he went walkabout. But have a look here. I'm sure he's going to be gone. Doesn't ever look at his partner. He was looking at the ball, thinking his partner's coming, but he was wrong. And I think here, for me, I think on the field, that to me, the stump's already gone and he's out. So for me, there's no doubt about it, even from that shot. And, fast motion's probably not going to help us.
No, I picked it. He's out.
Yeah, you could just tell.
What was he doing? What was he doing?
That shows you he hasn't quite made it. And there's the decision. He's going to be out. So he already knows it because he's almost off the field. So Patanaik, worst possible, really, scenario after he uses 11 balls. But he goes run out for 6 and the score is 12 for 2. Let's have a look at the shout. It wasn't a bad shout. I think might have hit him on the back pad. But look, Dara Paretti, he's looking at the umpire.
Is his back going the other way?
Well, it was pretty close. Dara Paretti probably half thinking he wants to strike next over, but also he's looking at Steve to see is he out? And when he turned around, he was, but not the way he thought. So UCB, yeah, it's another facepalm play for them, and it's 12 for 3 at the end of 3.
Yeah, that's not good cricket at all. You said that the captain, Anil Patanaik, has promoted himself up the order to try and get things moving on. He played a nice shot for a boundary for 4, but then it's almost like you said, you know what, I don't fancy this, so I'm just going to trot out me crease. And
I know exactly. I know what's happened. As someone that often had their pads blown off when I was batting, I can tell you what he's thinking there. Wait for this. Start of the 4th. Dara Paretti won't get a run here. So he gets hit in the pads and he's worried about the LB appeal. Then he sees where the ball's gone, but he assumes, and here's the key point, he assumes Dara Paretti's coming for the run. So he's trotting through thinking there's a run there. He is assuming that Dara Paretti's called yes and is running. As this one's hit in the air, Dara Paretti will just get a single here. And then he realises too late, when he glances at Dara Paretti finally, that he's turned around looking at the umpire standing in this crease. And by then it's too late and he's out. So, that's exactly what's gone through Patanaik's mind there. People, when they get hit in the pads, they get a bit nervous and they're running between the wickets, often goes out the window. When it comes down to it, I'll tell you what he should have done there, except for hit the ball, is once the ball's behind him, he shouldn't be looking at the ball. He should just be looking at his partner, Dara Paretti. And then if he's running, you're running, and vice versa. You need to forget about the ball when it goes behind you and look at your partner and say you're on the same page. So it's going to be Sridhar Kurup now. He faces his first ball, plays it out for a dot.
Hey. these two, what do you think the communication is going to be like?
Oh, yeah, these two had a real, I don't know what to say. I'm trying to think of a nicer word for it. They had a difference of opinion of one of the catches earlier, as this ball will be just one. Srida Kurup off the mark. But yeah, these two out there, I think they're pretty comfortable social distancing from each other at the moment, 22 yards apart, because earlier we had a bit of an issue, didn't we? Here it is, actually. This is earlier in the game. And these two, Srida Kurup and Dara Peretti, crashed into each other. This one is going to be slashed away. And it will be touch and go. I think it's going to get to the boundary. And so, well, Dara Peretti, they need boundaries, they need plenty of them. It's almost 3 a ball at this stage. He slashes at this one. It probably would have been a wide from Waka Mahmood. Instead, it's 4 for UCB.
Yeah, it's just gets there. It's been well chased all the way down from Malikzada, but not able to get. But yeah, it's going to be interesting, the communication between these two. And I think they're still pretty icy towards each other.
Oh, well bowled. This one gets past the outside edge. And so it's the end of 4 overs. Not much happening at the factory for UCB. It's 18 for 3 after 4 overs. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo. Alongside me is Rico Full. And look, here's the thing. Teammates sometimes, you know, they have their issues as well. I'm sure it's nothing bad. But in the heat of the moment, we all can get a little bit upset. And this is kind of what happens here. We'll take you through it one more time. These two batting together now. They were fielding kind of next to each other in the outfield before. There was a catch that they essentially botched. And then luckily we got the subtitles turned off there, because Dara Peretti also then, that was one of the best kicks I've ever seen. He kicked it right back to the stumps.
How many did they run there? Just 2?
I don't know, but tell you what, if you ever try and mess up one of my catches, you can be sure if you get similar treatment.
Is that what you like?
Hoof it back in as well.
Do you like get really heated in those moments, do you?
No, I'm pretty cool customer. No, people are trying their best. I'll tell you a funny one that I messed up, actually, in quite a big game. I'm not too afraid to admit it, as this is beautifully played away. The back foot. Good shot for one. Deldar's into the attack. Now, I was playing at the Waka, and oh, hello. That's good running. Look, now the communication's back on. Srida Kurup turns 1 into 2. Now, I was playing at the Waka once, and it was our WA Grand Final, and Jason Berendorf was bowling, and there was one that got hit miles in the air, right in the middle of the pitch, and it was a keeper's catch for sure, even though he was right next to me. So I said, mine, 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 mine. And then on the way back down, let's just say I changed my mind. This one's going to be in the air. And it's going to be 4. So it's just going to get one bounce over the rope. Srida Kurup, he's been pretty good here to Deldar. And this one was absolutely whacked. Pitching just inside. And so, well, that's the kind of intent that they need, isn't it? Here's the next ball from Deldar. Yeah. So I'll just go back to that one more time. So the ball was hit super high between me and Jason Berendorf, he's gone on to bigger and better things. But I said, mine, mine, mine. He left me to it. And then as it came down, I realised I misjudged it slightly, and it was drifting towards him. I just knew he was 2 or 3 metres away from me. But rather than say yours, I just said nothing and hoped that he would read my mind that now it's yours. And I remember it bounced right in the middle of us. And then and the Waka is one of the hardest pitches in the world. They ran one on the bounce. As this one is going to be blasted through the offside for 4 more. And I remember this ball hit the middle of the Waka pitch and then bounced up almost as high as it was the first time. And the batters looked at each other and looked at the ball and said, we're going to take a second run. So, yeah, you can't expect your teammates, even if they know you really well, to be mind readers. Anyway, it was all right because it was late in the game and didn't cost us too much. But, yeah, you can't catch. We can't drop what you can't touch. So I didn't count that as a drop catch. That was just a no contest. Anyway, come back to the game at hand here. It is good to see, a bit more attacking intent, I suppose. But you just wonder if this ship has flown at the moment for UCB. Here's Deldar. Angles in. Srida Kurup. So, yeah, not able to get that away. That's the kind of ball, especially with no fine leg, if you can get something on that, you can still get a boundary off that ball.
Yeah, look, I always say that the European Cricket Network, it's a frenzy of action-packed entertainment, bit of drama, and a few thrillers as well. And we've certainly, these two teams have provided us that. It's not all happened just with the cricket. Some of it has been with the action of about collisions.
Sure has. Yeah, 28 for 3 after 5. But you're not wrong, Rico. It's been kind of more like dodgem cards today, hasn't it?
Right, look, this is how it started. How about this? Watch, this catch was taken. Don't believe me, watch. Bang. And Ravindran, he ends up taking a superb catch. Well, people thought there was something in the air tonight, maybe something to do with the storm, because, well, this one was a storm in a teacup for the umpire. He goes down, and that was Steve Anthony. And he picks himself up and he says, I'm fine. He's cool, you see. He's cool. But Jared Peretti, he is not cool, because when he picks himself up here, look what happens.
Yeah, exactly right. And, well, soon everyone will have to wear the stuff like American football type padding. So everyone's going to have the helmets on and the American football padding. And look, to be fair, that's Valley Parag. That wasn't actually Sridhar that collided with Dara Peretti, but he was kind of involved because he was in the camera shot. So I know that I don't think at that time Dara Peretti was really yelling at Sridhar, but he was yelling in his general vicinity. Anyway, look, it's all entertaining when it comes down to it. And nobody's been seriously hurt, which I think is fantastic. And also a minor miracle based on what we've seen so far. Here's Protractor. Yeah, he's not going to make things any easier. Coming into bowl over number 6. Worked away nicely. Little glance. This will test the outfield. And I think we'll just pull up in time. And, yeah, they'll get 2. It's a halfway mark. They need 98 off the last 5. Now, what I will say is I have seen matches won from this stage. I remember there was a really memorable one, PSV Hanmunden versus SG Findorf, way back in Germany in 2020, back in the Wild West days. This one's going to be just lifted for 1. And I think it was Adil Ahmed, and he cracked 100. And they needed basically 100 off the last 5, and they did it. They were, I think, they needed 146 to 148, and they were about 46 to 48 after 5 overs. But yeah, you need someone to go absolutely huge. And you can't see it happening against this Royal Tigers outfit. But I mean, SG Findorf, who were fielding on that occasion, they were runners up in the initial ECL, so they were no mugs. This top ball's not going to help though.
Yeah, one thing I will say, and what I've really liked about the Royal Tigers, is the way they've set the field here, especially in the offside. I often do say I always like to have one man that's in pretty close to try and stop you getting that single. That's exactly what the role that Zishan is playing here.
There you go. That's one way to do it. And this one is going. It's going. And it's going to be off our commentary box. Maximo. 6 runs. And, well, for the second time in 2 days, we were under attack. And we caught everything important. Don't worry. And, well, once again, emergency plan coming off. And no equipment was harmed, although I did my best to knock everything over. 6 runs.
What were you see? That ball's coming this way. You're knocking everything over again.
I was getting ready. There we go. That's the ice cute. And what did we lose there? Not too much.
Well, I know you from last time.
That was a really good shot. Take nothing away from the shot.
Yeah,
it's all right. Well, I'll leave you to clean up the commentary. I'll clean up the box.
You got to go and pick your stuff up. I don't know. Maximo, he just gets too excited. I think he's doing work. He's spent too much time around Corey as soon as the ball comes in the air towards him. And he wants to go after it. Well, we're just picking all sorts of things off the ground. This is a nice looking shot as well. And I think this is just one bounce for lovely shot. So now it's time for Dara Peretti. Dara Peretti is probably thinking, hang on a moment here. I'm supposed to be the recognised batter here. And Sridhar is taking away my glory, so I better play some shots. And it sort of springs him to action. This is a bit more like it. This is what you need to see. Okay, Vinny, have you done your housekeeping? Is everything back in order?
I'm back.
You know, you lost the golden ball yesterday doing this. Did you find it again?
Yeah, we got it back when they tried to find the actual ball that got lost in the same push.
No, you found it. You put it somewhere, then you knocked everything over. And where is it then?
Yeah.
I think you lost it.
No, well, someone's got it. What I will say is we keep talking about people having disasters and crashing into each other and having accidents. We kind of brought that on ourselves there. But that's twice that our main monitor, our main table
I think
has been
I'm going to go see if it's got a dent in it. Because it's got to have a dent in it. No, there's nothing there. Well,
This
I like
is
this surface.
cricket ball-proof equipment that Spring Productions have got. I think it's amazing. Yeah, I knew that. Well, that was cube bound. You wonder why I got into action? Because I could tell that was cube bound. What a shot that was from Sridhar Krupp. Just stood tall and punched it over and off for 6.
It was a brilliant shot.
I'll just wait for my heart rate to return to normal. I mean, I'm not as flinchy as umpire Shub though. Now, at least when I flinch, there's normally a reason, and that one was heading for us.
Yeah, Shubha's got a real technique about him, hasn't he, when he does the pirouette as the ball's coming. Well, whether it's near him or not, he always does a pirouette.
7th over, 42 for 3 after 6, and Prashant is going to come in. He's not going to make things easy either.
Yeah, I think this is just about, I mean, seeing that last over and Katapal going for a few. In fact, he went for 14. I think the captain, Harsh, is probably saying, okay, Prashant, you come back on again and really try and kill this ball off, because that rate is already around 20. A good over here takes it to about 25. It just makes him feel a bit safer.
Actually, really happy that my emergency skills have kicked in every time the cubes have been under attack. I'll save you.
Yeah, but what I don't, your emergency skills, if your right side is good, you can see that's coming to my side, it's coming here. Why are you panicking over
Well,
here?
I wasn't panicking. I was actually, number one emergency procedure is protect my laptop, because I think without that, I have to retire.
Yeah,
number 2 is if I can stop it hitting any other equipment, then I will. So that's why I was trying to get around the table, but then I realized I wasn't going to quite make it, so I took cover when I saw it headed for the main Spring Productions monitor. Their insurance is very good as well, I think, better than mine. So.
Yeah, but look, haven't they learned? Because now they keep this casing over that main. Otherwise, that monitor would have gone twice.
Yeah.
This week
You've got to
already.
take out the Maximo insurance, otherwise to protect you from Maximos. Prashant 2 for 5. He's having a day out, isn't he? Here he is, bowling to Dara Peretti. Wants to bang him. And he misses. And it goes nutmegs the keeper. Well, God gives you gloves for a reason. And Sufi Khan attempts to block it with the body instead. Just watch this. It's going to be 4 byes. He's kept pretty well today. And, we'll be lucky it's out of screen, because he won't want to look at this angle, I'll tell you this much.
Yeah, that's a very difficult one to do, because it doesn't come up
but
as much
the thing
as
is, you got to protect the leg hole with your gloves. He has to kind of get the gloves down and try and make prevent that gap from existing. And he doesn't. And that's why he misses it. See the gloves. Where are the gloves in all of this? He's just saying, well, I'm giving up that the ball's going to hit any glove. I'm just going all leg.
How did the bails come off here? Did that's a few to freight back and then he hits the bails?
I think it went through his legs on the way back as well and went knocked over the stumps.
There you go. Maybe he's got the wrong pads on today.
Well, here's the next one. And it goes the uppercut, and it's a real hanger. It's the protractor who goes back and takes the catch. So Dara Peretti tries to go up and over, but he just goes up in the end.
He sees this late, you know. When you see it again, you watch, he moved really late and ends up taking a good catch.
Yeah, it was a good catch. I mean, considering, I think you're right, he's got the sun to contend with as well. He's got that ECL cap on. Gives him a bit of a better look at it. So UCB will be back to the drawing board after today, I think. They're going to have an elimination match against who knows tomorrow morning. They did it last year to stay in the tournament. They're going to have to do something similar again to edge out of 4th place. Well bowled by Prashant, who has the 3rd wicket now, 3 for 5. And that's the 4th wicket to fall. The score is 47 for 4. Well, Maiden Waters saying if the batters can hit the equipment twice in 1 week, surely they can get the ball in the pool. Well, we're waiting.
Yeah.
We're waiting. There's a bit of action at the pool today as
what
well.
do you think the pool's hit from here? Another 50 metres or something?
Probably a bit more than that.
You reckon a bit more?
Another 20 to 25. But we had one probably 5 metres short of the pool, but right on line earlier in the...
That's when you came back wet.
That wasn't me. I didn't bring my budgie smugglers. All of the Australians will know what that is. They're actually a brand, budgie smugglers. And we had, I think I told the story before, but we had team budgie smugglers made when I played for Australia in the World Cup of Indoor Cricket in 2019. And we would wear them proudly, but they're not necessarily a usual part of swimwear anymore. I think they were once upon a time. Anyway, here's Morel, who's coming in at number 6 in this game. Let's see if he can get anything going. Just over 3 overs remaining. It's a good ball first up from Prashant. He hasn't given away too much at all. This time there's a misfield. Make sure there will be a single. And he's up to 3 for 6 now. Morell's off the mark. So UCB, talk to me, Rico. Put your coach hat on. I'll give you a couple of minutes to think about it. But think about, if you were giving them a team talk after this, or maybe tomorrow morning heading into that 3 versus 4 match, and let us know what you're thinking. But I will let you have a ball to think about it, because after this ball, I'm going to take a little peek ahead into the afternoon session, which is also going to be very, very important matchup. Well, this is gone. How about that? That ball never touches the ground from the moment it leaves Prashar's hand. Prashar finishes with 4. And what a catch this is. Zishan, he is the master of the improbable, isn't he? And you never would have thought that this would go like that. Knee-high to a grasshopper. And Zishan takes it like it's nothing. Prashar finishes with 4 for 6 off his 2 overs. And he's iced this game now, UCB, 48 for 5 after 7 overs. Quickly, before we go back to you, Rico, I'm going to look at the Blinders versus Cobras this afternoon. News from the toss. Cobras winning the toss. And Smart, I think they've decided to bat first. They got some good players, don't they? Cobras, they're a game ahead of everyone else necessarily. During the overnight, I should say, they were 1 game ahead of everybody else. Blinders, they're 2 points behind, but they could actually leapfrog the Cobras with 2 wins this afternoon. You see that Nandika comes in to the Blinders lineup. He's been pretty good. Baiji looking good with half century yesterday, as did Welly Gumagay. But the Cobras, we know that they've got some good batting as well. Just look at those top 3, or 4 really, or 5. And another in, I noticed, was Stefan Gooch coming back into the lineup for the Blinders. That is coming your way in around about 35 minutes from now. Okay, Coach Rico, so your UCB, they haven't had a good couple of days. I think they've lost 4 on the trot now. What are they thinking going into tomorrow, and what are you telling them?
Well, I mean, I think it doesn't take too much to work out. The issue has been with the batting. They need somebody else that can score some runs for them. And I think personally as well that today, that on 2 occasions, they've done it the wrong way around. I think you win the toss. I think you've got to have a bat first. Have a look at what's happened in this series. Have confidence in yourself, and maybe look at your batters and say, maybe we're a team, especially with the likes of Ravindran, who doesn't like to go out blazing straight away, and also the captain himself, Anil. That's like, maybe we're a team that likes to bat and bat a bit longer, bat a bit safer, but to get to a score around 80, 85 to 100. But we get the scores on the board, and then we put the pressure on, as this one has been mullered out on the leg side. Well, that's a big hit. See, they do have people that can hit the ball. We've seen that. I mean, look, this is a nice one. And that's smashed out from Jack Moreau. He was somebody who impressed the first time we saw them up the top of the order. They decided to try something different here today with the captain going up. But they've got guys that can do it. I reckon they've got to be more positive with their batting. So, okay, we're not maybe a chasing team. Win the toss, bat first. You know the conditions, what they're going to be. You know what the wicket's going to be playing like. Get the runs on the board, and then try to create pressure, because you've got to put pressure on these big teams, and maybe the way to do it is get the runs on the board and say, there you go, now try and get it. Well, try and get this one. The fielder, watches it go over his head.
And just get one. Yeah, Morel, I still think he's worth positioning with at the top of the order. I know it hasn't worked out a couple of times, but I do think that their plan is sound. Look, yeah, my thing for UCB, I agree with you completely. I mean, they did chase successfully once. It was their only win against one of the other top 4 teams. And that was when they chased down 84 against the Blinders. But even in that chase, they were in a fair bit of trouble. It was only Paraha with 3 consecutive sixes that got him out of jail. Yeah. They looked gone in that chase as well. And yeah, that's the only time they've beaten one of the top other 3 teams. Top other 4 teams were bowled by Malek. Yeah, so there are other two, so that they've got 3 wins in this group stage. One was the game I just mentioned. The other 2 were against the Vikings. Okay, where the Vikings weren't able to get a win in the tournament. So I think even though it hasn't been their plan so far, I think it's time to change the plan. I think especially in finals, getting the runs on the board, and then their bowling and fielding pressure has actually been pretty good at times, especially their fielding.
Yeah, absolutely.
So maybe crashing into each other. This will be a no ball, and it's going to just drop. Don't think it'll go to the boundary. Varma will get a couple here, and so he'll be the recipient of free hit coming up. Let's wait for this signal.
Because the other thing is, as we wait for this to be confirmed, the other thing is they've only had 2 batters that have made contributions, right?
Now that's a no ball, isn't it?
Yeah, I'm sure it was called.
I'm sure I saw it called straight away.
It was called by the side umpire.
Yeah, just wait for it. There's the free hit signal.
I'm waiting
Oh,
for this
no. Watch out. The headphones are going to go if this isn't called. Oh, no. Oh, Riku. That's no good. Here we go. Oh, honestly, I don't know how that one can be missed. There we go. I knew, Rico. Here we go. He's not happy. That is a... There we go. I got to say it. That's a Jerry Jinker right there. It's not going for you. It's not going for you. UCP 57 for 5 after 8. Whoosh. But the thing is there, Shoop called that, and he was exactly right. I mean, either umpire has to spot it and call it. I just don't know how that one doesn't get called.
How does that not get called? Come on. I mean, look, first of all, let me just say I think the Men in Black have been absolutely brilliant. They have. I'm not going to...
But
little things. I mean, LBW things you can see. Okay, fine, it goes wrong, but you got to call those. I can't believe that wasn't called. But hey, it's not going to make a big difference to the contents of the game. But if this is a close game,
Varma's got to get a better lawyer. I mean, he should have. I would have been kicking up a fuss. I wouldn't care if they need about. What do they need? Like 70 off 2. I still would have been saying, hey,
I want me free hit.
Oh, now look, probably find a way to get out here. This is almost caught, but not. Good effort, actually, as he went back with the fly.
Well, you'd always back Zishan to catch this.
I would have been having a big what's going on, or words to that effect, respectfully, with a genuine surprised inflection in my voice, saying, huh? And then, you know, I mean, I'm not saying, respect for the officials, but I mean, you had to kind of demonstrate exactly where it was. That was above, that was at top ribs height. That was above the heart, I think.
That was really, I was in the process talking about, I said to you, didn't I? I said, well, why they give this no ball? It just didn't happen. But look, last thing on that, Ravindran and also Dale Peretti are the key batters. Nobody else really, and you'll see that when you look at the stats for them. Nobody else has scored any runs for them. So they're relying on 2 batters always to perform. If one of them doesn't perform, they're not going to get to the 100, even if one performs well. If neither one of them perform, this is the sort of situation they find themselves in. So really, the other thing I would say is, look, if they're your main batters, Dara Peretti, go up the order, open up. Have your 2 main batters open.
Yeah, they've kept kind of trying to keep him out of the power play. To be honest, I don't mind their order. I like Morel up there. I just think if he gets out first ball, second ball, then you throw in Dara Peretti. I probably wouldn't throw in a second power play specialist. I like Morel opening. I don't mind that. There we go. Mistimed. The protractor will trot after this. Might think about a run out. He'll have to pick up a ball that stopped, though, which he can't do for some reason.
Yeah, he didn't go after it straight away. Hey, listen, I always like to talk about what international days they are. You know what national day it is in America? This is a big one. And this then leads me on to a question. It is National Mascot Day, so a day to celebrate fun and the spirit of mascots that bring to an event. It's supposed to be obviously bring you good luck. As you talk about good luck, this is going to be good luck for Katapau. Yes, it is. He takes his second wicket his first wicket in this match because the last one was dropped. So he gets his second wicket of the day, I should say. So well done to him. He takes his cap. I'm loving those caps, though, the old ECL caps.
Yeah, looking good.
But, so if we were to have a mascot, what would it be? What do you reckon our mascot would be? Get involved on the group.
For me, I can tell you what it would be. It's got to be the Tortuga. I think it's just different enough. It's relatable enough. I think it could be cute.
Yeah.
I think it's got to be Jeffrey the Tortoise. You've got to be the Tortuga.
The Tortuga?
9 overs down, 61 for 6. That's exactly the amount they scored. 61 in the last game, UCB. Helix saying maybe the Men in Black have used their red light sticks on themselves to forget the no ball. That's from the movie Men in Black. Love the reference. What I will say, and in all seriousness, I think that's just a concentration lapse from the officials. It's the kind of game that's drifting. It's just a concentration lapse. There's no other excuse for it.
But you said you saw one of the umpires
Shub
call
went
it.
to court straight away. And I think with the way that the wording of that playing condition is that either umpire can spot it and call it. And he spotted it and called it, and then he didn't go with his decision.
Yeah. I mean, usually, I don't know if things have changed now. Usually, they used to say square leg gives you a signal, but it still has to be called by the umpire who's at the bowler's end. It's in the air, catchable chance, and it's been dropped. Well, that is a bit of a surprise. And that is Sai Gutham that drops it.
Oh, hello. Zishan tries to go behind the back. Little flick onto the stumps. That's a good show-off move. If you're going to do that, do it in the 10th over when you're winning by 65. If you've got time for this. Well, firstly, something that Gautam won't want to see a replay of. Zishan came back and tried to flick it onto the stumps.
That's another dot.
We had a suggestion. It was Andres, our director.
Yeah.
He said instead of the Tortuga, he'd like to see Maximo, which was the the robotic autonomous lawnmower from Krefeld.
Yeah.
Did you see? You've been there for internationals.
Yeah, I've seen it.
Yeah. So first time we had a real spit out when we saw the lawnmower, which then they called it Maximo.
It's the auto one, right?
And
that
then
just goes
we
back.
said, who's driving that thing?
Yeah.
And do you know that's why the lights don't work? Because it ran over some cables once. And they haven't fixed it yet. And that's why it doesn't mow the cricket field. And the other thing there was the wind actually blew the sight screen away at the other end. So actually we had live pictures of the sight screen running away and gaining speed. There's so much grass around there. That's another high-ish one. Look at this one as well. Just 2 to come now. Oi! And a bit of friendly fire. Varma can't take a trick out there. And yeah, this is Madhu. He's out there. And watch out. Watch out. The Kookaburra's about. Watch out. 44. Got your name on it. Bang.
Ow.
No pads on the back of your legs. So, Varma, it's at the rough end of everything, isn't it? Last ball of this one before we head into the afternoon session. And they will possibly get a run here. Maybe a run out, but they're not going to go for it. So, UCB, very, very similar kind of batting performance sees them ending up at 64 for 6, just 3 more than they scored in the first game. And they will finish in 4th place. We know that. Tigers, they do seem to be pretty secure in the top 2 after that as well. I think they'll secure the double chance. That was their objective this morning. And yeah, look, we didn't quite get the close contest that we wanted out of these 2 teams. And maybe we're saving up the close ones for this afternoon. But UCB, I think, we mentioned a couple of things that they could work on. I think they'll go back, and we know that last year they were able to win that 3 versus 4. When they had to win, they found it.
Yeah.
Today, they probably maybe knew it was going to be a bridge too far to get to the top 2. So there was a bit of going through the motions if you're just looking as a neutral observer. But yeah, I think that there'll be none of that this afternoon. Blinders and Cobras, neither one of those are secure in the top 2 as yet. It'll depend on this afternoon's games. The Cobras winning the toss and electing to bat first in that one. It's about 25 minutes away. Strap yourselves in. The last doubleheader of this group stage should be an absolute humdinger as we look back at this second innings. And it was a worst possible start, wasn't it? Ravindran edged and well caught first ball, low down by the keeper, Sufi Khan. And it never really got a lot better for UCB.
Yeah, it didn't. I mean, it was a nice shot there from MDF. At the top of the order, he played some nice shots, but then, he just leaned away from this one. Wasn't able to get any power or weight behind the shot as he got caught. But nice to see that the captain promoting himself up the order, trying to get things going. And then, for some reason, he tried to get going somewhere and gets himself run out.
Yeah, he did. He was on the long march to nowhere, wasn't he? Dara Peretti, well, he's always super important to their batting, but I always feel it's a lot to leave just up to one guy. And if Ravindran goes early, there seems to be a lot of pressure on Dara Peretti. Though he did get a bit of help. I did like the batting of Sridhar Kurup.
Yeah.
I thought that he played some really nice ones, including that one that almost knocked us off air. Watch out, it was time to scramble. That wasn't the best photo of us, but we did recover. And so did UCB somewhat during this partnership. Got a bit of a gift of 4 byes there, but the gift wouldn't last too long. The very next ball was slashed up in the air. The protractor took care of Dara Peretti. And from there, you already knew at this stage that the game was gone. That was a pretty nice one. Low down from Zishan, who's always got a few tricks in the field. Late on, I like that blow from Morel. I do still like him early, but just nothing has really worked for them. This is another one that was almost taken, but the Royal Tigers, considering the team they had on the park today with no Zahir Safi, and obviously
the injury to the captain.
Yeah,
Harsh,
not this, and no Harsh Amandian really impacting the game, only as a captain and not even a fielder really. He didn't have too much of the ball, but they did pretty well. Gautam probably would have liked to have done a bit better there, but ultimately the Tigers, they do secure the double chance with a good performance this morning. And UCB, they have to go back to the drawing board and try and work out how to get a win tomorrow. They'll need 3 wins to raise the trophy, UCB, as they will finish in 4th place. Let's have a look at the scorecard. Once again, nobody really getting going. Srito Kurup ended up as the top scorer with 19 of 14. Played some nice shots, 2 4s and a 6 in there. But Tara Peretti going for 13, Morel 10. Just not enough production. No one taking the ball by the horns. And pretty disciplined bowling performance. Just the 1 wide in the 10 overs. And 4 byes that were nutmegged. It saw UCB kind of staggering to 64 for 6 off their 10 overs. And as you'd expect, there were a lot of good performers with the ball. In fact, they used 7 different bowlers, the Royal Tigers, in their innings. And have a look, they didn't need to use Zishan for more than the 1 over. He only went for 2 in his. Lots of tight overs, but the real headline grabber there was Abhitesh Prashar, 4 for 6. Incredible figures off his 2 overs. Bowled very, very well. He's a real weapon for the Royal Tigers. The protractor with the other wicket, 1 for 18, and certainly did a bit, particularly with the ball in his return. Abhishek Kadapal, I think he'd probably want to hit the ball a bit better, but considering some of the batters that they have in their order, I think he's more important with the ball for them anyway. So we're going to take a quick break, Rico. We're back in about 20 minutes, and when we do, the Blinders will be out there in the middle against the Cobras. They can fight to the death for the spot in the top 2, and of course that crucial double chance tomorrow. Vinny Sandhu here, Mr. Maximo, alongside Rico Full. We just have to go and grab a few things that have scattered around the commentary box because we've been under attack today, and the attacking cricket will continue this afternoon as we join you for the final doubleheader. Match 19 on the way. Cobras batting first. See you soon for more FanCode European Cricket Series.
Hello and welcome back to Budapest, and we're halfway through day 5 and now it's time for the final doubleheader of the group stage, and it's Budapest Blinders to take on Cobra Cricket Club in this one. Let's see what happens at the toss. Charles Croucher is with the 2 teams.
Okay, your call.
Heads.
Heads is the call. And it's a head.
Wheel back.
So it's the Cobras that have won the toss and they've elected to bat first. Good smart move for me, I think. We know statistically teams that have set targets seem to be doing better than teams that have had to chase targets in this series. Well, not just in this series, but across the history of this form of the game. And the Cobras, they're 5-1. They are the team that were top of the table, at least going into today. The Royal Tigers have kind of edged them out at the moment, but they can take back top spot with some good performances this afternoon. Of course, a win here against the Blinders in match 19 will cement their spot in the top 2 for sure and make sure they have that double chance. Budapest Blinders, though, they're not having a bad time at all either. They're 4-2, and some good results from them could see them go all the way to the top, potentially in this afternoon's action as well. So it's all going to be up for grabs. I know the Cobras kind of have the wood on the Blinders domestically, but I think in this form of the game, anything can happen and anything will happen. And both teams have stars that can shine. Let's see who shines brighter here as we get into match number 19. The news from the toss is that the Cobras have won the toss. They're going to have a bat over to Rico Full as we get ready for some beautiful Friday afternoon action here in Budapest.
Thank you very much to Vinny Sandu. Yeah, it's Peacock Friday, and well, it has to be said that the first 2 matches here have been a little bit one-sided. Royal Tigers just being very dominant and beating United Chalad Budapest by 32 runs in the first contest and then 61 in the second. So we are looking forward to a close battle between 2 teams, and maybe this one is going to provide it. And it's going to be the Budapest Blinders taking on Cobra CC. Cobra winning the toss and deciding that they're going to have a bat first. And yesterday they had 2 good wins, didn't they, against UCB, beating them by 25 runs and also 17. And they will be hoping, though, that some of their key batters start to perform. And one man that hasn't really shown his good full potential so far, Yogi Segal. He's, I think he's on, he's had back-to-back ducks, if my memory serves me right, a 5-ball duck and a 2-ball duck. So he needs to get off to a good start. Man who has been in good form for them, Swathnarayan, he's been very good. Maybe he'd be hoping to just keep the form he's in, and also the captain, Sheikh Rasik, has been absolutely phenomenal. But what about the bowling of the Blinders? And I think we're going to see the likes of somebody like Ali Almaz. He's been pretty good up there. I think watch out for the spin also for Rahul Goyal and Abbas Ghani as well. This is going to be an interesting match. And with the bat, well, this all-star cast there. I think Wally Gamagay, he's been in good form. Ars Barji, he found his form yesterday when he smashed the ball all over the place and scored a 50. Both those batters I just mentioned scored 50s there yesterday. Stefan Gooch back in the side as well. And on paper, certainly looks like this is going to be a good fiery affair and a good way to finish this, well, Peacock Friday. And this is what the bat versus ball is telling us, that it's expecting Cobra to be 108 to 99. So already you can see it's going to be pretty close there. These 2 teams, you can see also at the bottom there, the green and the red dots are pretty similar in the way things are going, though the Cobras have lost out 1 game less. So looks like it's going to be an exciting contest. The umpires are out there for the start of it as well. Nice to welcome back umpire Jury and also James Lloyd. I'm in black, and I can tell you that it's going to be another fine, warm afternoon here in the GB Oval. And Vinny Sandu will be joining us shortly while he's tucking into some bangers and mash. And I'm going to have to wait for mine a little bit because, like always, if I'm a little bit late coming back, my plate disappears. So Vinny's had seconds already. Don't know where he puts it, to be honest. But just have a look at the batters out there as we get ready to start. So it's all about, for me, like as they're saying, with all of these teams, these 4 teams, the 4 finalists, if you like, it's all about the openers. It's all about the opening 3 batters. And it is going to be Satyadeep going to be starting off. And like I said, he's a man that's been in good form, Ashwarya Narayan. And Yogi Sagal is going to be at the non-strikers. Then a fair bit of movement there early on, but just a little bit too short. And this has just been nudged away to the boundary. Intelligent shot. A lot of people seem to associate this form of the game being all about power hitting. But sometimes it can be delicate. Sometimes there can be a bit of finesse as well. That's a lovely shot from Ashwarya Narayan. Just guides this away, 4 runs. So Mondas just needs to, got good movement, but needs to get this ball a bit fuller. So Mohandas, well, it goes a little fuller, but this has been well played as well. So the single taken by Satyadeep, which gives the opportunity to Yogi. Now Yogi needs to start finding some form. And I said yesterday, I mean, you know, sometimes we call him Yogi Bear. Well, Yogi Bear, he certainly found the honey yesterday, but he didn't have the aloo paranthas because though he was sweet and he was sticky, he wasn't able to score too many runs. But the sticky fingers did help him take some catches, but it's runs he's after. What can he do here? And gets in line with this one. Just got to watch that swing. I'm just wondering, when you know you've got a bowler like Mondas bowling, I think the key thing that you're trying to do is say, right, okay, if he's going to be swinging this into me, I just want to maybe bat outside my crease a little bit. No sign of that from that shot. He's still sort of fairly deep inside. And tries to make a bit of room for himself to cut this one away. He doesn't. Yeah, it's something that you see a lot of batters do. When you know you've got a bowler that's going to get the ball swinging into you, you just bat a little bit further outside your crease to try and get to the ball before it starts to swing, to try and get to the ball before it starts to york. And this time just a little bit shorter, worked away on the onside, and good bit of running. So yeah, Yogi gives a little clap to Ashwarya Narayan because he knows that that gets him off the mark. So Mohandas. He's up in the air, but he hasn't got the middle of the bat. Fielders coming together, and oh no, this is nasty. This is nasty. Okay, this is nasty. I think we're going to need somebody to go up there and maybe get a bit of freeze spray. He's been hit here really hard, and looks like he's taken a big knock on the shoulder. The player goes down, and of course our first concerns are with the player. I'm not 100% sure who it is. I think it might be Gumagate, but I'm not. I don't want to be guessing here. But this is Gulamay. Yeah, Willie Gulamay. There he is. There's a bang. Yeah, it's Willie Gumagate who goes down, and I think the other fielder is taking a bit of a blow as well. Nobody likes to see injuries. That's a really good sign. He's getting up. I just hope it's just more the case that he's got really badly winded, and of course a little bit of shock there as well. But that was a nasty collision with the two fielders. There's just definitely something that is in the air here today. We know we've seen a collision which has resulted in an amazing catch. We've seen an umpire going down as well. Then we saw another collision earlier where the fielder that already was involved. And there's that one. And Willie Gumagate, the good news is that he is up and about. Or that is a terrific moment to see him up. And it was him and Abbas Ghani that collided. And I think it's just a question. Look, if he has to take some time, maybe just get himself off the field of play for an over or two, just to reset himself. Because sometimes you're still in perhaps a little bit of shock. And your body's sort of system to tell you about where the pain is and what's hurting is not there. Look. It's really, oh look, that is a really nasty, nasty knock. And Ghani, there you go. That's a wonderful sight to see him back up and about, and it's nice to see there that Stefan Gooch, he's with him and just checking that he's okay. Yeah, I mean there was a change, wasn't there, to the laws recently in cricket about collisions like that and concussions, and it was they take the responsibility away from the umpires, and they basically turn around and say, right, when something like that happens, it's got to be a responsible adult in the team that makes the decision whether the player is okay to continue. Just gives us an opportunity very quickly to have a look at the information from the stats gun. Thank you very much, Ravi. And you can see there that Rasik, 142, is the top scorer there. And on the Cobra side, and along with Kuma, 87, and Yogi Segal on 74, though. Yogi, he's missed out a few times, though, hasn't he? But Ashworth Ryan is right up there as well. So, thankfully, no serious injury. Once more, another collision, but once more, everybody seems to be okay. Back to the action. And this has been hit pretty well. Nicely timed shot. And not the best of deliveries, just a little bit too short. Sometimes this can happen. A delay like that can either affect either one of the players, the batters, or maybe even the bowler. And that one's been worked away nicely by Yogi. So the first runs of that, the second over, the first over. There's so much action happening there. An unfortunate action as well. 14 is on the board here now. The first over finished on 10. So that was a loose delivery there from Cullen Nandika. In the air, shouts to catch it, but it's too wide and too high for the fielder in the inside. Nice shot to be playing in the power play. To just gets enough over it. He doesn't try to hit it too hard. I think that's the key here from Yogi. So maybe Yogi. की गल अज परौंठे खा के आया लगदा कहंदा सी कल सवेरे बैटिंग करनी पैनी सी अज थोड़ा दोपहर नूं आया ना टाइम सीगा परौंठे खाण नूं so maybe he has had the parontas. Well, this is just put away beautifully and right on cue. That is aloo paratha power for you. This time it's the fielder that has to put the brakes on him. Zahid almost goes into the banner there and smashed away towards some spectators along the ground. Yeah, a little bit too short. And timing the ball pretty well at the moment. And he's probably someone else that we haven't yet seen the best of. This time he plays this nicely out on the offside, uses his wrist really well. Maybe he's the sort of batter that just needs a couple to get himself going. And once he's going and he's in the zone, he gets better and better. A good opportunity to welcome back the man who's put away 7 sausages and still not showing it. Welcome back. Did you enjoy that?
I did. Thanks for the mix-up that resulted in me getting 2 lunches. I'll explain that more. But first, I was right behind that collision. It was a nasty one. I'll give you my thoughts in a second. Swing and a miss this time from Segal. Look, it's very easy to say, and I do agree, communication is key. But those ones, and I talked about it a bit earlier, because there's something going on today with fielders getting each other's way. There's a lack of awareness that there was a need to call. And it's not so much that so the biggest issue with 2 boundary riders coming together is they think if they can reach it that no one else can. And now they're going to get an overthrow here. I don't know how that was possible. They will get a couple. So it'll be 25 no loss after 2 overs. So yeah, that was the issue. I was right behind it. And both the fielders, they thought they were the only clear fielder to be anywhere near the ball. So they don't see the collision coming. So they don't think there's a need to call. I'm not saying that you shouldn't anyway, but I'm just saying that is how that happened. And it could have been a lot worse, I could tell you. It could have been a lot worse.
I was extremely worried because the way that Willie Gummagate went down and he wasn't moving for a while.
There was a little fraction of a second where they realised the collision was coming, and so that's why he gets on the shoulder rather than, I think, the entire kind of core of his body. Looking at the table, you can see the Cobras with 2 wins here. They would go clear at the top of the table. I think that's what they're going to have to do because of their net run rate issue. But the other thing is, the Blinders can overtake the Cobras with a couple of wins. Well, this is in the air, and this is going to test that same fielder, and he won't be able to do it. Oh, well, it was Superman, wasn't it? Asankaweli Gummagate. He does well to save the boundary. He goes full stretch. Well, if he wanted to be tested out, he didn't have to wait too much longer. The first ball of the 3rd over. Oh, good as a drop catch, but got to say, he did very well to get that. Look, he comes from the other side of the field. He's just so quick at prowling around the boundary that he gets there fairly comfortably. He can't hold on to the chance. So, Mahandas. This one is pounded as well, and this is going to go all the way. Maximo! Satch is in the mood to party. And, well, what can you say about that? Smart batting. He gets it a bit square to get away from the field ripping it off, but it just had to go over the infield. And there was nobody back on that offside at all. They got a long on, deep mid wicket to him. That's a very skillful piece of batting from Ashwathanarayana. This time, he chooses the wrong option, tries to go square. And what he's doing here is he's trying to target bits of the outfield that don't have outfielders in them. So it gives him a bit more insurance, even if he doesn't quite get it for 6. He's not going to get caught. And there's a bit of premeditation to that. It's a better ball from Mahandas. It has Ashwathanarayana just glancing that one away to off. Shrug, saying that could be another one-sided affair. Well, I wouldn't judge it just yet. I mean, the Blinders, if you know anything about their performance last year, the Blinders ended up top of the table on net run rate, although 3 teams had 5 and 3 records. And then they smacked 140 in qualifier number 1 against Royal Tigers, but then had it chased down. This one gets away from the keeper now. They're eventually going to take a bite. And here we go. This is Rico with one of the sausages, and I know what they look like because I put away 6 of them, my 3 and your 3. The mix-up was that they brought our lunches here, and you're off doing an interview, and then so I was keeping yours safe, and I wasn't eating it at that stage. But then someone told me you'd gone to get our lunches, so you came back with 2 plates of your own. So wait for this, which will be 1 down to long off to finish the power play, and a 3, 35 for no loss. So I mean, I did the right thing. I made sure that no food went to waste. And Rico, you're having your lunch right now, so you haven't missed out. So what an interesting start to this game. Again, that collision. I'm just happy that Welly Gamagay is up and about because he's a really important player. Certainly batted well yesterday, scoring 54 in one match against the Vikings. But right now, Cobra's on top, you'd have to say. So stay tuned. I'm not going to say this won't be close. I'm not game to say that at all. Because the Blinders, their batting has not clicked so far this week. But if it does and when it does, they will be a force in this competition. And one thing that might be a positive is they have still won 4 out of their 6 games, despite, I think, underperforming compared to their potential. Yesterday, their bats were flying, weren't they? 142, 162, which was a new record in ECS Hungary. Okay, it was against the Vikings, but I think that will give their batters a bit of confidence going into today as well. And they really want to get one over the Cobras as well. Cobras seem to have the wood on them at domestic level as well, the Blinders. So here we go with over number 4. Ali Almaz will continue. 5 outfielders in play now because we're at the end of the power play. And just looking at the field, I think that all the outfielders are kind of sideways or in front of the batter. It's a fairly standard kind of a field. Deep point, long off, long on. Deep mid-wicket, deep square leg. Here we go with Ali Almaz. And this one could be a chance. Gooch has got to come in, but he won't quite get there. He caught very well the other day. 4 catches in a match. And it's only 1 off the record. We saw 5 catches. Madupa Fernando in Italy last year. For Albano, he's the one that holds the record for most catches by a fielder in an innings. We have seen 5 dismissals by a keeper fairly recently. By a keeper, this is. Sahil Grover in Prague achieved that. And angles across to Gal. He's swinging and missing at this. Ali Almaz might get a word here for running down the pitch. He runs straight in front of the umpire there. Just have a look at this. I don't think that's really where he should be running. Had this problem yesterday, but probably just needs a little subtle reminder, perhaps. This one is skied, and Baiji's under it, and he shouldn't drop this, and he won't. So, big wicket. The angle does the trick for Ali Y, and Mars Baiji takes the catch. So, Segal, again, gets to start this time, but he gets out soon after. He's gone for 15, and the Cobras lose their first. It's 36 for 1. Ali Almaz with the wicket. See here, he's fighting the angle, isn't he? Rather than maybe trying to hit that ball over cover, he's trying to go leg side. Yogi knew he was in trouble straight away. Masbayaji had plenty of time to get under it, and he wasn't going to make a mistake. And the Cobras, they do lose their opener. This will bring Sheikh Razik to the crease, so it doesn't get too much easier for the Blinders. But I suppose you just got to deal with these big hitters one at a time. Once again, that's good early call from Mars. Of course, no one else was going to get in the way as he makes the most of it. But here is a really, really talented player, Sheikh Razik. Mr. Slick, what do you like to call him last year? Slick Razik. No matter what he does it with a bit of class, doesn't he? And he's a man that the Blinders will want to see the back of early. Just like Shrug said earlier, maybe one-sided. Well, guess what? This game can change pretty quickly, and I think there'll be a few twists and turns in it. Good outswing up. Full toss, though. Worked away for one. Especially with these two teams. We talked a little bit about last year and that finals day where there was just a lot of runs scored, and we've seen scores climbing and the average run rate climbing as this tournament has gone on. So, around the wicket again, getting past the bat. Yeah, man, that last year, the finals day, Cobras scored 127 in the 3 versus 4 eliminator. It got chased down with 2 balls to spare by UCB. The Blinders put 140 on the board in qualifier 1. That got chased down by the Tigers. This gets knocked to point for 1. End of the over, 38 for 1. Yeah, qualifier 2, the Blinders put 141 on the board, and UCB didn't quite chase it down. They scored 132. Then in the final, a little bit lower scoring. Blinders only putting together 110, but that got chased down with 6 balls to spare. And you can see, I mean, look at that finals day. It's the last bar of 2021. And overall, 2021 had an average run rate of 10.9, so 109 per 10 overs. I think the cricket was probably a bit higher standard than we had in 2020, just with the nature of the teams involved. And then this year, it started low, but it has been climbing. And I fully think that we will, by finals day, we'll be getting up to that kind of 110 average score, 11 and over, the way things are going. So we'll keep an eye on that as it continues. Ghulam Abbas. Well, pardon me, it's Abbas Ghani who will be coming in now. And of course, he was the man who was involved in that collision earlier on. But he seems to have no ill effects, and he comes in to bowl the 5th. Yeah, I'm just happy that the players walked away from that. Just noticed Rico was having a go at me for having 2 lunches, but I see he's got nice coffee and I didn't get one. And, okay, he's brought me a nice coffee, so take that back. Thanks, Rico. Could this man be any more perfect? Pretty good ball. This one by Abbas Ghani. And he gets dug out, though. This becomes a real key partnership, doesn't it? Get past these two. I mean, they've got Sanjay Kumar, who's been batting pretty well, Vishnu Vasudev, but certainly I think a lot will be on these two. Osama Mohammad's another one who could whack a few. But you could just feel with that wicket that the Blinders are working their way back into this contest. This is the man they want early, isn't it, Razik? Oh, he really goes after this and misses out. Bit of a loose shot from Sheikh. Gets impatient. Now look at this. He just lifts his head, doesn't stay on that shot. Abbas Ghani gets so close to the outside edge of Slick Razik. And it flies through to the keeper, unharmed, untouched. Good over this so far. Pretty good ball, full wide. Bit of work though for Nandika. They're going to come back for 2. Alex just to hurl it in underarm. So good boundary riding, but still good running as well from the batters who come back for a double. Blinders do pride themselves on their fielding. It's always been a focus ever since their inception. No full toss once again. And you just sense this game has changed a little bit. Just have a look at that current run rate. After the start that the Cobras had, And they were 35 after the power play, but the last 11 balls have only gone for 7 runs. A very, very good comeback. The Cobra's going to run out of patience. They may look for 2 here. Not so sure it's on, though. Ali White will hurl that in, so another good over. That one just goes for 5. And halfway through this innings, Cobras kind of back to more a regular pace. It's 43 for 1 after 5. Just another reminder to all of our viewers that you never know what's around the corner. The game can be heading one way, but just one wicket or one bad ball can turn things around. Right now, the Blinders have got themselves back into the contest with 2 good overs. Key striker still at the crease, though, for the Cobras, aren't they? And I want to remove them as soon as possible. And go into over number 6, and Ali Almaz is going to continue. He's the one that started the fight back with a wicket and only 3 runs that were conceded back in the 4th. This one is in the air, and it's going to be caught. Well, that's a very, very good catch. And that is Abbas Ghani that will take it. He was running around. He never had a chance to set himself. He was on the run. Difficult one to judge. And this time, there was no traffic coming down the other way of the street. And it's a big wicket, isn't it? Ashwath Narayana had got to 23. He took this on, tried to go against the angle. A nice catch taken out there at deep mid-wicket. And now the Cobras have lost 2, 43 for 2. And where they come again. And Abbas Ghani, once again, they were in each other's crosshairs. But this time, the catch was safely taken before any damage. As we welcome back Rico Full to the commentary box. And, well, that's a nice confidence booster. Not an easy catch at all, Rico.
No, not easy at all. He's taken it really well. And well done to Ali Almaz as well. And remember, he was one of the 2 players involved in that. Well, it was a dangerous, frightening collision. But showing that he's okay. Not only did he bowl a very good first over, just went for 5. The very next delivery, he takes the catch. And the good catch, Almaz, 2 wickets to him. And the Blinders, yeah, they've got themselves back into this. It was 35 without loss at the in the power play. Now they've got, well, another wicket. So 2 off the big 3 they've got already. Nice shape on that. Kumar, we know that this is the guy, Sanjay Kumar, that if he clicks, he can get quick runs very, very quickly indeed. He can race into the 20s off just like sort of 6 or 7 balls. He's that sort of player.
Yeah, I think he's batted really well in this series, actually, and bowled pretty well. Uh-oh, this one is uncontrolled pull shot, I guess. He has to hustle. Gets through for 1. He's off the mark, not without some discomfort.
Yeah, it's banged in, and well, he plays the pull shot pretty well.
Oh, he has. Ali Almaz, 2 for 4, and 2 big wickets. This is the 3rd of the big fish on strike right now, Sheikh Raziq.
Plays it away nicely to the man at point. He'll take the single. Wonder what's going through the captain Raziq's mind here now. He knows that's 2 wickets gone. He knows that that means that he's the one who's going to have to be responsible for getting probably another 40 runs to his name to see and bat through these innings to try and get to that 100, 110 mark. So a bit of pressure on him. He'd be hoping Kumar does well. And Kumar plays that nicely. It was a good delivery again from Almaz.
Well, that's a question. I got a question for you. How was your lunch? Did you enjoy it when you finally got it? And I had 2 of them, so I know how I enjoyed mine.
My lunch was very good. Yeah, that's me being nice. I'm coming back here with your lunch, and I can see you munching away already. And then I'm told that you're not just munching yours, you munch mine.
I got eyes everywhere. I got told you were bringing more over. I was just trying to make. We don't.
No, it was very good. Thank you.
We don't get too many breaks here. You probably noticed that.
No, it was really good. I just want to say thank you very much to Meda Dab, who, well, outside of Hungary, she's always a part of the ECN crew, but here she's looking after us very well indeed, like the Federation are. And
bangers and mash with a German twist.
Yeah,
that's what it was.
Proper
it was
German
brilliant.
Sausages.
Yep.
And yeah, I did like the mash as well. There's a delicately played little paddle, but fine leg will stop. That comes off the pads. It doesn't really get too much bad onto this at all, or no bad at all.
End of the over, so 47 for 2. And another good over. Over without a boundary. That one only going for 3 and leg by. So 47 for 2, 4 overs to go. 2 a ball gets them 95 now. So, hey, got to say, that's, we always enjoy our lunches. But, I mean, that's something that probably not all of our crew, not just us, but because of the quick turnarounds here, you don't get too many breaks, do you? And sometimes we get only a few minutes to eat.
Back to the action, so Garney to continue.
Yeah, these two have been brilliant putting the brakes on. Let's see if they can keep doing that. Razik punches this first one out for 1.
Yeah, you know what I always like to say? I always like to say, no hay dos sin tres, as this one gets thrown back. And what I'm referring to here, there's no point having 2. You got to have 3. There we go.
Umpire Steve, and where did you get hit? Are you going to tell us where you got hit? I reckon about there. Yeah, but he's fine. He's tough as nails, Umpire Steve. Yeah. That's all right.
He said if it was a little bit this way, he would have been in a bit of trouble. Yeah. Oh, this one's been hit really well. Work to be done here by Gucci. Well, it was a great effort. And the outstretched dive, trying to stop it. And not able to 4 runs. This is a wonderful shot from Rasik. He gets plenty of power into it. Nicely done. 4 carreras.
Good effort from Gooch, but he was never going to get there, was he? And it's nice to have Steve here. I don't have a microphone for you, but he's really getting into the Peacock Friday as well, isn't he? As this one is going to be punched out just for 1. Yeah, that's the thing. He's just saying it's just my normal clothes. Well, Steve, me too, because every day I'm wearing something pretty loud. But I've gone a little bit summery today. I'm getting quite excited. Might be wearing my bathers on underneath because that pool looks pretty appetizing, doesn't it?
Steve, now I've got a question. Well, Steve has shared something with me.
Okay.
I want to know.
Well,
I don't know.
It wasn't his lunch, was it?
I don't know if you noticed or anybody noticed. Well,
Okay.
Steve, we're loving the shirt he's wearing at the moment.
Yeah.
But did you notice the shirt he was wearing when he was umpiring?
I didn't, but they told me.
But you're laughing, so you know the story. Go on, you can speak on behalf of...
Kushal Gabana is saying Steve looks all set for the bikini end. Well, this is the bikini end we're commentating from. Yeah, but Steve apparently was wearing his umpiring shirt inside out for the first 2 matches as well. Now, you're almost turned inside out by that throw. And you know what's so great? And Steve, I know you probably have nice things to say about Spring Productions who do all the TV for us. Wait for this. This one almost could have been out. A bit of argy-bargy. And he puts his hand up saying, sorry about that. No problems, nothing intended. And you just know that Andrus and Martins and Richards, who are here shooting the action on behalf of our broadcast partners, Spring Productions, they wouldn't have missed you getting into the action, let's say, Steve. Let's wait for this last ball of the over from Garney.
Yeah, they would love a boundary here, wouldn't they? Just to try and stay sort of around 10. And
missing leg.
Missing leg.
Shout out to Guri and James out there umpiring. That's the end of the over. The score 56 for 2 after 7. Well, here we are. It's Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo, on a beautiful Peacock Friday. We're all getting into the action here. I've got Rico here. I've got Steve Anthony, a.k.a. Hulk Hogan. No, he doesn't have the hair anymore. But Steve, just talk us through the action here. Maybe you can say exactly what happened.
Here we go.
Oh, God.
Here we go.
I think I just got in the wrong position. Oh, my. It looks worse. It looks worse than it was. I actually kind of just slipped.
I love the way you get up here and say, I'm fine, I'm fine.
Yeah, don't forget to signal the leg by.
Yeah. Now, was it a leg by?
It was a leg by. There you go. Look, signal the leg by. You know. So yeah, I don't know. I've got nothing much more to say about it other than it just looks a bit ridiculous.
I enjoyed it. I don't know if the Russian judges are giving you a 10 for the landing. I'll be honest with you. But honestly, I want to say, in all seriousness, great job so far. I know it's not an easy job, and it's easy for us to enjoy it from here. And we've been under attack a bit today with the balls as well. So so we've been copying it from time to time. What a guy he is, eh?
He's absolutely
all
fab.
the umpires, I know we give him a bit of stick sometimes, don't we? But
listen, the reason that I like Steve as well, he's been giving me the old tips of the old Hungarian words as well. So thank you very much for that as well, Steve. And he's been bringing us our coffees as well. He's a lovely guy. He's a lovely guy. I just got to say again, look, thank you to Steve. I've said it already. Thank you to Meta, but thank you to the whole federation here in Hungary. They really have looked after us ever so well.
Yeah, they certainly have. Paul Tucker saying loving the shirts, and wouldn't expect anything less on Peacock Friday. His name was Zahid.
Hit pretty hard, just dropping in front of the fielder. He does very well, actually. That's good work. And once again, it's that man, Abasghani. He's looking to take the catch, and as soon as he realises he's not going to get there, he stops the ball, slides and stops it. No boundary, just a single.
Good defensive pressure. Paul Tucker. Oh, I always like it when I can see some Spanish I can understand saying, que camisas bonitas.
Sí, gracias.
Muchas gracias, Paul. Uh-oh. Straight up in the air.
Who's going to get there? Fielder comes across and takes a very comfortable catch. Nicely taken. And it's the captain himself, Ali Farasat. And they get another one. So Kumar, and hasn't been there that long. Not faced too many deliveries, but he's trying to accelerate the rate. And he's not able to. He goes for 3 of 6 deliveries. So just you see there, just losing his shape slightly. I think he was reaching for this. He doesn't use his feet. He needed to take another step forward before playing the shot. And reaching for it, head going up in the air. And another good bit of fielding there from the blinders. When they're on song, when they're fielding well, they are good. But they do have blips sometimes. And, well, they just go through a mode where everything goes wrong. But at the moment here, they're looking very good, looking very strong. Another very fine catch.
Yeah, very good catch. First they had to work out who it was. Whose it was, and yeah, definitely I think that's one which captain takes charge, and correctly so. So 57 for 3. Razik still there though. He's joined now by Osama Mohammed, who will be on strike. Wicket for Omar Zahid. Not a good over so far.
This is, I think, going down the leg side. Oh, well, I thought maybe it was, but umpire, jury saying no. And it was, I'll give it this, it was full. And the question is it going to go and hit the stumps or not? Make your mind up.
I think it's pretty close. I mean, we'll have a look at it. The first time we're looking at stump to stump. Does it move a little bit? I mean, this one, for me, yeah, I mean, it's threatening to come back, isn't it? I mean, you be the judge. This one, you can see 2 stumps probably. Similar to one before, wasn't it? Where mine says it might be sneaking, but the decision's been made, and the score is 57 for 4. The comeback continues. Omar Zahid's on a hat-trick. Well, could he be hat-trick taker number 12? Because we've been stuck on 11 hat-tricks now for 11 days. And so Naveen Gunasekaran, he was the last man to take a hat-trick in the Czech Republic. I know that we had one in Sweden before that. But, well, can he add his name to that list?
Hat-trick ball. Omar Zahid takes a deep breath. In he comes. And it's nicely played out. They do take the single. Good backing up there from Rasik. Rasik now here has only got to play just one way. The overs are going pretty quickly. Balls are running out pretty quickly. He's got to get far, and he's got to try and get this score pumped up. He's got to try and get at least close to 90. Even that seems difficult from here.
It's hard to believe that they were 35 after the power play. 23 off the next 5 overs.
He's played this nicely, but again, it's just that tiki-taka. They started, you're absolutely right, started boom, boom. Plenty of boom, boom, and now it's gone tiki-taka. And there's the end of another fine over. So the bowlers just producing one fine moment after another, and the fielders are backing them up as well.
Just one boundary, Rico. One boundary since the end of the power play. And that came in the 7th over. Now, look, we're talking about some of the umpires, and I see that James has just come into the bowlers in right now. That's James Lloyd there. Jimmy is a great guy. He had his own moment where he went a bit viral last year.
I remember.
This is when, we showed this already, but as long as we're getting into Steve.
Keep an eye on the batter there. The batter is focused on something. What is the batter focused on? What is he thinking? He's thinking something's not right here. And what's not right? Have you picked it? What's not right? Here comes the bowler, and the bowler says, emergency, stop. Hang on a minute. Something's not right here. Have a look, and he says, oh, yeah. There you go. The stumps were on the wrong line.
So we had Steve giving us a moment today. That was James from last year. So there's James. He's always checking the stumps every ball now to make sure they're in the right spot. Oh, anyway, Rahul Goyal is going to get a bowl now in the 9th. Turn into some spin.
Oh, this is an opportunity. Stumping opportunity goes amiss. Doesn't really move his body. He tries to reach for this.
I think must have got the bat because there's no signal. So just judging by the reaction of Baiji, though, I feel like that's it.
But it didn't run, did they?
Oh, there's no signal. Do they not run?
No, I don't think
Well, that would
they
explain why there's no
That's why
signal.
There's no signal, buddy.
Okay. I'll see. Another. That's even me making the clangers.
Oh, that's a good stop.
Yeah.
Really good stop. Hasn't he? I mean, the fielding here today, I mean, we've seen great stuff from Abbas Ghani there. It's the captain, Ali Farasat. The blinders, that's one thing to do well. And I think because they field so well, even though teams get off to a good start, they just grind them down.
Yeah, they've been really good.
And, that's well bowled, but again, it's another one. Is that area?
Yeah.
What's the tip here for Mars Vaji
For
to these? 'Cause
Mars,
they're the ones he misses out on.
Yeah, so the thing is, and it's tough because it's actually drifting away from the batter, and that means it's drifting away from the keeper. So he has to try and maybe overcompensate. See how each time the ball's been a little bit right of where his eyes are. And yeah, it's partly staying down longer, but more just kind of covering, even to go a bit further. So
Okay.
often it's about overcorrecting. Oh, he's bowled him. This has gone straight between the legs, I think, and Goyal gets a wicket, so nothing wrong with that one. And, well, the bye works out nicely for the blinders as Burhan walks across, and he walks himself. In fact, no, it's not Burhan, it's Sheikh Razik who's out, of course, after the bye. They changed the strike, so Goyal, spin to win. He's the man that gets the skip up. And look at that, it was straight through the legs. And a big moment in the match as Razik's gone for 15 at 61 for 5.
Yeah, I think it catches a bit of the pad, which is, I think, why Goyal starts turning towards the umpire for the LBW because
Yeah.
it would have been plumb.
Oh.
But then he sees it's going
I actually
on
don't
and
think
hit
so,
the
because
stump.
look how
Don't
far.
you think it hits the pad?
Yeah, it does hit the pad, but it wouldn't have been LBW.
Because of the line, yeah.
He's outside the line drifting further away. But, yeah, it just knocks it back onto the stumps. Going back to the keeping quickly, I often say it's about slightly overcorrecting yourself. So if you find someone like Goyal, you're not getting across, then I often say try and go a bit too far.
Yeah.
Okay? And if you can get your eyes behind that ball so it's coming down the middle of your body, then you're more likely to be able to make the stop. It's not easy. When you're reaching with your hands to the side of your body, sometimes you have to because you just don't have time to get your whole body across. But it's always more difficult than catching it in the middle of your body under your eyes. Goyal gets a finger on this, but it'll just be one. This is Vasudev. He's a bit of a finishing specialist, isn't he?
Now, Vinny, you remember when we started the day one, and this man coming on the bowl was pumped all over the place.
Yeah.
Catches were being dropped, but at the same time, he was being hit boundary on boundary. What did I say to you?
He's been to win.
He's going to come back, and he's going to take loads of wickets. And that's what he's starting to do, and it should be another one here. And, well, he's misjudged this. He came in a long way where the fielders do well together. Welly Gummergate keeps his eye on it well and then has to tidy up. He just drifted in so much, and then he had to start going the other way, Ali Yilmaz.
Yeah.
And then he's reaching for it. And it's always very difficult to take catches when your arm's away from the body.
Well, a bit like my parallel parking. He had to stick it into reverse, and he didn't quite get it right. And so, tough one. And he's made it tough for himself, basically. Here's a bit of a chance. I suppose only concedes a single, I think, in the end. In fact, no, they do get two. Oh, they're just pretty lazy running there in the beginning, but they still had time for a two. 64 for 5 after the 9th over. Again, the good comeback continues, despite missing that catch. Just one boundary in the last 6 overs. So, yeah, congratulations to Goyal. Takes 1 for 4 of his over. And now we go into the last. Umar Zahid's going to come back. He bowled a very good 8th over where he took 2 wickets in consecutive balls. Only 3 singles came off that over. And so, let's see what happens in the 10th. Vasudev to face.
And asking the question, I think,
It's off the bat.
yeah,
Ooh.
I'm just
Ooh.
keeping an eye on the umpire here. Certainly for it to go where it did, there must have been bat involved here.
Yeah, well, you'd hope so, because otherwise I think this is stone dead. Have a look at this on the replay. And, yeah, it's actually off the back of the bat. I've seen those given, you know, because it looks a bit like it hits the pad.
Yeah.
And then, how about this? That could have been a bit of a moment to forget as well. And Fletch-style throw once he got it. So what's that? 2, so 66 now.
Bat and ball, they're going to be looking for 2
They're gonna
again.
come.
They're going to turn and go. Well, they should be turn and go. That's poor. That look what the ball hasn't even been collected, and the batter is already saying no, and that's not very good, is it at all? No, I think that is Burnham. He's saying nope, don't want it.
Yeah,
Had to turn and go there.
So he's got to face up, Burhan. Oh, and it gets through the field, so it's going to be 4. So it gets a bit funky. Well, he might have left one on the table, but he gets 4 this time, and this time the fielder just couldn't get off his feet here. So he takes a bit of a bounce, but kind of just reaching, kind of wrong-footed himself, didn't he, Nandika? And so couldn't get a full dive at that and a handy boundary. The first one in ages for the Cobras.
Yeah, Burhan actually plays that pretty nicely. He waits for it. I thought he was just going to have a big swing, but he doesn't.
It was 19 balls without a boundary. That streak's broken.
It's fairly well, and how will he run this time? Well, again, very poorly is the answer to that. He's criticising himself about the shot rather than thinking that he's got to try and get back on strike, which is where he needs to be. If he's the one who can hit the ball pretty well, Vasudev, don't look. We know when we've seen him, he's been able to pump the ball to the boundary.
You don't
as
want to
well.
take a suicidal second, but you want to take any second that you think there's any realistic chance that you could make it safely. But 2 to come, score 72.
Oh, well, hang on a minute. This is going to be called, I think, as a no ball. And it goes all the way as well. Does it? No, 4. Is it 4? Let's have a look a second. No, it does go all the way. Manos arriba, Vidro. Well, put them up like you just don't care. This is 6 for the shot, 1 for the no ball, 7 in total. And it's just going wrong here a little bit at the end. These are so valuable runs. Free hit to come as well.
And this one is waist high. I mean, that's the definition, I think, of waist high. And Umar Zahid, 7 on his back. That's not the kind of 7 he wanted. And we've got a free hit coming. So a late rush from the Cobras. They've been sleeping in the grass the last few overs, haven't they? But still, they're looking to get something 80 plus. Remember, they were 64 after 9.
79 now on the board. So you just think, send this next 2 deliveries to the boundary, finish in the high 80s, and you got to interest him out. This will be a wide, so it still will remain a free hit. And that's how you get to 80 without having to do too much. So it's all going wrong in the 10th.
Judge bowlers a lot of the time by how they come back after some adversity. Okay, so Zahid's bowled a pretty bad ball there. He knows that. Okay, he's got a wide straight after, but see if he can hold his nerve. In these last 2 deliveries, they're still super important, and they're in a good position, the Blinders.
It's going to be another wide, Vinny. He's just panicking. You can see he's...
Momentum's such a funny thing in cricket, isn't it? Or any sport. It's an intangible. And you can feel, just hear the cheers coming from the Cobras bench. You feel they're building here, and they can take that into the second half of this game, despite this score being a bit below par, I think.
Yeah, I mean, somehow they've got into the 80s. Better.
That's a free hit. I think he forgot. Just the way he hits it. I think, honestly.
I think he was shaping up for a leg side hit and then couldn't.
You still got to go.
Yeah, you got to swing
all barrels,
wild.
don't
you? It was interesting.
All right, so it kind of gets out of the free hit with 3, basically. 2 wides and a single. Here's the last ball. Seatbelts on, everyone.
And
oh, no. Where's Marzi throwing that to? Bowler. Oh, no, he slipped over. Hold on.
Oh, the keeper's down. They're going to go again.
Oh, no, he's going to be sent back.
Well, I thought we were going to see another incredible 3 here. Marzi's on the ground, doesn't get up. Marzi coming up, you get.
This will be a replay we'll see a couple of times.
Wow.
I love last balls. Imagine a whole game of just last balls. Now, where do we start here? Little edge. I think it's a drop catch.
Yeah.
And Marzi throws it to nobody. Slips it. And then Omar Zahid just sitting in the middle of the pitch doing nothing. I was calling bowler. And I still think they could have got another one here. Look. But then Vasudev's keen. Burhan isn't getting up.
He's on the floor. He's having a...
There's still no one at the bowler's end is my whole point.
Vasudev is... well, the batter at the other end is saying, that's Burhan is saying, well, Marzi, if you can sleep on the job, I'm going to lie next to you and give you a cuddle. I want to sleep on the job as well. And in the end, you're absolutely right. There was 3 there. It would have been another amazing 3. Marzi, though, he throws this, and once he throws it, he says, I'm going down. I don't want anybody to know it's me. He was hiding.
I also think Omar Zahid freezes in shock. He never moves from that spot. He just keeps pointing, and everyone's going to that end. What about the other end? Look at these stumps. There's nobody there. And Guri wants to take the stumps in the end. He said, if you're not going to go, the umpire's going to take him. So that's 2 runs because there was a little edge on that. Just remember that ball because they're going to finish 84 and they probably should have been 82. I think most of the time that gets caught.
I like the way Rahul. Can we see it one more time? I like the way Rahul Goyal is there at the end. He's like the traffic cop trying to flow the traffic. Watch him at the end standing at the keeper's end. What? Here's a throw. Goyal is now coming in here. And while Zahid is still...
forgot that.
There's the slip. Here's the throw. And then look at Goyal coming in here. He's now standing and saying, all right, you stay there. You stay there. Watch. Here we go. Look. Here's the old signalling. Okay, he's saying no. He said, stay there.
Yeah,
then he's going to look at Marzi and say, you stay there.
Well.
I love it.
Look both ways before you cross the street. And look both ways before we look at this scorecard, because it was a flying start for the Cobras as they took 35 off the power play, but then they hit the skids, didn't they? The Blinders, well, let's just say this is a moment that could have been a lot worse. It was a bit of shoulder on shoulder in the end. They walked away from it. And well, you see there, just a little bit of a loving rub from Gooch. Just got Welly Gamagate back on track. And this Cobras side was on track for a big total, you felt, after the first 3 overs. That was until the wickets started falling. It looked like trouble for the Blinders, who really need to play well this afternoon to play themselves into that top 2. But it looked like it was going to be a long way there. But then a little bit of brilliance was required. It wasn't on that occasion. Welly Gamagate threw himself at it. But in the end, the Cobras would continue to plunder until this kind of turning point when the wicket started falling. And Ali Yamas, he was the man that was able to turn this innings around.
Yeah, Marzi on this occasion taking the cat. Yogi, he was dropped on 14. He only really added 1 more run on the board, so Welly Gamagate would have been too disappointed. That man there, well, remember, he was not flying right at the beginning there, Abbas Ghani, but how he came back. And he took some fantastic catches. A great effort there from Gucci, sliding along, trying to stop this. They needed something to happen. They needed wickets. Well, the captain says, okay, I'm the man to do it. Love the way he got into a low catching position there. And a really good catch from the captain, Ali Farasat. But this one, well, I don't know. Yuri says, yeah, you got to go. I must admit, I think that was a tough call. And, well, there's no doubt about this one. And the spin of Rahul Goyal getting better all the time and picking up wickets. This is up in the air. This should have been another. And the fielder guilty, Ali Yamaz there, coming in too much, but well done. And from Welly Gamagate there, kept his eye on the ball really well. This was a lovely shot. And this just started things happening towards the end, didn't it? That was a no ball that got pumped for 6, so that was 7. Then there were a couple of wides as well. This was the edge. This was a crazy finish. They run 1. And the throw from Marzi, when he throws it and says, I didn't throw it, I'm hiding, it wasn't me. The fielder goes down, he gets the throw in, nobody at the other end. And if the batter stayed on his feet here, Mohamed Burhan dived to get in. And if he could have picked himself up, and maybe there could have been a 3 there, because I tell you what, I think we already knew that Vasudev was already there. Well, it's been a strange day here at the ground, this GB Oval in Budapest. Funny things have been happening, and some have been quite serious, but fortunately enough, nobody's been injured. People have been falling around all over the place. It's something in the air in Budapest as we have a look at the scorecard. Ashwath Narayana, 23 of 16. He'll be disappointed when he got out. He got out at a point. Really, he should have been looking to put in a good partnership with his captain, Rasik. Yogi Sehal, another one. He gave a chance on 14. Should have gone to make that count. He lost his shape, lost his head. He was out for 15, as was Rasik, the captain, beautifully bowled by Rahul Goyal. And then it looked like it was going to be a low-pass score around about maybe 70-something, because it was 64 for 5 at the end of the night. And then, all of a sudden, 20 runs. That last over went magical. 20 runs came from nowhere, and that's helped this to get into the 80s. So it's going to be the Grady 80s. And I know that people that have been following the European Cricket Network for coming up to 3 years now will know that we've had some very exciting, very interesting, very thrilling, very dramatic games in the 80s, as we have a quick look at the bowling figures. And wickets: 2 for Yilmaz, he bowled really well, 2 for 6, fantastic from him. Omar Zahid did back up 2, but his second over was really expensive, and 2 for 23. And then the other wicket taker right there at the end was in the bottom of the screen there, Rahul Goyal, who once again only got the 1 over, but picked up a wicket for 4 runs. It's match number 19, and it's going to be an exciting finish to it, I can tell you that. Cobra, they managed to accelerate right towards the end when it did not look likely to get to 84 for 5. So 85 required for the Blinders. And join me, Rico Fuller, Mr. Maximo, for the conclusion of this match number 19. It's going to be an absolute classic. Could we go right down to the last one? It's the GB Oval. Could it also be a golden ball? Oh, wait and find out. Volvemos en 10 minutos. Hello and welcome back, mi familia. I hope you're all well and I hope you've all recovered from those crazy, chaotic scenes towards the end of that innings there. As we keep saying, has been something in the air in the capital of Hungary here in Budapest at this GB Oval. And, well, it's been a day where there's been a frenzy of entertainment. And I think it's going to continue. This match is evenly poised. Cobra 84 for 5. And they managed with 20 coming off the last over to get them to this score. Up against the Budapest Blinders. Look, the Blinders yesterday with the bat were in awesome form against the Debrecen Vikings, 142. And then they set the record here in an ECS series, 162. But different opposition, different proposition of bowlers. How will they fare is going to be a Tush Matur to start. And it's a bit of a wild swing on the first delivery. And I can give you the openers. We're starting with Abbas Ghani, who, despite that collision, has had a very good day out there in the field. And he's with Amjad Aziz at the non-striker's end. Oh, this is a wild delivery. It's been called a wide for a moment. I thought it may even be too high. Let's have a look. Yeah, I think it is on the way down. I mean, it's definitely a wide. Let's see the height on this, where it ends up. Well, I think it could have been called for the height as well. Remember, we are talking and waist or above. So they're the hardest ones to call when they're outside that, the batter. And this is going to be another wide, so he's overcompensated, Matur. And the Blinders, one thing that they do is they support each other very well, and you're going to hear that even sort of all the runs, whatever they are, whether they're singles, going to be well supported by the players sat in their areas. Matur, can he get this one right? The left armour. He does. It's a good delivery. And it's forced away off the back foot as the throw comes in. The keeper, Ashworth Rayana, doesn't really know where that went. It sort of bounced over him. And it's been a day, as we keep saying, that funny things have happened. There's been destruction and devastation on the field of play. Players and umpires going all over the place. There's been destruction and devastation here in the ice cube as balls have been coming in our direction. And Vinny Sandu just added to that by walking into banners and knocking things over as well. It's and causing more work for Baza. You don't want to make Baza angry. Make Baza angry, you'll pay the price. He's got a bit of Spanish blood on him, has Baza, living in Spain too long. In the beautiful city of Valencia. This is hit down the ground, but just will bounce a couple of times kindly for the fielder, Usman Mohammed. Need wickets early here, need breakthrough in the power play. The batting lineup of the Blinders is long and strong. So they're probably the team, I think, that perhaps in terms of the number of players that can bat and bat well, probably got the most depth, I would say. They've still got batters that can come in at number 7 and 8 and crunch the ball all over the place and win you matches. And all batters that are suited to this shorter format of the game. Ghani, 1 not out, 4 on the board, and singles apiece for the 2 batters, and some wides from Mathur to start off with. Goes for the big shot, doesn't quite get the timing right. It will be fielded by the fielder, looking to take the 2, and they do comfortably. Nice work once more out in the deep from Usman Mohammed. But he had the thing here was, this is why this was such a good and safe run, is that the fielder had to get to the ball. It didn't go to him quickly. And once he got to it, pick up and throw. By the time the throw's coming in, the batters have sort of more or less completed that too. But you still have to be on the same page. The communication has to be there. This time, is he going to get there? And, well, he does get there. He doesn't get there to take the catch. And he does get a bit fortunate as well, because once he realises the catch isn't on, he just literally throws his body at it quite bravely as well, taking one for his team. But you see the ball here could have just lobbed over him and spun to the boundary, but takes a kind bounce. And actually ends up nicely in his hands as he gets the throw and keeps it to one.
The Blinders that have won the toss
So
this
there
time
was
around.
opportunity. Vinny, stop talking when I'm talking. I've told you about this before. Well,
You
I
want a
don't know
sneak
where that
preview?
Vinny came from.
Here's a sneak preview. Once again, thanks to Spring Productions, who did extend their contract by 4 years, and they've done everything since to try and get that cancelled. There's a 48-hour cooling off clause, guys. So if you don't want to work together, just let us know. Tell you what, it's going to be a streak that's hard to beat as well. 269 games without a golden ball. This is a great Addies match, Rico. Could this be the game that we break the drought? Well, have a look at this. For a
Up in
ball
the air,
that's going too high.
opportunity. It's going to be a difficult one. And, well, Yogi Segal couldn't get to it. It was just hovering up there in the air for a long time. And it's one of those which I think if you do end up taking these, there's a bit of luck involved.
Yeah, probably. The key with these, you've got to try and run further than you think, because you always seem to be this far short. See? So the fielders that are good at those, they say, I normally try and go a little bit past where I think it's going to land. But you don't want to go too far past because it'll clonk you in the head.
Well, this is a beautiful shot. The timing is epic on this. It goes all the way. Shaba, kinna sona, shaka, lagia.
Yeah, what a shot. Through the line, mid-off's up. So it's a fairly safe area to go. Just look at the follow through there. The bat follows through the exact direction that he wants it to go. And if the scorers didn't know that was 6, when he hit it, they knew certainly when it landed, because that was right in front of them. That might be MSP doing the scoring one hand. And now the next one, he's out. He's 6 and out. Garni, he is ropeable with himself. And Venkatarajan gets the ultimate revenge. The first wicket falls. It's 15 for 1.
Oh, well done to the bowler, Venkatarajan. He just sees a superb shot played for a big 6, which had our scorers in trouble. But then he bounces back, and look, he's absolutely, well, what's the word I'm going to use that's kind enough to describe it, and I can say it on air, gutted with himself, because he knows that that is not a wicket that Venkatarajan has made. That's a wicket he's given away. He's no right to. Look where he ends up. He doesn't have to do that. He just played a brilliant shot, batting inside his crease, playing a lovely, glorious shot, and then he loses his shape totally and gets himself out.
Yeah, it goes walkabout, doesn't he, Garnett? And he has to keep walking, gone for 12. So this brings Azanka Welligamagate to the crease, and he is a guy in form. 54 yesterday. Again, he's just still kind of holding that shoulder.
He was 54 yesterday, same age as me.
54? Oh, when's your birthday again?
You just said he's 54 yesterday.
Well, he is 54. But I tell you what.
Well, if I tell you,
even if he gets the 38
nice
on his back, I reckon they'll win this game. Welligamagate.
Yeah.
Let's see how we go, though.
He don't hang around.
This is their approach, though, Blinders. Especially chasing a target like this. They're not going to be too conservative. They're going to go for it. Oh, except for this one.
Good delivery.
But, you know, the way UCB chased the score in the 90s earlier, they kind of battered themselves into a bit of a hole. The Blinders, if anything, will go the other way. Well, there's the one he's leaving. I'm going to bet you, your bottom dollar, that he won't be leaving this one.
He is probably the sweetest timer and hitter of the ball I've seen in a while. He really can hit the ball so well. And here we go. That's what I'm talking about. Right into the boundary. You thought I'm going to curse him. No, I didn't. That is cool. Look, we know the commentator's curse. This is the commentator's kiss.
You say that.
What a hit.
Mean, he could have got it better, to be honest. And they just setting up that banner because that's the one I walked
That's the one you knocked over.
And Welligamagate tries to test it out straight away. Gets off the mark with a 6. What a way to get off the mark.
Well,
Takes on one and wins.
6 and out again, maybe. What's all this white stuff all over the place? It's not snow. Don't panic. But, well, it's a good job I don't have hay fever.
Here's what snow looks
Pollen
like.
count is pretty high here.
When you blow a dandelion. Are they called dandelions? What are they called? Those.
Not a No, not dandelion.
What are they called? Okay, end of the over. I like Google, whatever that is. It is 21 for 1 after 2. So let's have a look at the table because it's pretty interesting at the moment. Royal Tigers found their way back to the top, but the Cobras, I think they're going to have to win both of these games. They want top spot back, but what they can do essentially is play the Blinders out of the top 2, the Cobras, if they can defend this. Now, if the Blinders win this game, they go 10-10, well then suddenly, you know, whoever wins that next game, the final game of the day, will get that double chance. So that's going to be huge to play for. But that's assuming the Blinders can chase this down, which they really should. 21 off 2, chasing 85. Ash Mathur is going to come back for over number 3.
Mathur, and he comes. And that's the line I think he's got to try and bowl. It's full. And he's not bowling anything into what I would call sort of the swing zone of the batter in the arc. So the batters are having to play straight. And you can see there, though he's still going for the shot, it's a bit scratchy, gets a bit of an inside edge to it. I think he's just got to stick to that. Say, right, I'm going to go for full and straight. And if you want to go across the line and take me on, fair dues. If you hit me straight, okay, good shot. But I'm not going to stop what I'm trying to do. Gives a bit of whiff to say, oh, this could be trouble. It's got to be out here. Surely, I mean, he's gone straight away. I mean, he couldn't have left his crease any quicker. But you can see that's a very, very confident Ashwathanarayan here. I think he's gone.
It's closer than you think, I think. Look. Oh, he doesn't get the bat down, does he? Yeah, bat's not down.
Boom.
Gone. Yeah, he almost makes it, but it's a plonk, isn't it? And he knows he's gone. And I think he probably had the kind of range to slide that bat in. We'll never know, will we? But this is going to be a wicket for sure. So the Blinders are going to be 22 for 2. And a bit of shooting themselves in the foot there when it comes down to it.
Yeah, I mean, that's not sensible. I think Mars Bargy is probably already ready to get out there. I would imagine it's going to be Mars Bargy. But yeah, this is I mean, he calls it and he goes pretty quickly. I don't think he could have got out of the blocks any quicker. I don't think he could have got there any faster. But, well, the decision hasn't been given yet. So maybe I don't want to cook myself too much. But I think, look, he's starting to go now. Maybe if he had got the dive in, perhaps. But you can see here, look at the margin.
Even a bat slide probably gets in there. That's why I think it'll run the unofficial edge of it. But just a moment before that, you could see there's no issue with the keeper. Took the ball, and that's the shot right there.
Yeah.
That shows it clearly.
So, yeah, it is Mars Bargy. He had a good day yesterday, didn't he? Well, look, both these batters yesterday were on song. They were hitting the ball really well. And Asanka Willigame in the match where they made the record-breaking 162, he made 54 of 18. But somebody else who needed 18 balls to get to his 50 was a man he's joined by Mars Bargy. So we know that both these batters, they get going. They take this match away from you in no time.
Yeah, definitely. But the 2 half-century makers unite. And let's see if they can move things forward. The Blinders, 22 for 2 off 2.2. And Aziz run out for 2 off 2.
We're about to lose our ice cube here.
That quickly.
Where's this breeze come from?
Well, wait and see. Have you ever seen that? 22 for 2 off 2.2 with the batter run out for 2 off 2? With two fielders
No, I don't think so. But what I do know is, I'm glad you brought that to my attention, when it's 22 for 2, all the 3 2s like that, you make a wish in Spain.
I see 7 2s. 8 if you include the 1.2 overs from Mathur. Weird. Maybe
It's been that sort of day.
And look, number 2's bowling. And Shoob's not umpiring, otherwise it looks like ballerina wearing a tutu. The ball gets hit back at him. Here's the next one from Mathur. Blinders, this is their approach. And if it comes off, it looks aggressive. And if it doesn't, it looks reckless. But whatever happens, keep your eyes on your screen, because they're chasing this 85 like it's 135 at the moment.
Yeah. Now, this is the sort of thing that we were saying that the UCB have to do, right? Go out there, play your shots. Don't be afraid to play your shots. And to be positive.
Polar opposite of the UCB approach.
Shout to catch it. Oh, well, he's run all round this. He's got to get down and try and stop this. He's run into it, then try to chase after it, Sanjay Kumar. And by that time, it's too late. He's got to get a dive in to try and smother this just there.
And a catchable height, but it's in the gap, isn't it? And so, yeah, he doesn't cut off the angle. Once he was chasing that backwards, he was never going to win. So, I mean, the power play, not too bad. Runs wise for the Blinders. We know that they don't overvalue wickets. We know that. 2 form batters at the crease. Still in a very good position to win this match. Last ball the over coming up from Mathur. It's bowled pretty well.
Oh, that's unlucky. That really is unlucky. They do take the single, and it is on the bat. But this is a good delivery, and this is what I was saying. This is what you got to bowl. I know he's got unlucky a couple of times, hasn't gone through, but sooner or later you will get through. Either the player will knock it on, or or you'll get the edge and the catch will be taken, or they'll miss it completely. So still, that's a good spell of bowling. 2 overs, 14. Sometimes it's not about just taking the wickets, it's about keeping that rate down. And one thing I can tell you, that at the moment they are running below where Coppers were inside the
That's
power
true,
play.
but just have a look at that last over. It went magical, 20 off the last, including quite a comical 2 off the last ball. And that just raised that score from 64 to 84. So you feel like if they kept going the way they were probably chasing 70. Instead, they're chasing 85. Still very, very chaseable. And these are the kind of games where you test yourself, because blinders, essentially they're playing to stay in touch with the double chance. The blinders will have to win both these games this afternoon if they're going to do that.
Adapaka is coming onto bowl. Now look, yesterday we know that both these batters went ballistic against spin bowling. They took them apart. Rakibul Rifat was hit all over the place. But Adapaka, there's something about him that I always think is going to get you a wicket or 2. And this is where I would bowl him in the 4th over. Starts with a short one. And I tell you what, he wants to hit this one to the moon. Misses it. If this hits him in front, I think he could have been in trouble.
Well, I think it's the height.
He gets the bat, you see. Otherwise, I think he's going all the way. I think it may be
at least. I tell you what he does well there, Welly Gummiga, is he looks up at his partner and sees he's not running, and that's when he knows to turn around. The amount of times we don't see batters looking at their partner.
Smashed, gone, adios. You can't be bowling that length. And this was what I was talking about yesterday. They will go after the spin. This is a big hit. It sounded epic as it echoed around this ground. He's got to fly it up. I think he's a little bit tentative to fly it. He's going to get more reward by flying it up than bowling it short.
Well, there's some dark clouds coming from that direction, but it was Welly Gummiga that brings the thunder this time. He absolutely smashed that. And that's going to be their approach.
Yeah, I mean, let's have a look at these dark clouds if we can focus on them, because I just said that our cube almost disappeared with the gush of wind. It's getting darker and darker here.
Something's going on. Uh-oh. And I'm feeling, all right, I'm getting out of here. It's coming, Rico. All right, repent your sins, because there's a storm coming, and it's coming pretty quick, and I'm panicking. It's been that kind of a day, Rico.
Vinny is packing his suitcase already.
I'm gone.
Adapaka.
This is coming in.
He seems to think it's all to do with his bowling. No, we're not talking about your bowling.
We're going to get drenched here. And I have an unprotected cube side as well. For all you cube enthusiasts out there.
We might be okay.
No,
you're panicking.
We're going down here.
Have faith.
Yeah, give me this.
What are you doing?
No.
Oh, my word.
Tell you what, I didn't save my computer twice today. Just have it drenched.
And good bit of fielding from Yogi Sehgal there. And could have, and maybe should have taken a single. All sort of activity happening along the ground here. I've got no space to stand now because Vinny's recamped in my part.
That's your problem. You want to go on the dry side of the cube? Made your bed.
And they're taking him on, and that's, well, that was dodgy. One thing I will say about Mars Baji, for some reason, he likes it dangerous, doesn't he? I mean, this one here, good throw, is out. This hits, adios, Marzi. You might as well keep on running. And wasn't the best of throws. I think you even could have got the throw to the bowler's hands. But in the end, he gets away with it. And well, you don't quite see the breeze we're talking about, those flags. They're telling you a lie. They're telling you a
You got to
wrong
listen to me.
story.
The rain's coming. Look at this. You're going to be in big trouble. Don't you remember Bulgaria last year?
Show us these clouds.
The rain's coming. They're too busy to show anything else.
Here comes the rain.
Look, I don't know if you can see
Here
the
comes
clouds.
the rain. The rain has started.
Here we go.
Vinny is panicking.
I'm out of here.
I reckon
See you guys.
Vinny is
See you
one
tomorrow
of
for Finals Friday, right here on the European Cricket Network. I'm out.
Vinny is one of those kids that when the thunder and lightning starts, he just wants to disappear. I don't think he gets too much sleep when that happens. And here, look, the umpires, well, they've sensed the panic in Vinny, and they decided we are going to come off.
I warned you. Get out of here. Save yourselves.
Well, I can't go further back, I'm sorry, and nor can Vinny. You're always going to see his head chopped off because he's put all of these obstacles in the way. Yeah. Move that out of the way. Move it over there.
Listen, you don't need a weather report when I'm telling you it's going to rain. It's going to rain. And I blame Welly Gummagate, because he brought that rain. He hit the ball in that direction. I don't need these anymore. These are gone.
You mean he put a hole in the sky and it's now leaking? There's a hole in the bucket. Well, in the
You
sky.
have a look out there. These players are tougher than me. But you know, when you could just tell the wind when it changed there, that there was something afoot. And now it's coming in sideways.
The peacock shirts don't quite look right in this weather now, do they?
Did not see this coming. Let me just try and think. I don't think we'll have this one washed out. Surely not. I mean, we're into the second half.
Yeah.
I feel that there'll be a head on Duckworth Lewis because, I mean, by coming off, you're already losing overs. So 36 for 2 after 4 overs.
Yeah,
and
well,
I think they'll do their best to come.
I was saying those flags weren't telling you, they were lying to us. But if you're looking at them now, they are waving around mad all over the place. But you know what? I think it stopped.
I don't agree.
I think stopped.
It's just
the wind is changing direction and it's blowing another. This is crazy stuff. It really. But you're right.
Yeah.
I did have this in Bulgaria, and I said after that day, I'm not predicting the weather anymore. I sort of had a look and I said, oh yeah, we might get a rain, but it might be just a light passing shower. The next thing,
not
this
looking
one
so
is
silly
gone.
now, am I? They've started packing stuff away.
This one is gone, disappeared, left me there, and by the time I came back, I looked like a drowned rat.
I tell you what, we're waiting because I know the technical guys are working on things such as not letting stuff get wet. Why don't you ask us anything you like?
Hey, that's my side. Get over there.
You don't have a side anymore.
What are you doing here? Look, where's my contract?
Sajidul Islam Naeem has said, is it raining? And the answer is yes. That's the reason the players have come off. So that's a very good question. Answer that one quickly. Answer anything you like.
Okay, where were we with the score there? Because obviously that could be important.
36 for 2 after 4. So they're ahead of the run rate. They've got 8 wickets in hand. So Duckworth Lewis, they're ahead. And the Blinders, they'll take a win however they can in this game. Look, you start losing overs already. That's the thing. As soon as you come off.
You've put stuff all over me wires. I can't move now, see? Look.
Okay, well, I'll detangle you.
There, detangle. Right, that's it.
And there we go.
I'm free. I'm free.
Because we weren't expecting this, I don't think we have anything really keyed up for a rain break either. So we're just stuck with. Well, people wanted to talk about the Vinny and Rico.
I've got an emoji for this moment.
Okay.
Yeah, I've got an emoji for this moment. There he is.
Oh, that was about how prepared we were for this as well.
They do say this is good luck. They say this is when you see this on the WhatsApp, it's a good luck emoji. So we're putting it out there for luck for the weather.
Hold on, wait.
Here we go.
Do you think
give us some good luck?
Wait.
What?
Do you think that's a good luck emoji?
Yeah. Honestly,
is that what people tell you?
You like going on to the
Is
older.
this a bit like when my parents thought that LOL stood for lots of love?
He walks, you know.
You know
he walks?
You know, some people think LOL stands for lots of love. Yeah. And then they say like, oh, so sorry to hear about Uncle Frank passing away, LOL. Have you ever heard of that?
You look it up later. It is a good luck
look, we're on the podcast now. I'm getting wet. It's going to get worse here.
Are you?
Yeah. Anyway, I did not prepare for this. So, come on, I've still got my phone. So you can go in the live chat. Who's got some questions for us?
Okay, what can we talk about?
Brian saying, I'd say Vinny is an awful roommate. Yeah, well, he took the good side. If he wants to have the side that's dry, then all bets are off. Who will win on the DSL system? I think you mean the DLS. And I already said, I'm pretty sure that the Blinders will be ahead. I don't have the printout in front of me, but they're 9-0, but they need 8.5 for the whole innings. Yeah. And they're not in any wicket trouble. Only 2 wickets down after 4. It was a funny little innings. Helix has just given the good luck emojis, 5 of them.
Yeah, look.
And yeah, I mean, you can just look for yourself. You can see who'd be ahead on the Duckworth Lewis. And we will lose some play. It does feel like it might sweep through. That's the only thing. But it is coming pretty heavily at the moment. And I'm just waiting for more instructions. Oh. And well, I think they're coming out, but that might be more to do with the fact they need to cover up the pitch rather than to...
as they're going out there, it's getting heavier.
Yeah, credit to the players. Now, I had a question from Shrug. I think I answered it before about the sight screen, which had blown over at the far end. That's because of the storm overnight, which I missed because I was sleeping. Prakash Gowda is saying Rico is funniest commentator. I will say, if you mean funny weird, yeah. If you want funny ha-ha, I'm going to let you make your own decisions.
Hey, listen. Okay, if you be nice, I'll give you a sweet.
Do you want to show this? Hold on. We got to show this.
No, you can do it in the air and you can...
No, it's better when it rolls. Okay, Rico.
But you won't capture it. Okay, we'll
hold on. You put it here.
I'll put it there.
Okay. Okay, let's go closer here.
If I can get past your obstacles.
Okay.
Yeah, how are we? Are we in...
Okay.
Well, if you angle it slightly, I'll try and catch it.
Here we go. Oh, okay. Okay, ready? Go. Show what it does. You see?
We'll try again. Hang on.
Okay, here we go. Ready? Go.
Ready? Okay,
Wind it
here we
up.
go. We're going to have a...
Here
It's
we
a
go.
sweep for you.
And look, it actually comes out the back side. So that's the kind of entertainment you get in rain breaks when we have nothing keyed up. Got some good news for you. The players have gone back out there, so they weren't faking it. They actually were going back out there. Oh.
Okay, now can
So,
I have room to move now?
This
now
is
that we
where
are
on my
carrying
computer I could normally tell you what the adjusted
Well, look,
game
what have
conditions
you done
are.
here? You've knocked everything
That
over.
was the wind, that wasn't me.
Was that the wind?
Do you
Okay.
want some updated conditions? Because
Go
I'm
on,
going to
tell
have to
us.
have a look
Give
at
us
them.
an update. Have we lost any time? Maybe not. Or have we?
I think that, well, I assume,
Maybe an over?
because it was, no, it was so quick that they haven't lost any overs. They've
Okay.
decided they're not losing any overs.
Fine. Good with that.
I mean, how sure are we that the rain was over?
Yeah, this laptop belongs to you.
Okay, hold on. You can give it back to me one at a time. Not. There we go. Even the floating text hasn't got the message yet. I'm just going to say we're going to leave everything here for now, and we'll share for the next few overs. Thank you. I have my sunglasses.
I
back,
remember
my water.
working with somebody else that was just as untidy as you. Not mentioning any names.
No comparison. Sheikh Razik comes into bowl at the 5th over, and there's a little edge, and it's probably going to run away for 4. Probably would have been a wide. Instead, it's 4. A little wry smile from Satchup behind the stumps as Sheikh tastes the boundary on the resumption of play.
Right, so the captain coming into bowl. First ball going to the boundary, and well, we've got a streaker on the pitch. No, we haven't. Is Martins, the cameraman, thinking of it? He's just going to uncover that camera.
Yeah. I mean, someone must have known, looked at the radar and said that'll be it.
There he is.
Yeah.
Well, Martin's thinking, okay, but what are you going to say that? Unclothe the camera. That's the camera that captures the bowler coming in.
Cloak. Razik into the attack for the first time in the 5th.
Goes for, well, he got lucky the time before, Mars Baji with the edge. Now, just got to stay focused here. And that's the difficulty, isn't it? When you come in, when you've just come off the field of play, you got to get yourself back in the mood. It's probably harder for the batters than it is the bowler. Wellingham 18 of 10.
A serious question in a second.
Oh, that's nicely played. Oh, this is trouble. If it's a good throw, it's not a good throw.
That's a good bit of running, good backing up and running. Do you think I overreacted there to the rain? Or do you think that was rational?
You overreacted.
Think so?
Yeah.
That's probably...
You overreacted, but
Hey,
I know you panicked. Did you ever get?
I will take
Did
that
you ever
on
get
as
into
feedback.
trouble with the weather? Did you ever get hit by lightning or
Here's
something?
the thing.
Yeah.
It's easy to say from the dry side, isn't it? Because you got the dry side.
Okay, you're on the wet side, are you? Show me a
Potentially
bit of
wet.
wetness on your side.
Yeah.
What's wet?
I know moist when I see moist. And that's the way my table's looking at the moment.
Dear. If you were offered an ice cream now, you'd take it. You'd say, yeah, I'll have an ice cream. Yeah, you're going on about things like we have in
I'll remember this.
like a tropical storm.
I'll remember this later in the year when your side's getting drenched, and I'll say, sorry, and draw a line up the middle of the commentary box, and this is your side, this is my side.
Well, look at this
Soon we're
field
gonna
here. Look, hang on, look at this field. What is going on here? They're putting everybody in that area because that's the
They
only
got
place the runs are going to come.
3 pseudo slips, the most spaced out slips caught in history, and that's probably why.
Yeah, but I think, look.
Look
if
at those
it-
3 men.
Yeah, what's going on? Okay, at least have him at first or second slip, and then the other. There's a
He's
big
just-
gap there.
he's
It'll still go
literally-
through. This will still go through. I put money on this
He's
will go
literally
through.
halfway between the keeper and the 45.
In the air, and who's going to take it? Wicketkeeper says, leave it to me, and takes the catch. Well done.
Yeah, wasn't a good shot and kind of sucked into the field, I think, because they had a 6-3 field, 6 on the off, 3 on the leg. And this is what you're often trying to do. You're trying to force a mistake, and Wellingham decides to go for the leg side, come hell or high water. And you see, going for it, forces the false shot straight up in the air. Again, that's a good call from the keeper. He could make it comfortably, and he did. Ashworth Narayana was not going to miss that.
Yeah.
And so it's a 3rd wicket down. The Blinders lose a sunker for 19, 43 for 3.
Can you feel that humidity now that we've had that bit of rain? All of a sudden, it has got really, really muggy. And you know what loves this weather? Bugs. We're going to get more bugs here now. I was saying to you before that definitely it's a bug's life here. We're going to get them all. Maybe the snakes will come out. Then you will have reason to panic.
The Cobras have already come out. 11 of them
Then
out there. 43 for 3 after the 5 over mark. If you double 43, you get 86. And that's pretty much what they're chasing in this crucial match 19. Blinders need to go back-to-back to take the top 2 this afternoon. I see Tarek saying he's just watching The Big Shot on ECN. Yeah, there's a few compilation videos there, The Big Shot. Check those out. I got to say, I want to know who decided that the rain was about to stop. They were so good at getting back on. They went out when it was still raining a bit, but about to finish. It's like someone had the radar spot on.
I think they looked up in the sky. What we got coming our way now is oh, there's blue skies. So yeah, we're all right. We're good.
A lot worse. Here's Parker. Oh, stays low and decides no, it's not out.
This is outside the line. That can be the only thing. It's outside the line because nothing else could have saved him here. Let's have a look. Where does this pitch? Where's it going on to?
Yeah, good decision.
Yeah, that's outside the line. He's going to miss the stumps.
Probably missing anyway, yeah. He's lucky he gets away with that.
Not a good shot. Play straight, Marzi. Play straight. Let's see what he does here. Similar ball. This time he's... Are you surprised on this pitch the number of batters that haven't taken a guard, sort of, I don't know, foot outside away from the stumps and then batted? Because you know what the bounce is going to be. Why are they so content in really wanting to start, even to, I know this is the spin bowler, but even to the seamers?
Oh, have a look at this.
Nah, foot stays down.
Yeah, I mean, problem is if you sneak across your stumps, you're also a big LB candidate. So you think, yeah, the foot doesn't really ever go anywhere.
If he manages to lift that foot up when he's leaning on it like that, that'll be something special.
The downward pressure.
But that's his shot. He played that shot really well yesterday, and when he hits it, it stays hit. And Anapaka, though, for me, he's pushing the ball through today rather than giving it some flight. I don't know why. I'd like to see him do a bit of both. And that one was slightly slower. He'll feel it himself, but he has dual bowled well.
Yeah. I mean, they're thrilled to be back on Cobras because they would have been losing on DLS.
What's he got on his hand there, on his non-bowling hand? It looks like he's somebody else who's got some sort of equipment there to assist his... maybe he's got some sort of an injury there?
It's like a reinforcement for that kind of the bit where the fingers meet the rest of the hand. A bit of light rain, that's why you see him just trying to dry that ball as much as he can. And the finger spinner, not easy. Jeez, he's had a good tournament though, Parker.
Firmly struck. Oh, this one doesn't bounce well.
Yeah.
And it goes through. I was going to say watch the bounce. It sort of skids through. He's a bit unfortunate. Look, he knows he still needs to do better, the captain. He's a very, very good fielder. But watch this one. You're expecting this to come up and bounce high. It stays low. And then, if you leave a gap, if you leave a bridge, the ball goes through it. 4 runs.
Beware of the skid marks. I think that's probably what we learned, especially after saw your little emoji friend there. But that'll be 4 for Faris, that first ball.
Maybe he can be your mascot. It is the day of National Day of the Mascot.
I think we could probably do something else. This will be a dot ball to finish the over. So Parker does his job, really. 13 off his 2, but doesn't take a wicket in the end. 6 overs down. It is 48 for 3. They are dead on 8 and over. And for the first time, they're just fractionally behind where they need to be.
You know where
chase.
the Cobras were? Just to run behind.
Well, if my computer was open, I probably could have told you. But you could
why
tell
don't
me.
you open your computer?
I can tell you. I know how to read your notes.
You have an issue?
I was going to say at this stage, they were 47 for 2.
I told you that already. You're not listening to me.
Okay.
Hey, listen. This is, I know you. You're all about food. So you're going to like this.
Yeah.
Okay. So.
Before you tell me that, do you think the rain was the gods punishing me for eating 2 lunches?
What? How would that
be? We've had all week. Anyway, go ahead.
Okay. So.
I do like food.
It's thinly rolled dough sheets, apple sugar, and assortment of spices. For example, cinnamon. Apple strudel. It is the National Day of apple strudel. Would love an apple strudel with some ice cream.
We're going to
Hot apple strudel with
Austria
ice cream.
next week. I love an apple strudel over there.
Yeah.
Here's Sheikh Razik.
Adios, balle, manos, arriba. And this is a Massimo.
Yeah, gets down. Slog sweep, Sheik out of the ground. That's another one that he hits into the rain clouds. And Marzi just gets things back on track. And that also brings up the 50 for the blinders.
Yeah, nice shot. I think Marzi knew that Diana Oroz is focusing her big lens on him. So he gets down on one knee, plays the shot, and then gives us his glorious smile. Marzi. And hello to Marzi's dad as well. As this one's up in the air, he gets it past the fielders, and it's going to be 4 more. Well, 6 and 4, and Marzi Wolfie is hungry for more. Yeah, hello to Mars Baji's dad, who loves following his son playing cricket. Well, wherever you are, I know that you're in Mumbai. Well, I hope you're very proud of your son, because not only is he a very talented cricketer, he's a very important member of the ECN crew as well when we are touring different places. He's a lovely guy, isn't he, Marzi?
Yeah, he sure is. And I tell you what, he seems to be performing pretty strongly here in damp conditions since the restart. Marzi has been hitting it everywhere. Getting really big. Here's the next one.
Rain's coming back. Edge, gone. Adios. You put the mockers on him. That's you, not me. That's you.
Well, also, probably shouldn't have tried to pull this ball. Tries to go fetch it from outside off stump. So he moves him forward in the game. And Sheikh Razik has the last laugh, doesn't he? And he knows it. I think little feather. Straight away he walks. Doesn't wait for the decision. So good sportsmanship. Unfortunately, just a bit like his hair dyeing job. It was a good idea at the time, but I think he's left with regrets. He becomes another wicket to fall, and it's 58 for 4.
Ooh, that's that's a bit naughty. You're getting a bit cheeky, aren't you? See, the weather changes and you change.
He knows what I'm talking about. You little bang bang face palm
Hey,
emoji.
listen, I hear that Marzi started something, because Diana Oroz is saying she's going to get her hair done today. She's going to the same hairdresser. So what colour? Come on, what colour you think Diana Oroz will look good in?
Yeah, I don't know. Maybe an electric blue.
I was thinking that ECM blue with maybe blue and gold.
The old Colin
blue
Miller.
with gold tints.
Remember saying the Colin Miller? No, that's an
Can I
Australian
just
game.
say that every time I'm walking around with Marzi and any cricketers around, the first thing they will say is, "Sir, we love your photographs."
Love you what?
Photographs. Love the photographs.
Oh, yeah.
But they always say, "Sir."
Yeah, well, I mean, these days it's not.
I think they're just
Kids
being
say what's
polite.
like these days, yeah.
I think they're just being polite.
Yeah, it's nice.
But look, yeah, photographs are absolutely fantastic. Ooh, wow.
Squeezed.
This could race away to the boundary. They're going to come back for 2. Somebody does go behind.
Oh, edge of the pitch job. Check this come back in. Oh, one short as well. One short. That's
Naughty.
annoying.
It's naughty. Who's guilty here? Well, we
I
won't
think
see,
it's
innit?
Nandika who's come in. And look at that one. Hits the edge of the pitch and bounces away. Yeah, just one short confirmed there. So comes in. Should have been 2. Instead it's 1. Rain's back. So there's got to be ahead in the game here for Duckworth Lewis. Oh, I assume.
The thing is, it's they wouldn't want, what they don't want to be doing here is losing another wicket.
But then also you can't then bat conservatively and fall behind, because they're like right on the cusp. I normally use the required rate, which after 7 times 8.5 is 60. 60 after 7 is it to be on the rate. They could probably afford to be 1 or 2 less than that. It's getting heavier, isn't it? I mean,
Diana's
this
getting
might
so
blow over as well.
I think Bazza's was going out there to offer her cap to Diana.
I'd love to.
What?
This is where I wish I'd requested the DLS, because I reckon they're pretty close. All right, 7 overs down, 59 for 4. Coming up this afternoon, it is match 20. The Blinders and the Cobras. This potentially could decide second spot and a chance to, along with the Royal Tigers, get that coveted double chance tomorrow. See Jeremy Pulathruthu coming in for his first go in the tournament, as he's going to be playing for the Cobras in that one. Blinders, let's look at their lineup. Looks fairly similar to the one. Looks unchanged to me, but you can be the judge. Join us for the 4th match. It starts in about half an hour right here on the European Cricket Network. As it is, just light rain falling. To be honest, it's just normally we play through this kind of rain anyway. Just because it came as such a shock. I think we saw them coming off pretty quickly.
Yeah, I think the only concern would be the pitch itself, because remember first thing this morning, because of that dew and the overnight rain, you had the likes of Fontaine slipping a little bit on it.
Yeah.
So the more this rain persists, the concern would be the actual pitch itself. Not the outfield or anything like that, just the pitch could get a bit slippery.
Yeah.
And, we say that it gets difficult for the fielding side, the rain. It's not easy to catch a ball when you look into the rain, or the bowler running into it, holding the ball. But the other thing is, the ball will get heavy here now, and it's harder to hit for the batting side as well.
True. I think there's a lot of blue sky around, so I think it probably will blow over, but uncomfortable 10 minutes or so. Uncomfortable 3 overs. This will be called a wide.
To the displeasure of Kumar, I think it was a wide. Let's have a look at this
Let's have a look.
Let's see
Very
this.
wide to start with. Probably is a wide technically, but we've seen a lot of those.
Do you think? I think he
it
was okay.
I grabs to me, the outside of the ball touches the blue. just the very outside of the ball, but that's normally a wide. Umpire's call, though. And if you want to avoid a wide, just get it back in a bit.
He's got to watch. I know that you don't like to focus on it too much, but the return crease with his back foot. He's bowling from very wide. So just got to be really careful where that back foot is landing.
I spotted that. Did seem to be just inside. Here's the next ball.
Ooh, well,
the thing is, this is why it's a wide anyway. The thing is, it's allowed to be over the edge of the pitch, but it can't be touching. So it's very hard for the umpire to know if this is touching or not. To me, probably looks like it was. Kumar's just got to bring it in a bit.
Yeah, you see, because he's bowled too wide, so you can see already that he does need to get closer to the umpire, and if he can, there won't be wide either. You know what he's trying to do? He's trying to keep it out of that swinging arc of both these batters. Nandika.
8 overs down, 68 to be kind of exactly on the rate. Oh, just out of the reach of Martha. I'll probably just get one.
Yeah, I mean, to go for one, I would have still pushed for two here. I mean, I think it was on, but I think maybe Ali Farasat is probably thinking that he is the batter to be in strike. This is an important little phase here. Boundaries have dried up a little. I mean, they're still getting runs, a few extras, which are not going to help the cause of Cobra, but evenly poised match. That's back foot again. That for me, I don't know.
Yeah.
I think he may be just cutting that line.
I mean, he is, but the issue, I'll say it again, it's hard to tell if that heel is in the air or touching the ground. And if it's in the air, then it's actually fine. That's why it's almost impossible for the umpire to make a judgment. Even with the replay, even looking at that, I can't really tell.
From this angle, you can't tell.
Jeez, I tell you what, things are slowing down here. And Dika, he's a guy that almost hit the ball into the swimming pool the other day. One of the biggest sixes, probably the biggest six of the week, actually. He hit when he was opening the batting for the Blinders, so he's very, very capable. But, geez, they've just fallen off the pace a bit here in the last couple of overs. And remember that last over went for 20.
Yes.
Took them from 64 to 84, the Cobras. I bet they'd love that back now, the Blinders, as we approach the last ball of the 8th over.
Hit hard, and it goes through for 4 runs. And he never looked like he fancied this, Yogi Segal. He never looked like he fancied it. It was one of those where the fielder has to say, I'm not going to catch it. It's hit very hard, but I'm going to let it hit me because I want to stop the boundary.
Yeah,
Yogi Segal, I don't think he fancied this.
The thing is, it might have hit him, but it might have knocked him into the next life. It was that kind of a bounce, wasn't it? So, yeah, you can totally understand. The player looking out for his welfare as well. It takes us to 69 for 4, and 16 required off the last 12 balls. I know we've been a bit short of close finishes of late, but this one looks like it's going right down to the wire. And yeah, you know what I want to see, Andres.
No, don't do it.
Come on, Andres.
Andres, don't do it. Andres, don't do it.
You know what I want to see.
Don't do it, Andres. Don't do it. Don't do it.
It'll happen when it's going to happen.
There's no
Just
point
relax.
now, because you mentioned it anyway.
Just like the doctor said to me when I went in there for a checkup recently.
What?
Just relax. Let it happen.
Really? Vaseline involved?
You've been way too obvious with that.
I bet it was just
There we go. If we do get a tie, we're going to a golden ball. Longest drought we've ever had on ECN.
Okay, who's bowling this? This is going to be...
Vasudev.
Vasudev? Oh, wide.
Yeah, that's a good call. Does a little look back. Yeah, Vasudev is a pretty handy performer, both with the bat and the ball at the end of the innings. So it's 15 off 12 now after that wide.
Extras is the thing that could hurt him here. I'm going to just tell you how many. That's 5 wides now. So that's
Most
5 extra
lately,
balls.
though. How important is every boundary stop now as well? If he misses that, that's 4. Instead, it's 1. So each one of those potentially a 3-run swing.
Yeah, batting side have to be favourites here from here on in, you would think. Plenty of wickets in hand. They don't have to do anything silly. Just that rate, even if they take... Even singles almost bring you there. With a couple of extras, an odd boundary, you're home dry.
Dot balls are a killer now. And I do like the movement of Athwash Narana up to the stumps.
Oh, well, that is an ugly-looking shot. I think it's a clever bit of bowling from Vishnu. It sort of comes out the back of the hand. It's enough to outfox the captain. He's still, I think he sees it, he reads it, but he says, well, you know what, I'm still going to play the shot. I think he's using your philosophy. He just doesn't want this to be a dot.
Yeah, it was a very, very good bit of bowling, though. I mean, I agree, he does pick it, but it's that leg-cutting slower ball. Just have a look at the way he pulls his Hand down the left-hand side of the ball. And once again, cross-batting a ball. That stump higher below. It's gotten batters in trouble all week on this pitch. And so that one just throws another spanner into the works. The Blinders, they lose their captain at 71 for 5. Brings Ali Yilmaz to the crease. Now, he's the man who turned the tide in the first innings with the ball in hand. Let's see if he can finish things with a bat in hand. Now, very, very close finish on the cards here. 14 of 10 required.
Yeah, I smell herbs.
Yeah.
Smell herbs?
Yeah,
It's a
bananas.
herby smell. What do you mean banana?
Banana's a herb.
Oh yeah, we go back to that conversation. Yeah, we found some interesting facts out yesterday. A banana is a herb. Chili is
Fruit.
Yeah, fruit.
Yeah, I'll definitely get eating more fruit if chili counts as a fruit.
Yeah, here we go.
Right, here we go. Yilmaz to face up.
Oh wow, this has got a bit of bat. It was a good delivery actually. And fortunately for Cobra, it doesn't go to the boundary.
I'm
just a
tingling
single.
hard. I'm tingling real hard here now. I think, yeah, I didn't even ask for it that time. That's the supercomputer putting that up. I think we're breaking it in this game.
You really do?
13 off 9.
Okay.
Oi, no ball.
Where's this guy? And it's a no ball. Well, you and your silly tingles. Well, he can tingle. I'm going to pull your tingle off in a minute. Well, why did I keep saying that same thing? Bowls a no ball, bang. Well, that's 7. So really, maybe you can kiss that tingle goodbye.
Yeah, I mean, that's waist high for me still. Just look at the way he plays it. Waist high or above. So it will be a no ball plus 6. And now a free hit coming up. So that's the game breaker, isn't it, really? And Dika goes bang. That'll take it down to 6 off 9.
Not
Very
sure why
different.
The umpires are having a conversation there. They come together and talk about something. Now we got some walkie-talkie action. What's going on here?
I think that's got to stand. I mean, like, the umpires have to be certain it's going to be below the waist. And they've been harsh on those. Well, they should have been harsh on those the whole time.
Okay,
So
just keep our eyes. Well, they're going to go back to each other.
yeah, they're still calling the no ball. Just seeing it there. So yeah, sticking with the call. I think that's correct.
Yeah, no ball.
I mean, I know you can maybe argue that's fractionally below, but the thing is, if it's close at all, it needs to be called. It's not a good delivery. Probably just slipping out. So that makes it 6 off 9. And now the Blinders, they can win this with one swing of the bat. Now Dika, can he be a hero? He's got the free hit. You might as well try and end it right here.
Yeah, I think he's going to hit it well. Work to be done with it. Try and keep it to 1. They do. So 5 now required. But that, see, I keep saying to you, don't mention it. You keep mentioning it. And if you didn't mention
I want
the
to go all the
tingle-
way to 300. That's my secret plan.
So is that your secret plan?
I
Just
want to
keep-
go all the way to 300.
Okay, I'm with you.
You see? Bit of cube news. I'm confident enough it stopped raining that I'm putting my stuff back out. Okay.
I'll be able to move and breathe again now. Yeah, have your chair back.
Still got to try and take the last over. Anything can happen. 5 off 8.
Well, that'll be it, I think. And yep, that it is. Game, set, and match. And the Budapest Blinders, well, you probably heard it before I called it from the cheers from their bench. They get the victory that they needed. And, well, not sure now what the pause is for. That is it, surely.
Yeah,
Yep, well, there's a
the
double
win.
cheer. I think they were just checking that it was a 6 and not a 4. And that is that. So well done to the Budapest Blinders. And I think the turning point there happened late on in the game, didn't it? That was the no ball 6.
Yeah.
And that was 7. And once that had happened, all of a sudden, you halved what you needed. And all the pressure was on the bowler.
But I mean, there were more turning points than a French roundabout, really, in the second innings there. I mean, it kind of had ebbs and flows. It was that kind of a game that went up and down, up and down. I mean, Shrug early on, you know, rightly so, he's saying the Cobras could be just smacking the Blinders out of the game. But, you know, the Blinders did well to stop that assault, take some wickets, keep things quiet. And in the end, the Blinders now are in a position, as are the Cobras, for that second spot, who basically comes down to this. Whoever wins this last game, match 20, will get a spot in the top 2, and whoever doesn't win won't. So it's as simple as that, I think. We'll confirm once we see the table for sure. But that's match 20 coming your way in about 15 minutes. We'll have a start on that. Well, we had a bit of everything. Oh, I've seen fire and I've seen rain. I've seen sunny days that I thought would never end, and I saw a fair few things in this second innings that you won't often see, because there's a bunch of boundaries, a few chances. Seagal just not able to reach out and get that one, cricket zombie style. This, for me, it was probably the shot of the innings, one of them at least.
And then
he
the next
punched
ball,
that.
adios.
Yeah, 6 and out. And every time you thought they were going to get ahead, they shot themselves in the foot. But So blinders. Look, you compare this to the chase from UCB or the chases from UCB this morning. At least, you know, if you're going to err on the side of aggressive, this maybe was over-aggressive, causing a run out. But I mean, they've got that long batting order. They weren't afraid to use it. They weren't afraid to take chances. Although some of them got out, and some of you might say were soft dismissals. Ultimately, they had the firepower to get over the line for the win and keep alive their chances of the double chance.
Yeah, but I think you're absolutely right. The blinders, I think they play this format really well. They've got a lot of strength in their batting, and they go out there and they play attacking shots. Sometimes, like on this occasion, it doesn't go right, and you get yourself out. But one batter goes, and another one comes in, and all of them are as powerful as each other. This was a bit of a slip up there from Rasik, and well, they'd love to have got those 3 runs back, and earlier on there was a mistake as well out on the other side of the field of play. But look, yeah, going back to that, this is the way the blinders bat, and Mars Bargy, he also basically is underlining and highlights what I'm saying. They go out there and they play their shots. That's why sometimes they score 142, sometimes they're a record scoring team, 162, and other times they'll struggle to get to scores around 90. But I think most of the time they will hit the high numbers.
Yeah, couldn't agree more. We had a slight interruption, didn't we? Ultimately, when it came down to it, the blinders, they kept swinging and they swung their way to victory. And so it's a handy win. Blinders often go down to the Cobras domestically. Cobras just seem to have the wood on them. I think it'll be a very, very interesting finish to this group stage. So don't go anywhere, because we'll be coming back for another match in about 15 minutes. Looking back at the scorecard, real team effort, wasn't it? As 5 players reached double figures. Pair of 19s, Welligamage and Baiji, the 2 half-century makers. Yesterday, they were both out the same way, caught behind Sheikh Razik. Apart from that, Ghani. Just all of these added up, didn't they, in the end? And they probably wouldn't have got over the line had they not been chasing something as little as something in the 80s. But they do get there in the end with 7 balls to spare. And again, you take that back, and I think they won that game kind of through the middle overs, probably overs 4 to 9 of the first innings. So even though things got away in the last, and with a magical 10th off Zahid, they get away with it, and they are the winners of match 19. Looking at the bowling, well, a couple of good performers there. Ada Parker, I think he hasn't done much wrong at all. 1 for 13 off his 2 overs. The figures went to Razik, 2 for 18. Also wickets for Venkatarajan and Vasudev late on. But ultimately, they weren't able to keep the blinders below the target. Martha, shout out to him as well. Bowled pretty well early. 1 for 14 off his 2 overs. Okay, well, we're going to get set. I'm going to set everything up again. And we're going to get set for a big contest, because a big prize on the line in match 20. The double chance up for grabs. Join us in just 15 minutes for the start of that, the final match of this group stage. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo, alongside Rico Full. Well, the rain gods were kind. They were pretty merciful to us. Just a short shower. It'll be showering action when we return for more action just the other side of this break. You're watching the FanCode European Cricket Series.
And welcome back to match number 20. It's the last group game here in the FanCode ECS Hungary. Of course, these two teams, the Cobras and the Blinders, they have a bit of a rival. I think this will be no exception as we head into the last game of a fantastic Friday. Let's go out to the middle. Charles Croucher is with two captains.
Okay, your call, Ali.
Heads.
Heads is the call. And it's a head.
So it is the Blinders that have won the toss this time around, and they get the chance to bat first. I do think statistically that's a bit of an advantage. I think putting runs on the board and being able to build your total without that target pressure. We know they've got a long, strong batting lineup. Let's see who performs for them this time. I do think Nandika is a pretty good addition to their batting lineup. We didn't see him during the middle of the week. Of course, Welly Gamagay had that slight scare early on with the shoulder when that collision happened with his teammate, but he seems to be okay and shaking that one off. So again, he's a real key player for the Blinders. Cobras wise though, we know their top three are pretty good with Segal, Ashworth Narayana, and also Sheikh Razik, Mr. Slick. So I think once again we'll see a pretty even contest between these two teams. And look, there's every chance they could meet again tomorrow. So I'm sure that this game will be in the memories of those players then. Well, it's been a great day here in Budapest. I've been enjoying it. Let's jump into the action again. Rico Full is ready to go.
Go. I hope he's okay. I hope he hasn't hurt himself. Mr. Maximo was jumping up and down when that rain came. And it is still jumping up and down. Well, there's no rain here now. The sun is out and is caressing this beautiful GB Oval here in Budapest. It's a lovely ground. And a ground which, just again to remind you, those of you that don't know, in the winter, all of what you see there, apart from the houses there, to the right is underwater. And you can see that that's why we've got that, the difference in the height. You can just work that out now. The houses, the house there with the pool there, of course. It's sort of high up on the ridge, so all of this area is underwater. And then, well, amazingly, as the winter comes to an end, the water recedes and the moles take over, and we start playing cricket. Well, we haven't seen too many of those moles around today. They obviously know that there was going to be a bit of rain and stormy weather around last night, and we had that slight shower here earlier today. What that has done is just made it really muggy. It's actually quite warm out there at the moment. So I think this is probably a good toss to win for the Blinders, winning the toss and deciding they will have a bat. And I don't know, I think we're going to finish this Super Friday going into finals day tomorrow with a high scoring event between these two teams. Cobras, well, they're saying that the Blinders are not going to win this one. So the Blind 98 to 106. So basically it means that the Cobras will chase down whatever the Blinders get in that score around about 90. Well, I can see these two teams shooting the balls, but of course that's not what the Blinders would want here, because as you heard Maximo say, the team that wins this will be the team that gets the double chance tomorrow up against the Royal Tigers, of course, first up. But they will get the double chance to get into the final. So this is a huge match. It's almost like a final in itself, isn't it? And getting ready to start. No change for the openers for the Budapest Blinders. So it's going to be Abbas Ghani and Amjad Aziz. Ghani was very disappointed the way he got out in that first match. Not too often that you can say this, can you, as batters, that doesn't matter, you get another chance later. And that's what this FanCode European Cricket Series does. It gives you more than one match in the day. So you get an opportunity on more than one occasion. That's swing and a miss outside the off. The bowler just slightly disappointed it gets called. We'll see it again here. Yeah, I think by the time that's hit the deck and goes, I think what gives you an idea of how wide that ends up being is from where the batter ends up as the ball gets past him. So wide to start off with from Mathur. This one is a little bit shorter, and if untouched, probably could have been another wide down the leg side. Started like this in the first match, did the bowler. A couple of sort of, what's the word I'm looking for? Sort of lethargic-y deliveries where the bowler was sort of runs in and delivers, but without any real urgency or oomph. Then he came back well and took some wickets. Let's see if we can do the same here. Yeah, better. This time you see he just puts his back into it, as we like to say. And gets a defensive shot. Amjad Aziz. Oh, this is Gandhi, way down the leg side. And, or is it just me, or does it look like that's quite a tired man who's just going through the motions, trying to just get through this this innings? Of course, tomorrow is going to be a super huge day, but look, that's the other reason. You'd rather just play, or have to play 2 matches and maybe become the champions. That's well bowled. He's well hit as well. He's got the field set for it. That's a better delivery for the way he's swinging the ball, because, yeah, if you finish in the top 2, you win the first match tomorrow, you're automatically in the final, and then you're playing the second game. If you don't, you've got to win all 3 to become the champions. So if you're tired after playing 2 games, and he hasn't completed the 2 yet, can you imagine having to play 2 and then also play a 3rd? It's a hard way to do it, but we have seen it done. Nice looking shot. Oh, this is just taken off, and once again it goes through Yogi Segar. He's had a few difficult ones to contend with, but he's remaining and staying in that part of the ground, and they have confidence in him. But to me, when the ball is coming hard at him, well, dare I say it, he seems to bottle it a little bit. Similar delivery again from Mathur, but this one gets through. And, we're just having the remnants of the rain that's sitting on the top of our ice cube make its way down. Fortunately, it's just missed the equipment again. Vinny might have to move his equipment one more time. Oh dear. Here you go, final delivery of the first over. And it's a good one, in swinging Yorker. And gingerly has to chase down the ball himself. Yeah, he does look like he's pretty tired. And the captain is probably saying to him, come on, I want one more good one from you. You can give me one more good one. And off the first over. And it's 9 from it. So it's not a bad over at all. Could have done without that boundary going through Yogi. Sanjay Kumar is somebody who likes to keep that ball as close to the wide guideline. Just try and keep the ball outside the off stump. That's what he likes to do. He sort of plays about with that line. But he starts right on it and it gets absolutely pumped out of here. That is big. Gia, Shaka, too short. And gets right under this. And it gets smashed out of here. And Awasgani will be very keen not to make the same mistake he did in the first match, which was to hit a powerful big 6 and then get himself out. And I think you'll see Sanjay Kumar go for that wide line again. No, he doesn't. He goes for the stumps once more. It's well stopped. Good work from the fielders. So, single taken. Gani gets to the other end and hands the strike back over to Aziz. Edge, and gets past everyone. 4 runs, unlucky. Sanjay Kumar, and he swings wild at this, gets the edge. And they always say, swing hard. Fortune favors the brave. Hay poquito de suerte ahí por el bateador Aziz, pero no pasa nada. 4 carreras, So 20 on the board. Still halfway through this second over. Must-win match for either one of these two sides if they want to have the easier opportunity of getting into the final. And this time Kuma goes very wide. We know he's a bowler that uses his crease pretty well. Sometimes gets very, very close to the return crease. Abasghani back on strike. This is hit pretty hard, and they don't seem to be looking to try and take two. Single, ball to go in the over. It's a good start from the blinders. 6 and a 4 from Abasghani so far. He's having a bit of a breather while Aziz swipes hard at this, and it's another one that gets past. And single taken, and Kumar says, okay, give him my gloves. Just gets a hand to the, I think he does enough to stop this going to the boundary. Doesn't, well, it would have been a very good catch. Reaching up, he's a tall fella, but not tall enough to get that cleanly in his hands. End of the over, 2 overs now down, 23 without loss on the board. A good start from the blinders, and fine time to welcome back Mr. Maximo into the cube. Where were you jumping from?
No, just wandered in. I just found a nice little spot to jump from. Hey, look at this table. Tigers, look, I think there's a very small chance one of these teams could beat the other by as much as necessary to knock them off, but I don't think it's realistic. We can't tell you right now Tigers are top for sure, but I'm telling you that they're going to be top. All right, which just leaves this battle for the second and third. Just don't wait for this ball from Arthur. He's going to come back, and pretty good one. That was a very, very good ball. Swinging back towards the stumps. Aziz good enough to knock it out for a single. Yeah, so if you want to know how close these two teams are, the Blinders and the Cobras, the Blinders and the Cobras both have a 5-2 record. The Blinders' net run rate is plus 1.86, and the Cobras is plus 1.85. So it's 0.01 between them. And that's why this is basically a straight shootout for second place. Another good ball from Arthur. He's really reliable for the Cobras, isn't he, with that new ball? Doesn't knock too many bad balls. Yeah, so I mean, outside chance that, I mean, they'd have to make it 1.5 on the Tigers to either one of these teams to knock them off top spots. That's really fairly irrelevant. But when you see that tomorrow fixtures come up, just bear in mind that the Tigers are likely to finish first. So second and third will be one of these two teams, respectively. This is hit, and it's hit pretty hard, and that one's going to disappear. Abracadabra, Maximo. Well, we might be having to knock on the door across the road and ask for that one back, Rico, because that was absolutely smoked out of the ground. 6 runs.
Yeah, you know what? Have a look at the delivery. There's nothing wrong with this ball. In fact, I was about to say it's not a bad ball. Keep an eye on this. There's nothing wrong with it. This is a magnificent shot. It really is. That's quality. Quality hit. Yeah, 6 runs.
What you can say is, I suppose it wasn't quite the block hole, and it wasn't quite that good length. It was somewhere in between. Now, this is a low full toss, and this one's going to disappear as well. Says Mars Maximo. Aziz rolls the dice, comes up double sixes. The Blinders batting first, and they are on the charge in this power play.
Yeah, well, smashes it towards his own tent. And Stefan Gooch out there doing the fielding. And we haven't seen him with the bat so far here today, but he is in the side. He had a long rest yesterday. But, well, if called upon, you know that he's a top performer as well. Well, at the moment is Aziz that's doing the performing.
Yeah, slight adjustment, not quite as full this time. And smart batting from Aziz as well. I think the Blinders, they've got to find that balance between aggression and insanity. And I think too often they've crossed that line in this tournament. And so I like that. I mean, that's a better ball. If he goes after that, he's probably going to get knocked over. He's happy just to take the one. But identifying, you know, how aggressive you should be to a particular delivery in a split second isn't easy. So one of the skills you need to thrive in this T10 format, though. Last ball of the power play. Wow, this one's another edge away, and it's another boundary. So Ghani gets a bit lucky, but he'll take the runs, and that's going to be 42 off the power play in the end. 42 without loss after 3. And that over turned out to be pretty expensive. Wasn't quite magical, but almost. 19 came off Martha's third over. What a turnaround.
Yeah, that's a good power play, isn't it? 42. And it looks like they're certainly looking to race to a big score. And remember that the bat versus Wall had them on getting to about 98 and not winning the match. It was in favour of Cobras, but this is a good start. I have to say that Mathur looked very tired there. For me, it looked like he was struggling to get into even third gear at times, and the batters capitalising on it. So both these two batters now pretty well set. I mean, they're sticking with this third man inside the circle. When you've seen a couple that have gone over you, through you to the boundary there, and you're seeing that you're leaking runs, you've got to try and plug that hole. They're reluctant to do it. I mean, I can understand it, I suppose, here now because you got the spin on, but still, you're far better off stopping those boundaries than letting the ball go over your head. Here comes Adapaka.
Yeah, good bowling change for me. And this one is about as high as you can get. Now, this is going to come down to Soban. He's a boundary specialist, and he will take it. Well, he had to be ice cold to catch that. That was about as high as you can get. The ball came down with altitude sickness, and it almost drove Soban into the ground. I thought, what a good catch that is. He's just a couple of metres short. And so, fantastic fielding. Soban, and that looks easy. I can assure you it wasn't, but he's fielded so well in this series. And that's the first wicket for the Blinders. Adapaka strikes with his very first delivery, 42 for 1.
Cool as a cucumber. This ball has gone miles up in the sky. Keep an eye on him. If you ever want to know how to take a catch, this is the way. He looks at it, assesses it. Can you see him there? It's like he's just like out for an afternoon stroll. Gets himself in position to take the catch. He's the man I spoke to yesterday when I interviewed him. And when I said, look, you've taken 3 catches today, 2 of them were absolute humdingers. And he turned around and said to me, he said, Rico, listen, he said, yeah, I'll take him all the time. And, well, he's a man of his word. He does take him all the time. That was a difficult catch, which he made look easy peasy. Yeah,
fantastic catch. Absolutely wonderful fielding, outfielding. And that's why you've got to have your best fielders in the best positions, or the most important positions. And yeah, made that one look easy. Not much of him, but he judged it so well. Adapaka strikes immediately. Now he has to deal with Asanka Welligamage. This will be knocked onto the leg side, so Asanka gets off the mark. First ball. Yeah, the difference a couple of metres makes, hey? And I think one thing I really love about Soban's fielding, he always has a good awareness of where he is on the field. So sometimes, and we've seen earlier a similar one, the fielder gets in a bit of a muddle, not trying to catch it, more trying to knock it back into play. But if you can catch it and stay inside of the field, that should be your A game, especially so early in the innings where the wicket is worth so much, because it removes a dangerous batter at this stage. Adapaka right on the money here in the 4th over. Well, a bit like the last game where the Cobras got away on a very good power play. The Blinders were able to bring it back, and there's signs right now that the Cobras are going to do something similar.
Yeah, it's still early on. I mean, it's only just started to happen, but Adapaka has made a good start. And do you notice the difference straight away here, Vinny, that he's floating the ball up?
Yeah.
He's not firing it in, and that's what I thought he was different in that first match. He was firing it in, not floating it up, which wasn't giving him the opportunity to get the wickets like the one that he just got. This one is out. This is out for me. Yeah. Does the finger go up here? Yeah, it does. Yeah. As soon as I've seen this, I think this ball is going to go and hit the stumps. It's a good ball. It's the quicker one. It's the arm ball, if you like. And bang, you're gone. Adios.
You called it exactly right, I think. And what I like about umpire James here, he takes his time. He has to think about it. And he sends the batter on his way correctly. So Welligamage, no heroics for him here in match 20. He goes for just the single. 2 wickets in the over from Adapaka. The score now, Blinders, 44 for 2.
Yeah, now you can say it's very similar because there's 2 wickets. There's very few runs from there. That one as well. Only 2 runs, 2 wickets, a ball to go. Is that a ball to go in the over? I think there's still one to go. Yeah, ball to come in the over. And we're going to see Mars Bargy coming in. Normally when Mars is coming in, he's still got Welligamage out there to partner. Well, Welligamage is gone, but he's still got a good talented batter out there with him, Abazghani, and I'm looking for these two to, once again, put on a good partnership together, Vinny.
Yeah, for sure. But yeah, Mars been batting better and better as the week goes on. Jeez, it's hard to believe we had that shower now, isn't it? The sun is out, and it's getting a bit warm now. Need to get that rain back. Anyway, here's Adapaka. 2 wickets in the over. Yeah, what I like about him, he just varies his pace, but his accuracy seems to be maintained throughout those variations. Very clever bowler. I think Mars will just be happy to keep this one out. Last ball, the 4th over. Oh, he's just happy to knock it to the leg side and get the one. So, great over by Adapaka, especially after the 3rd was so expensive. He only concedes 3, takes 2 wickets to score. He's 45 for 2 after 4 overs. It's Vinny Sandhu here, Mr. Maximo. Alongside me is Rico Full. Well, guess what? The sun is back, so my shades are going on. Bring on the good weather. And I know we had a few issues when the rain came. I want you to know that we're all good between us.
I'm just glad you found your shades because they ended up over there.
Yeah, we've been attacked by cricket balls, rain. Hey, I'm just looking at this Netherlands score. I'm hearing a lot of chat about it. I thought I'm going to check out the scorecard about England versus the Netherlands in the one day today.
Yeah.
England are, wait for this, 446 for 4 with 4 overs to go.
No way.
And I saw something I don't think I've ever seen before. 3 different century makers for England in a 50-over game. Can someone tell me if that's happened before? Phil Salt with 122. He's a friend of the show because he's good friends with Corey Ruckers. You know that, Phil Salt? David Milan, another good friend of the show. He's good friends with Tasneem, who's one of our team from 2020. And also Josh Butler, good friend of the show because I'm a big fan of his. 145 not out.
Anyone we name?
And
for the
how's
Netherlands?
this sums it up for me.
Go on.
I mentioned those 3 century makers. Owen Morgan, first ball duck.
with those scores, really?
Then you're going to go out there going, bit tough out there, guys. So how about that? I can't remember 3 century makers. I honestly think that'd be the first time that has ever happened. Tell me if I'm right in the chat. Is this the first time there's ever been 3 separate century makers in one innings in a one-day international? I'd say it has to be because 300-plus scores are such a recent phenomenon as well. They've lost a bail here. I wonder where that bail fell off. Maybe it's the wind.
Well, Mohamed Sulban is coming on to bowl. He's made a nice start. Well, we know all about his catching ability. And I think this is a good move. I think the captain has probably sensed here that spin is pretty key, Rosik. So he's holding himself back and he's giving the ball to Sulban.
This one just shapes away and it's blasted through the offside by Ghani, who takes 4. Cuatro. Carreras. Beautiful shot through the covers. And that one brings up the 50 for the Blinders. And this is a cracking stroke through the offside.
Yeah, good shot. It's too wide, isn't it, from Sulban? I can see what he's trying to do. He wants to try and stop the batters playing the shots on the onside, but goes a little bit too wide, too short. Gives the batter plenty of time to get into position and thump this through the offside. You know, one thing you're doing there is I find it very difficult to do.
What's that?
I think the cricket that I see here is more than enough. I don't need more cricket. I find it very hard to get involved. You know, once...
hello. Who wants to catch this?
Chance.
Oh, this is maybe catchable. Cigar's going to have to bend himself back. He won't be able to. Maximo. 6 more. Ghani this time. Unlike his compatriot, he gets that extra couple of metres that makes the difference. It wasn't terrible bowling by Soban. This one is high, and it just carries the fielder. Look at this. So close, but Zagal doesn't really have a play at that. And 6 more to the Blinders.
Yeah, look, I wouldn't be too disappointed with that, the bowler. I think he's doing the right thing. Just keep doing what you're doing, but he goes shorter. And when you go short, you see, well, then it makes it even easier. So back-to-back 6s here now. And Abbas Ghani, we know he was very, very filthy with himself, missing out in the first match after playing the big 6. Here, he's got his head screwed on and he plays a lovely shot there. Love the way he holds the pose. 6 more.
Soban on the verge of going magical if he's not careful here. Last ball, the over. And this one is lifted away and it's going to be 6 more. Maximo. 23 come off the 5th. And the Blinders, after a wobble in the 4th, they get back ahead of the game as they end up at the halfway point. 68 for 2 after 5 overs. Sensational batting by Abbas Ghani. He's moved to 42 off just 15 balls. And that shot there was his 4th 6, and 3 of them coming on the trot. Bang, bang, bang. Just like that, the game changes back. They've got to go back to Adapaka here. It seems a long time ago that he took 2 for 3. And so, yeah, after this run of just 4 runs in 8 balls with 2 wickets falling, they've gone 4, 6, 6, 6. Yeah, so thank you to Frank Johnson in the chat. He said that actually a couple of times South Africa have done that. 3 centurions in 1 innings. I think it's pretty rare. The other thing they're talking about is maybe England might beat the record ODI score of 481. And I actually know that game really well. Tell you why, Australia versus England in England. Had a Parker, gets hit back, but crowd catch, just a dot. So one of my teammates, Andrew Ty, he was playing for Australia in that game, and he was hit for over 100 off his 10 overs. And he's done some good things for Australia. Took a 5-wicket haul, I think in the World Cup or something like that. I mean, Andrew's played quite a few games now for the Australian team, but in this particular game, he did go for 100 plus, and all of us in our club group chat were congratulating him on his first 100 for Australia. The 100 emoji and everything.
That's wicked. That's really wicked.
Very much. I think we sometimes forget that for these guys, obviously, we have poked fun at ourselves. We look at it some kind of as spectators, but it's pretty stinging, I think, when he checks his messages and he's getting all these congratulations for scoring 100 for Australia. Or against Australia, really.
Yeah. No, what I was saying to you that I don't. Yep. I mean, I tend to. This cricket seems to be enough for me, and I was stopped by the flow of sixes we just saw. Yeah, I just find it so exciting, and I often like to go back and watch some of my favourite bits. That really, I'll have a quick scan on what scores are, but I just can't watch it.
I think that we have to go that way because the time pressure of our job, spending 8 hours on the air and probably 10, 11 hours at the ground every day.
With the Netherlands.
Yeah, well, this is a nice shot. And this one, I think it's going to go all the way. Maximo! Well, Marzi goes bang. And this is pretty flat and pretty straight. And he just gets down on one knee and he smacks it out of the ground. You see this one just carrying the rope. Well judged.
Yeah.
There have been a couple of high ones in that area, but that one was a flat bullet from Mars, who gets 6.
Yeah, this is one thing that I liked about Marzi yesterday. I was saying that nice to see him actually hitting the ball straight rather than trying to turn the ball out onto the onside all the time. And that's when he looks dangerous, when he plays shots like this. This one he tries to make into a full toss, but doesn't quite go where he wants to do. Yeah, but is there any of the players that we know that we saw at ECC?
I can tell you one guy that has played ECS cricket in 2020, Boisavain. He has actually gone for 108 off his 10 overs. So he's actually won.
Don't send any messages.
Century.
Do not send him any messages.
All right. That one getting taken down by good players. Speaking of good players, Abascani's a pretty good player. And this is another one that's gone to the boundary. This time it's 4. Cuatro, Cadenas Mas. The blinders breaking out. And despite Adapaka being able to put the brakes on when he first came to the crease, he's having a bit more trouble here as that over goes for 13. That's a win, I think, for the blinders as they get after Boaka in the 6th. And now at the end of the over, it's 81 for 2 after 6.
Yeah, not the best of overs that for Adapaka, unfortunately. Just losing this line and starting to bowl a few down the leg side. But the blinders, well, I did say to you, didn't I was a bit surprised when I saw the bat versus ball wall chart when they was predicting 98 to 108. The blinders, I thought the blinders would go big. I think I said that to a viewers, and I think that the final matches today we're going to see some big scores. It didn't quite happen in the one before. It was the Grady 80s, but this one looks like, well, certainly looks like the blinders are going to get a big score in.
I'll go back. A few questions about, you just had the question actually, Rico, about the Netherlands side today. I can see one of my ex-teammates, David Willey, getting a game for England. I don't think he's been required as yet. He's a new bowler and player we haven't seen in this series yet, Jeremy Polaruthu. He comes into the side, 777 on his back, the slot machine. So just have a look at some of the names. Well, Peter Saylor, we know him, of course, from ECL 19, from VSC Rotterdam. He's obviously a very, very experienced player. He's how's he gone? 9 overs, 2 for 83. Well, that's all right. Well, this one could be trouble. Razik, he might have a lunge at it. Oh, very good effort. You know, this is really close.
I think his foot might have touched the outside of the
He pulls it back in, but his foot lands. It's just a matter of, is he still touching the ball when that foot lands? Have a look here. We'll have to get really slow. See, does he touch it again here? I think he might be okay. You know, look. That'll be okay.
That's a really good stop, actually.
Because he takes off from inside the boundary, so that's no problem. Yep. And then, I thought he touched it the second time, but I don't think he does. And then you can see the ball's clear. Yep. Excellent stop.
That's really good work. Yeah.
I think he knows it too. I mean, in my country, that's still a fine for a drop catch. But, you know, that's fine. Saves 5 runs. What a good piece of fielding. I mean, if this game's close, just remember that bit of fielding. Anyway, back to Mars. Works this one away, leg side. And this is going to be a long chase. In fact, it won't be caught either. So Mars Baji getting away in the 7th, keeping things moving. And despite that excellent stop on the boundary from Sheikh Razik, the next ball ill-directed from Pularuthu, and it goes to the boundary for 4.
Yeah, Jeremy Pularuthu, what a time to make your appearance, your first appearance. It's already 81 on the board after 6 overs, and you're coming on the bowl. And 2 batters that are set and established, especially Ghani and now Max Baji. You know what he's can do when he's got a platform to build on. He builds even further. And he's hit the ball cleanly a couple of times now, and he's looking to just keep going and keep adding the misery on to. Oh, this has been hit really hard and chase on and can't do anything about it. It's, well, let's wait to see what the fielder signals. 4 has been signalled by the fielder. They may want to check this, but hit this very well. He's got such quick hand speed. That's what impresses me by Mars Baji. Where does this land? Yeah, 4.
Yeah, 4 runs. Good call. Called it on the field, and they're absolutely right. Geez, this score's getting out of hand now, isn't it? Blinders, they want that double chance. And the funny thing is, if the Blinders win this, then we'll pretty much have very, very similar looking top 4 order as last year. You'll have Blinders, Tigers in the top 2, even though Tigers will probably finish first. Then you'll have Cobras 3, UCB 4th. It sets up probably the same eliminator as last year. I think it is 4. We'll get on with it.
Yeah.
Yeah, we'll have another look if you want. Oh, it's getting given 6. Oh, see. Have a look one more time. I don't think that is 6. Look. No, what's going on there?
That's not 6. What's going on here? That was definitely 4 runs. I mean, the fielders called it as well. I don't know how they've overturned this, Vinny. I don't know how they've.
I have to.
They're going to have to go back and change that.
I'll have to pump the HD, I think, into the.
What are they watching? They're not watching the same game as us?
Yeah, that was clearly 4.
Well, okay. No, I don't get it.
Hold on.
Okay. And we go. Oh, well, this is a Gundy ball, and that's terrible. And what's going to be called here? And no ball has been called, so it's going to be a no ball. And it's going to be, well, I think 4 byes. There we go, 4 byes. That was a strange one there. I mean, that's, well, the bowler now under extreme pressure. Jeremy, he's started well, Jeremy Pularuthu, with his first ball, but now he's feeling the pressure of the world on his shoulders. Come on, son, you can do it. And does well. Well done. To finish it off, he goes for 14. And he was unlucky as well, because I think 2 of them really shouldn't be there. It should be 12, because we saw that one being called a 6. And I think quite often you don't see fielders signalling, and it makes it hard for the umpires. The fielder clearly did signal the 4, and when we saw the replay, we saw it. But I'm not throwing anything around anymore.
All right.
I'm behaving myself. Have a look at this tomorrow.
Well, this is tomorrow, and we can pretty much lock the Royal Tigers in for first. It's just second and third. They're up for grabs. And if the Blinders win this, they'll be second. Otherwise, the Cobras will be second against the Royal Tigers in qualifier 1. And then whoever doesn't win this game, they've got an eliminator against UCB, who will be a tricky opponent. We know UCB pulled off a win in the eliminator last year. And so it will be 3 versus 4 to start the day. Then the 1 versus 2 game. Then, of course, qualifier 2, the loser of the qualifier 1 against the winner of the eliminator. And then the big one, the final in the afternoon. That'll be match 24. And we'll see who is the champion of this ECS.
Surprised here. They're going back to Subhan. I think you have to be bowling Rasik here so he can get 2 overs in. And Subhan, he got punished in the 23 he went of his first over. Not so sure that this is going to work in their favour. And it starts with a wide. Yeah, just doesn't think the captain's reading this game very well here. And Rasik, maybe he doesn't want to have a bowl himself, but it's a brave move to bring a bowler on that went for 23 of his first.
Yeah. Well, giving him a chance to make up for it. This one gets fetched. And out to the deep mid-wicket for a single. I was going to go back ages ago to that Netherlands team. A few people asked, I think you were asking me, players that we know. See Scott Edwards is playing there, and Max O'Dowd and Peter Saylor. They all played in the ECL in 2019. Got Musa Ahmed in there, who played ECS cricket recently. Got Aryan Dutt, who's also played ECN cricket. Who else have we got there? We got, of course, Philippe Bossavant, mentioned him already, but Bastelator, he scored a amount of runs in the ECS recently for VCC. Also, Vikramjit Singh is a player we've seen playing for Sparta. But yeah, obviously, a bit of a step up, isn't it? When England come and they mean business, obviously. And speaking of meaning business, this one is a powerful strike. Baiji goes bang, Maximo. And there's no doubt about this one, Rico. This one is 6.
Yeah, this is a super shot. This is a Bizway Supersonic 6. Picks it up beautifully, and what a huge hit that is. Well, Marzi, he's starting to turn it on here. Ghani, he's on 49. Marzi, 29 now of just 13 deliveries. And once again, just underlining and highlighting the point I was making about the blinders, that they go out there, they play their shots. Sometimes it doesn't work, which means 1 or 2 batters come back early, but somebody always clicks for them. And quite often than not, it's 2 batters. The 100 is up, 108-2. This is going to be a big score. Yesterday, remember, they set the record, the highest score made in ECS in Hungary, 162, beating the score made a day earlier by the Tigers, which was 161, which beat their old 144 highest score.
Yeah.
So these two teams, well, they're going to be battling out for more reasons than one.
It's like the highest score record ODI is going to go today as well. And this one is going to be a teaser. It's Razik, and this time he will trip the light. Fantastic. And this one is going to be out. And so Ghani 49 and out. Couldn't quite get the club selection this time. Couldn't get the elevation to get over Sheikh Razik. So Soban does get a wicket in the end. Well, some reward for him. He continued to challenge the batters. And although he's gone for a fair few runs, he'll be happy to have a wicket in this ECS. And he does get Abbas Ghani, but not before a very well-made 49 of 22 balls. He's the 3rd wicket to fall. It's 109 for 3.
Yeah, it's a good knock. It was a full toss, but because it was a little bit wide, he wasn't able to get the full brunt of the force into it. Again, what a great catch. I mean, I'm going to say this. I think of all the places we've been, I've often focused on 1 or 2 teams that have got good fielders. I think here in Hungary, all the teams have had the best fielders. In terms of the catches being taken, outfielders, I think here I've seen the best of the best.
Yeah, well, you get plenty of practice here. That's the thing, because I think the batters are constantly putting it near the boundary or over. So, Sheikh Razik, we saw him save 5 runs earlier. And, this time, he just had a good awareness of where the boundary was. Came sideways, but not backwards. So, last ball of the over, last ball of the spell coming up. New batter out there's the captain, Ali Farasat, with 13 balls to play. I think he's going to try and smack this for 6. Here we go. I'm wrong. He just goes back and dabs it. He'll keep the strike. And so it'll be the end of the over. It's 110 for 3, 2 overs remaining. And Cobras, don't count them out in this chase regardless. But I wasn't just looking at this because, look, all 3 of these top teams, just look at their records batting first. Very commanding records batting first. I mean, even look at the Tigers. They've won the 6 games they've batted first, and they've lost their 2 games chasing. Even the Blinders 3-1 batting first. Cobras 4-1 batting first. I just think that these teams, when they win the toss in the finals, or whoever wins the toss, I think they'd be smart to bat. And look, Budapest, the UCB Budapest, I think that they seem to want to chase. I'd be mixing that up. I think I'd be wanting to bat first. They haven't had any luck chasing. Yeah, they've won 3 games batting second, but 2 of those against the Vikings, and the 3rd one was one where they kind of got out of jail with Amit Paraha against the Blinders. So great stats there from Ravi behind the scenes. And now we're going to go into the 9th over. All happens in the 9th, and it's going to be Vishnu Vasudev to bowl.
Yeah, Vasudev coming on. I think this score, get Baji on most of the strike here, can be 140. Not, it could be about 125. And, well, he does that straight away. That's what the captain's got to do. He's got to give the strike to this man now, Mars Baji. And, well, I'd be very selfish here. I wouldn't be taking any singles. He's got to have the strike. He's got to play the big shots. It's all down to him.
Look, Farasat's a good hitter.
Nah.
Don't think you turn the captain down. Farasat can whack it. Pretty well bowled, though. Full wideish. Dug out. Long chase for Segal. He's had some issues today, hasn't he? Good running. That's Farasat legging it hard to make sure Mars gets back for a second and gets back on strike. Good cricket.
Yeah, that's what you've got to do. That's what I'm calling here. And Mars Baji is set. I'm not saying there's nothing against Ali Farasat, the captain, but he's got to get himself in and hasn't got enough time to do that. Baji is in, and I can see him if he goes. I can see him getting another 50 here. And, oh, this gets fingertips onto it. Will they try and go back? No, they won't. So he's going to be off strike here. And this is where you may need to just change your field here slightly. I would take the gamble and say, look, I can afford just to have one man in on the leg side, one of the 3 in, just to try and stop the singles. In the air, I think he's going to drop short of the fielders.
Got to run.
They take one.
Yeah, okay, fair enough. I suppose makes sense. Get Mars back on strike, just the one. It's a full toss. And I think that when he's right on song, Farasat's sending that out of here, but this time he kind of clonks it.
Yeah, that's why I'm saying you bowl that to this man now. He's going to go for 6, and the ball is still going to be travelling.
Oh,
and
that's
there
too
it
high.
Is. That's exactly what I'm talking about. It's going to be called a no ball, but they take the single.
Yeah, Mars so unhappy
Yeah,
because he won't get the free hit.
He wanted to stay where he was. He needed to stay where he was.
I still think that Farasat is also a specialist batter, and you know he deserves a free hit. Maybe he can get going, and then you've got 2 weapons that are up and going. So here we go with the free hit. Sound the horn, and he hits it, but can't get too much on it. He's reaching for it. Pretty good free hit delivery from Vasudev. And right now, I mean, I can see the score is now a record score. They're 492 with a ball to go, England. And I've just put my little handy win predictor in the chat. I've put England 94%, Netherlands 6%. And I've learnt that from our win predictor. Here's the last ball of the over. And he absolutely whacks it, and he sits and he admires his work. Baiji goes bang. Another Massimo. 124 for 3 after 9 overs. And with that shot, Mars Baiji goes to 40 not out of 18. That's his 4th big 6.
Now you blame me. That's why he's going to stay there. He's the one who's going to be smashing these runs. Again here, first ball, Ali Farasat, get the single, get Marzi on strike, and give him an opportunity to get another 50. That would then be back-to-back 50s for him. Remember, he scored 52 yesterday in that fine knock against the Debrecen Vikings. And the 2 men in that match got 50s. It was Hansaka Weligamage as well.
He's batting first has suited the blinders, I think.
So who's going to be bowling the last? I think they're going.
Razik.
The captain is going to bowl in. I really did think he had to bowl that one that he gave to Germany, and that went for too many. So let's see what he can do the last over here.
This one's up and it's in the air, and it's going to be out of here as well. It's pretty well taken. That's attempted to be well taken by Sanjay Kumar. And he was well over the boundary. Maximo! And this time, let's hand it over to Ali F. Ali Farasat. He lifts this one out of the ground. Razik gives him some length. And captain to captain, it was the blinders skip up that has the better of that first shot in the battle. And that takes them up to 130. Blinders batting themselves into commanding position here. And this time, it's in the air. It's a chance for Vasudev, who holds on to it. So 6 and out. That's not a bad trade-off, though, for the blinders captain. Farasat goes for 10. Sheikh Razik gets the trick with the low full toss. So the ultimate comeback, but I think the damage was done first ball down the bottom of the bat. So that's the 4th wicket to fall. 130 for 4.
Yeah, good catch there from Vasudev. So the captain, Razik, does get a wicket after seeing the first ball. Pumped for 6-0. The battle of the captains ended up in the end with the fielding captain getting the wicket off the batting captain. So well done. But yeah, that score I said, didn't I, at around about the 7th over mark, this can be a 140 score if you get the right man on strike. Well, Marzi, he's at the non-strikers end. Here is where you got to be smart. New batter coming in. I'm pretty sure that Ali Yilmaz is still going to go and try and play the big shots. We know that he can. But I'd still take the extra gamble just to push, I've said this before, just to push the man in either side to try and stop them giving the single
Nah, he
to
doesn't
get
want the
Marzi on
single,
strike.
though. That might work against a regular-headed batter, but Yilmaz is trying to smack this, which he does, and he could be out here. Vasudev is hunting it. He should catch it, and he will. So there we go. Same result. Ali Wyatt wasn't hanging around.
We're going to see a hat-trick here, I think.
You think so?
Yeah.
I mean, it's a good chance. 130 for 5. Well done to Sheikh Razik. Well, if he does take this hat-trick, then he will join those 11 names in our Hall of Fame, in our 2022 hat-trick takers. We haven't had one for 10 days now. And, Marzi knew. Just see the way that he kind of ran with his head down. He knew that one was probably hanging up long enough to be caught. So it'll be Callum Nandika to come in. And once again, I mean, I think he's going to go for it. I think this guy almost hit one in the swimming pool earlier this week. You only need one of these to come off, and it kind of pays for the wickets.
Hat-trick ball.
Here we go. Well, goes for it, and this one is smacked for 6. Well, if you want to know how to deal with a hat-trick ball, that's how you do it. So this over has gone 6, wicket, 6, and Nandika, he hits it. He doesn't even bother watching it. He knew this one was out of here. Maximo time.
Yeah, I mean, it was bowled at the stumps. It was the hat-trick ball. You miss, I hit, I get me hat-trick, but he hit it, and he hit it well. 6 runs.
Well, he goes hard again. This time it's going to be just 4. Actually, we'll wait on the decision here, but I think it is going to be 4. And Nandika, 6 and 4, hungry for more, but he doesn't have long to eat. Just 1 ball left. It's been all boundaries and wickets this over. Calamitous finish in the first half of match 20.
Oh, the 140 is up there with the ball to go, so they do get to the sort of score that I thought they could do. And, well, they didn't need Marzi. It's 10 of 2 balls from Nandika.
There you go.
That's a Gandhi one. And
Marzi
Marzi,
wants it.
he does want to get back on strike. That's going to be 2. And he gets his chance. And maybe if he gets a no ball that he pumps to the boundary and then the next ball that follows, he can get to his 50. But not bad game from him, is there? I mean, no.
Call me crazy, Rico.
Yeah.
Call me crazy.
But
The Cobra's going to get close to this.
crazy.
They could shake this down. Just look who they got to bat and give him a reason. Here we go. Leans back, and he hasn't quite got this. It should be caught. Soban doesn't drop catches. He's not going to drop this. So that was an over that went 3 for 18 in the 10th. So Sheikh Razik, he's only going to bowl the 1 over in the innings. But yeah, 3 for 18. Well, that's T10 cricket for you. And they will finish with a wicket. The Blinders end up with 142 for 6. Again, that's a very typical innings for them. They throw the bat. I know we haven't really seen it come off for them earlier in the tournament. But, you know, batting first, they just have this kind of sense of abandon. We thought at one stage that after the power play, they were being curtailed. But they certainly weren't held quiet for long as they built a very powerful score here. Fighting for the double chance of the Blinders on top at halfway point of match number 20.
Yeah, I mean, it went through to Yogi Cigar once more, but quite a lot of them didn't go through. They went over, up and over. They did get a bit dicey, a bit lucky. Poquito de suerte early on. A few times the ball went there to third man. They refused to push the man back. And having them up in the circle gave the opportunity for those shots, but there were plenty that all went all the way over as well. That's another one that goes in that third man region. But it was a really good onslaught of batting from the Blinders, and like we say, we know which way they play. They like to play their shots and go for it. A nice catch there taken by Sobani. He took one there at the end as well. This one for me was absolutely plumb. So they did get the dangerous Wally Gumagate up first, but you see, that's the difference. They're the sort of team that once you get a couple of batters out, it doesn't mean that that's it, job done, that they're going to poodle along and maybe get to a score of about 75 to 85. They've got plenty of depth, and they showed that here again. And even towards the end there, the batters coming out, all hitting boundaries for fun. But I have to say, Abbas Ghani, I think he really made amends for his error in the first innings when he hit a big 6 and got himself out playing an ugly shot. He played some tremendous shots in this one. And Mars Baji, well, to start off with, he was just purely just a spectator, just watching the good work from his opening partner, Abbas Ghani. But that was good work from the captain, Razik. I think he had another good game. The only problem for me was he needed to bowl earlier. He went for the youngster, Germany Polaruthan, to bowl, but he needed to bowl that one himself. And that way he would have bowled 2 overs and maybe things could have been a bit different. But the shots kept him coming. This was huge. That was massive for Mars Baji. And this was another one down the ground, but only one man could catch it. Yeah, is that man again, Razik. Like I say, the catching in the deep from some of the teams have been great. Razik has been excellent. Soban, we've seen great catching from Dara Reddy as well. And then we've seen Vinod, Ravindran, and the list goes on. Some of the catching in the deep has been absolutely awesome. And but the Blinders, like I say, they may get a wicket. This was another really good catch, but they just keep coming. Vasudov, so it was a case of wicket, 6, wicket.
That was a hat-trick ball, and I don't think they found it. This next one was headed towards the cube. I think you might have done the fielding there.
Yeah, just to
put
decide
everything back together, didn't we? Marzi went for 40 off the last ball, and well, by then the damage was done. 142 Yeah, thinking back to the final back in 2020, as it was brought up in the chat actually, and on that occasion it was the Cobras versus the Tigers. It looks like if the Cobras are going to reach the Tigers again tomorrow morning, they're going to have to get through the blinders now. 143 required for victory. That's like I said.
You reckon it's on, huh?
Oh, this is still game on here, no doubt about it. Look at who the Cobras have at their disposal. But let's go through the batting innings first. Abbas Ghani was brilliant, 49 off 22. Just look at the strike rate of Aziz, 21 off 10. Masbaji also better than 2 a ball, 40 off 19. Farasat, Yilmaz and then Dekat, they just came out swinging. And even if you combine their totals, they get 20 runs off 9 balls. So that's why I think you find yourself with 140 plus total, 11 extras in there. So, I mean, probably par for the course, to be honest. Let's have a look at some of the bowling figures, and some are a little bit violent, but let's talk about the bowlers that did have some success. How about Bhavani Adapaka? Bowled a really good first over, only went for 3, picked up a couple of wickets, and that's when we thought things might just be turning around, but the blinders got the ascendancy back in the very next over from Soban, who did take a wicket but was pretty expensive, going for 34. Razik with 3 wickets in the last over, but he'll probably say he lost that over because he did go for 18. Despite taking those 3 wickets. So quick turnaround, last game of the day. We'll be back in a few minutes. And when we do, well, everyone brace yourself, because I think the Cobras will be going hard at this. 143 runs away from the double chance. They know it's crucial. You know why? They didn't get it last year and they were bundled out of the tournament in one match on finals day. They want to avoid that fate. But to avoid the eliminator, they're going to need a huge batting effort here in the second half of match 20. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo, alongside Rico 4. Hope you're having a great day. The sun's out here, and I think we're in for some big entertainment when we return for more FanCode European Cricket Series. See you shortly. Hello and welcome back to a sunny Friday afternoon in Budapest, Hungary. It's great to have your company. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo for the European Cricket Network. And I'm here on Peacock Friday, and I'm here with Rico Full. And Rico will be back shortly, but Luke just asking who's got the best shirt today. I've got to say, Rico gets my vote as well. I'm not too proud to say it. I think he's outdone me today. But regardless, we're all in a pretty good mood. And I think we're hoping for a good contest here in the second half of this game. I certainly think the Cobras do have the kind of batting to chase this kind of a total. If you are just joining us, then this is the last innings of the day. In the first half of this match, the Blinders put together 142 for 6 after winning the toss and batting. So 143, that would be the highest ever total achieved in ECN cricket in Hungary. But, I mean, the Cobras have the lineup to do it. Let's not forget some of the power they've got. They've got Jogi Segal at top of the order. He's going to open up with Osama Mohammed, so a bit of a surprise there. They've still got Satyadeep, Ashwath Narayana, and they also have Sheikh Raziq, Mr. Slick. So just thinking of those, and not to mention players like Sanjay Kumar there. I think they're going to go at this. They've got nothing to lose. They cannot go lower than third, but they can get into second if they chase this down. So it's pretty much go for broke, all or nothing. Net run rate's not going to be relevant because these two won't be tied on points. So it's go time. Mohandas to open up. 1-4-3 for victory for the Cobras, and it's going to start with a boundary. And I just got a feeling that this is game on here. It's not the best delivery from Mohandas. No real swing from there. Just angles into the body. And you can see it was worked away with ease. And Jogi Segal gets off the mark. He's a guy that would like a big score. And here's a guy who is always a big score with the spectators and all of our wonderful fans. Rico Full. Rico, welcome back. And I know you're a bit more pessimistic, but I honestly think the Cobras have the firepower to chase this down or go close.
Yeah, maybe I'm just trying to be that way because every time I think it's going to be close, it doesn't be. So I'm going to say it won't be close, but secretly I hope it will be. But this man who's batting now, I think, oh, God, okay. I'm going to go away and come back. Okay, over to you.
Well, 4 and out, and Segal. Well, I mean, he might have to be spending some more time on the psychiatrist's couch after this because he goes walkabout, and it's a similar kind of a ball, isn't it? And, well, Jogi, you can blame Rico for that. He just angles in, and he wasn't wasting any time. So 4 and out, 4 for 1 of 2 balls. I suppose it would say is, he hasn't used up any balls, hasn't wasted any. But Mohandas keeping it simple, hitting the target. Well, Rico, I know you're going to take some of the responsibility for that. But I tell you, one door closes, another opens, and Sheikh Raziq comes out at number 3. And really, you feel that he has to have a big one between him and obviously Osama Mohammed's there, but also Ashwath Narayana, who's still to come. If they get going, then anything's possible. I think the key here, getting that 14 every over or close to. You don't want to fall behind the game. So even if that means risking your wicket early in the power play, then so be it, I think. All right, here's Mohandas to Sheikh Raziq. Just pushes and doesn't run. So got a long off. They got a deep cover point at the moment. And the Cobras domestically often just kind of have the wood on the Blinders since the Blinders became an entity in the last couple of seasons. Blinders flipping the script first game today that they played. They're hoping to sweep this mini-series and take second spot. Oh, he's knocked over, and an absolute peach from Mohandas, and that's the end of Raziq for a duck. So can you believe it? There was not really too much footwork from Mr. Slick there. It was the ball that sneaks through, and the Blinders are up and about. What a delivery to remove a quality batter, and it's all Sandeep Mohandas now after going for a boundary. He has 2 big wickets in this first over.
Well, this one won't do it any justice, but this cuts back viciously. This is a top wicket. Look at this. Look where the ball sets off and watch it come back. Oh, that is quality. I don't think the batter was expecting it to come back that much. That's what he doesn't even try to play any kind of shot. So Raziq, he goes for a duck, and they are in tatters.
Yeah, I mean, it's so hard to predict this. In fact, it's unpredictable. So, I mean, pretty much unplayable is how I'd put that. I mean, yeah, he's got a big gap between bat and pad, but it's his form of the game. He's just kind of reaching, trying to drive. I do think,
he's just not
expecting
look at it one more time.
It comes in a mile. It comes in absolute mile. And look, I say this all the time, but to get good batters, you got to bowl good deliveries. And Mohandas is certainly that kind of player that can do it. And for Razik, I suppose the only maybe silver lining for him is at least he cops that delivery today and not tomorrow, because I mean, that is such a good ball. You probably won't get more than one of those in a week, you'd imagine. Mohandas, 2 wickets and 3 balls. Now, I always feel like it's already last roll of the dice time. Satya, Ashwath-Narayan coming out there. Enrico, you've come in and jinxed this innings pretty quickly for the Cobras, haven't you?
Well,
Well, it was all going fine after one ball. The one ball that I was here by myself.
It's you. It's going to be a close match. I told you. It's not. Because we ain't been lucky. We're saving that for tomorrow. It all happens to finals day, doesn't it?
Yeah, not the best delivery. This will be called a wide, but I don't think he'll mind that. He'll get another crack at Satya. And look, if they can put Satya to bed right here, and I think this one is completely out of sight.
But this goes back to something we were talking about earlier in the day. I mean, I think Usman Mohammed, he's been sent out there. He's still at the non-strikers end. Hasn't had a chance to do anything but see wickets fall at the other end. This
one
comes
comes
back again. This is that cutter again.
Yeah, this looks like a wide for all money, but look at this movement he's getting off the pitch. That looks like it's miles wide. I mean, still touch and go. And because of that movement, I think he gets the call off the umpire.
And you can see just why that delivery, when it's sort of just a few inches outside the off stump, is going to get a wicket, because the batter is going to do the same thing. He doesn't think there's going to be a shot played. Now he wants the fielders to come in. Well, doesn't have to do this because he's got plenty to play with. But
go on, go for it. I'll give you another gap to hit over mid-off. He gets a Gundy ball and doesn't hit too much of it. Ashwath-Narayan, but he will get off the mark with a unconvincing single. What an over from Mohandas. Ends up conceding only 6, taking 2 wickets, and the score is 6 for 2. Well, what a good time to bring up the golden ball streak, or the golden ball drought. 270 matches without a golden ball. We kind of thought today it was a good chance, because for pretty evenly matched teams, hasn't really panned out that way. Of course, we still got tomorrow, just assuming this one doesn't go the distance. But I mean, the longer that goes, the kind of more itchy I'm going to get for one, and we certainly will get one at some point. Will we hit 300 for the first time? I mean, the previous longest non-golden ball streak was 253 games, so we passed that now. Here's Abbas Ghani, who's going to bowl over number 2. And like I said, they've got absolutely nothing to lose here, the Cobras. No point playing for net run rate or anything. It's go for broke time. Already, they need 15 and over from here. So I'll be trying to get 15 off this, getting to 21 or so. Here we go. They can't get bat on ball here first up. Abbas Ghani, good bit of pace. He's a good young player, isn't he? Raw talent. Just sneaks that one inside the line.
Yeah, absolutely.
Few people asking. You were talking up the Cobras a bit as well. It was just turning around, and then with those wickets that you created, Rico, I think Shrug was asking, did you throw your headphones again? We're going to get these new shock-proof headphones for the next series.
I just took it when Yogi was out. I just decided I'm just going to walk away and come back, because it was a disappointing shot from somebody who started so well. And I'm looking forward. I've heard so much about him. And looking forward to him back well. So I'm disappointed like all of you are. And yeah, look, I'm the first to admit, like you, Vinny, that I did think that we were going to get all games were going to be pretty close ones here today. But it hasn't been that way at all. They've been very one-sided. But maybe it's saving the best for last tomorrow. But one of the things I was going to say, I mean, Usman Mohammed has been pumped up the order, I think, to be that... to give them that power hitting inside the power play. But once again, they don't open with it.
Yeah.
So it hasn't, because you think now he's been sent up there to do that. He hasn't faced the ball yet.
Yeah, he hasn't faced. Yeah, it's something to think about. I will say this about the closeness or lack thereof of some of the games today. ECN cricket's like a box of chocolates. You never know what you're going to get. And,
ECN cricket can be summed up by that one over that Razik bowled.
3 for 18 of one over.
Yeah.
I used to bowl all day to take 3 for 18. You can do it 1 over now. All right, here's Ghani. Pretty good full straight delivery. And they won't get a run here. So
ooh, what's happened here? Well, I don't know if we get this. This is like a headbutt into the gut of the fielder. Watch this. Keep it going. Keep it going. Here we go.
Well, Mohandas came a long way just to knee Abbas in the face there. But no harm, no foul. Mohamed's going to go for this. He tries and gets it away into the gap. Long chase for Mohandas. He's going to give it everything, but he won't get there. So first boundary for Osama Mohammed as he tries to get things moving. Not a bad ball, just drifting a little bit. And nicely clipped away through the leg side for 4.
Yeah, nice did a shot, but at the same time, that will probably encourage Abasghani to get the ball probably a little bit fuller to try and catch the striker going across the line and maybe playing right in front of the stumps. It looks like he wants to play out on the onside rather than play straight. So what will the next ball be from Ghani? Will he go for it full and straight? York and delivery.
Oh, good bounce, but it's just a bit too wide this time.
Yeah, certainly he was quicker, but like you said, just gets the radar wrong.
Yeah, it just explodes off length, doesn't it? I mean, I think we're going to see a short period of exciting stuff in the next few minutes because I think it's now or never. And if that doesn't work out for the Cobras, we could have a bit of a drag in the last few overs of the day. But I think they got to start. They got to start somewhere. They got to start right here. At the moment, see, this is a problem with setting someone up for the middle order to open. I mean, with the new ball, it's not that easy to deal with some of these bowlers. I mean, it's quite easy to say, okay, there's only 2 outfielders, go out there and whack it around. But, you know, the new ball's an advantage for the bowling team as far as movement's concerned. Bit of extra bounce as well. And Ghani's using it well at the moment. Only 6 off this over, including a boundary. Last ball to come to Mohammed, I can guarantee you, is going to go at this one. And once again, he tries, but he won't beat the man at 45. So that's a nice bit of fielding there, and it's the end of the second over now. Cobras are 13 for 2. And well, I would say, and it would seem that, I mean, assuming that the Cobras can't chase this down, looking unlikely at the moment. Ashworth Narayana, I think, is the only man that can pull off that miracle. But the Blinders, they'll go to 12 points, and if they do that, they'll be level with the Royal Tigers. There's your top 2. Cobras, I think, will finish in 3rd against UCB, an identical top 2 and next 2 than we had last year. The only change is the Tigers, I think, will finish first on net run rate this time ahead of the Blinders, whereas last year the Blinders finished ahead of Royal Tigers again on net run rate. But wow, we know that was a very, very exciting finals day last year, so stay tuned. I think it'll be something similar again. And here's another guy who wants something similar again, Sandeep Mohandas. He took 2 wickets in the first over. See what he can deliver in his second. Again, he's getting that in movement. Interesting thing about Sandeep is he can swing the ball both ways. Sometimes he seems to move it out more, and days like today, he seems to be getting pretty consistent in movement. Well, there you go, Magay. Just looks like he might have gone down. I think could be cramp, just the way that he's stretching that leg. I don't think that's too serious. Well, I hope not. But I think that the way that he's going...
He seems to be holding his knee. I mean, it's more the knee, Vinny, right, as opposed to the calf.
Yeah, I mean, holding the knee, but maybe it's just... Well, I don't want to predict it because I've got a bad record of predicting stuff. But he's gone off straight away, but he is getting off under his own steam. So, yeah, hopefully it's nothing too serious. 12th man will come on, Isama Kajla. First time we get to see him injected into the action. Put Abasghani almost straight down the ground, and we've got Stefan Gooch at long off. They're the 2 outfielders. I can see that long on's really straight, and I think that's about trying to tempt Ashworth Narayana to try and hit more across the ball to mid-wicket and kind of suck him in by making him hit across the line. And I think it's the time that if I was batting, I'd say, okay, I know that's what you're trying to do. I'm going to try anyway. Here we go. Kind of does, but doesn't get too much on it, just a single.
Yeah, single's a win though, isn't it, for the Blinders? I think they're just trying to get the next couple of overs in without conceding too many runs, without the overs going magical, and then they know that they're on the home stretch.
Cobras, so quick out of the blocks in this series. And, they were looking good to top the table at the start of today. Potentially, they could have just done that with the 1 win. Now they need to. Don't look like they're going to get any. Goes after this. Not going to carry. There was Zahid. Run straight past it. Almost causes a bit of confusion with the running. But they decide against the second. It'll just be a single.
Yeah, tiki-taka when you need boom-boom. It's time to change up. park up this tuk-tuk somewhere in the long stay and get into the V12 and put the foot down. That's what they need.
Oh, gone straight. I don't think this will carry. And I think Abascani makes a good decision there to back off and just keep it to 1 at this stage. I think that was going to be a real tough catch. I don't think he was going to get there. Well, I think apparently 26 Maximos in the England innings today. That's what they were saying in the chat. And they want to do a compilation of you commentating all of them, Rico, because they think that you'll lose your voice. Well, I'll tell you something, though.
Tell me.
Another Dutch-influenced game. But right here on ECN, as we see, this is hit into the gap. This will be a long chase. In fact, it's not going to be caught. So Osama Muhammad doing his best to keep this game alive. Rare bad ball from Mahandas, full toss. Hits it through the covers in 4. Good shot selection and well executed. 4 runs.
Yeah, nicely played. You can see he was going for that Yorker, but he ends up being a full toss. Yorker length delivery. I think he would have sneaked it past the batter. But it's a nice shot. It gets the 4. That's what we're talking about. Need to press that turbo button. Yeah,
so
what were you
26
saying?
sixes in
yeah.
a 50-over innings. I'm not saying it's not impressive, because it is. I don't know, slightly different ground dimensions. On the pad, Gary says no. But back in 2019, the ECL final, the Dutch club side, VSC Rotterdam, they hit 28 sixes in a 10-over innings.
Yeah.
And that's something I don't think maybe might never be beaten. Good decision by Guri there. That was going down the leg side. They do get through for a leg bye. The score is 22 for 2 after 3 overs. Not the power play you need. You need to kind of double that to be in the game. I think the other problem is Segal and Rasic going in the first over has really wrecked this innings. And now these two hoping for a bit of a miracle finish. Is that run rate required already? Is approaching that point in over return already. It's up to 17.3 and over required. Just got to say that hopefully the Dutch aren't too put off by the fact they're chasing pretty much 500, and I'd love to see them put together a good batting innings against the England bowling. I guess we'll find out. Keep an eye on that game. But right here, right now, this one's lifted away, and it's lifted beautifully. This one is out of the ground. Maximal! Osama Muhammad showing why he's there. Ali Y goes round the wicket. He likes to do this, but I think the batter likes it too. He had the immunity from the LBW, and he just stepped across and went whack. 6 runs.
Yeah, that's where he likes it. Anything in that slot, he's going to play this shot beautifully, and you'll see that pretty soon. Eddie Elmas will get this back outside the off stump where he struggled a little bit more. Doesn't want it into his pads.
Yeah, we'll try and do that again. Yeah, better adjustment. This is a close one. This is one where Ali, he runs right in front of the umpire, so I don't know how he can make a call on this. Look, I think it's probably fine, but someone needs to have a little word to him about that.
Yeah, I mean, the umpires have been pretty good. They've been telling the bowler straight away when they're starting to do that. I haven't seen James Lloyd have a chat with him as yet, but I'm sure he will do, because this time he does stay straight.
You see, these bowlers, they start to think of themselves as fielders. Oh, could be trouble. Good throw, and he's gone here, but he misses. And so, Ali Elma's just a bit of a concentration error there. What I was going to say is often the bowlers, depending where they bowl the ball, they'll kind of start running that way. So if they bowls outside off, he actually starts running further left because he thinks that's where the ball might be hit.
Yeah.
But I think when you're the bowler, you have to follow through the same way every time. You can't anticipate the shot. This is hit straight, and I think this has got the legs to go over the line. Maximal. Well, Osama Muhammad, we talked about the fact he didn't face the first ball, but he's putting his foot down, isn't he? So, yeah, maybe another option to use as an opener, and he hits that one pretty cleanly.
Yeah, look where the bowler ends up again, right in front. I think the umpire has to have a chat with the bowler here. You can't be doing this. This is not good. And something found on the ground there by the non-striker. So here we go.
Maybe that's Charles's Australian 50-cent piece, which I know he's lost. He likes to toss with. This finally works away, and is well fielded by Rahul Goyal this time. Yeah, Charles has a bit of a favourite coin that he likes to use.
But he's lost it?
I think he's lost it.
Is it out there in the middle?
Well, he hasn't lost
somewhere,
it. He's misplaced it.
Ah.
Which means he thinks he'll find it. But the Australian 50-cent piece is quite a unique looking coin. It's a dodecagon. It's 12-sided. So it doesn't roll away.
12-sided?
12-sided.
Yeah.
Look it up. They used to have, here's a I know you love fourth game trivia.
Yeah.
Wait for my bit on the Australian 50-cent piece. Here's the last ball of the over. And full toss, but can't get too much on it. And we will get through for a single. This will be the end of the over. It'll be 38 for 2. Again, he's already a bit forward. Yeah, that one's probably just below at the point of impact, so I think it is fine. It's a good call from the umpire. So 38 for 2 at the end of 4. Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo, alongside me, Rico Full. Again, I know it's frustrating when you've got evenly matched teams and maybe you don't get close games, but the point is the potential's always there, I think, with these 4 teams for a close one. I think surely on finals day we're going to get some close contests. Really just the one was close today between the teams we've seen. I've got to say, you won the shirt vote unanimously. I say it's a very nice one. You want to turn around and look, show on the back as well?
Yeah, have a look.
He's looking the good. I concede that to you today. But yeah, as we go into over number 5, let's just see if the Cobras can keep swinging away. 17.5 and over. So, I mean, need to be about 55 to be on pace after this over. They're not going to do it with a defensive shot like that from Ashwath Narayana. I would say it's been quite a nice day. I mean, we had that brief scare. We had the weather intervening. Nothing was hurt.
Brief scare. You were panicking like it was the end of the world.
I know what can happen if you're not prepared. I'm the one keeping this cube together. I mean, I'm the one that's jumping in front of the equipment to try and save it when the ball comes.
Hey, churros Cusco.
Okay.
Pasta with cottage cheese may not persuade many people to try this, that mix, but actually it's a taste that's never forgotten. It's a traditional Hungarian dish made from special pasta, which is couscous. Sounds a bit like couscous, but couscous.
Okay.
And made with it. The Hungarian cottage cheese is very different and has crispy bacon in it as well. So that's something that I'm on the lookout for today.
You got my interest with that. Here's the next ball. Another high delivery, but I don't think it's quite high enough. They're going to think about 2, but it's not there. Oh, now. You see that?
That's why it's always worth taking it.
Yeah, I mean, always, unless you get run out. Again, that's another one. Probably is a good call. I think it's probably just below the waist at point of impact, and he's coming forward. But yeah, these bowlers have been testing the umpire's patience with those today.
Yeah, you know, we were talking about the Palinka the other day. We'll go back to that after this delivery. We've had well, this is hit sort of the toe end of the bat, doesn't get any power in it, but it's safety. It'll take the single. Well, one thing, so Palinka is like it's the national dish. It's protected under European law, can only be produced in Hungary from fruit grown within the country's borders. But the other thing is though there's loads of varieties, it has to be, so because Palinka has to be rested for 3 months. This one hits the pads and they're going to just take the leg by. And some can be barrel aged, but allowing the fruit flavors to become prominent. But the other thing is a Palinka has to have a minimum of 37.5 of the alcohol volume, no flavorings, no sweeteners or colouring. So they're very specific about what it has to be, and well, I know I like the stuff. You were a bit frightened of it the other day.
I'm not frightened of it. I just remembered what it's like.
Yeah.
And it does set your body on fire from the inside out. Speaking on fire, this one is a fireball down the ground, cracking into the side screen. Maximo! Well, Satya, that hit was almost as long as his last name as he took that one straight down the ground. And he's trying his hardest to keep things moving. And that will be the end of the over as well. 48 for 2. At the halfway mark, but a lot to do. They need 95 off the second half of this innings.
Yeah, I mean, is it impossible? No, it's not. Are we looking at that rate? Well, Vinny would say it is impossible because it's past the point of no return, so 19 required.
I also said probably only a couple of times we've seen games won from this point. I mentioned the game in Germany a couple of years ago where Adil Ahmed from PSV Hanmunden put together a century and literally got 20 off each one of the last 5 overs to win from this exact position, actually.
Yeah.
Go back and watch that one if you're looking for an ECN Classic.
Yeah.
Because it was just like this, saying, okay, well, this is, we weren't commentating at that time, but we're just kind of, all right, this is just going to peter out.
Find the match number for the face.
Okay,
some people may want, they might want some exciting cricket and highlights to watch this evening as opposed to watching England. So why not find it and give them something to watch?
shot. This is going to be lifted up, and this will be 6 as well, I think. Over the rope it goes. Maximo! If they keep dealing in 6s, then maybe we could have some sort of a miracle here. The Cobras, must admit, already typed them in to 3rd place, but the bat's out there. They're going to keep swinging, and if there's any chance, they're going to try and keep them in the game.
Yeah, Usman Mohammed, and like I said, I would have, he's there to do a job, and this is the job. I would have actually preferred to see him opening, and if he had opened and faced the first balls, well, maybe those other wickets wouldn't have gone down in that opening over from Mohandas. He took 6 for 2, and sometimes I think we were talking about that earlier in the day as well. If you've got a man up there who's in to hit the ball inside the power play, give him the strike straight away, because you don't want him to miss out on any deliveries.
All right, I'll talk you through that game, because I remember it really well, even though it's a long time ago now. It feels like a long time. I just worked away for 1. Yeah, and this was an absolute cracker of a contest.
Go on then, start to give us a feel for it.
So, in the first innings, SG Findorf, they made 146 for 3. Okay, SG Findorf, the team that came second in the ECL 2019. This is a game from the 29th of June 2020. Okay, so this is in the ECS in Kummerfeld in Germany.
Okay.
Match 3, so it's the first day as well. I actually remember this one really well because some of my friends, they were big SG Findorf fans, and so I'm not going to say why they were interested, but they were pretty sure that Findorf were going to win. And they were in a pretty good position, Findorf, because 146 on the board, and at the halfway point of the second innings, it was 52 for no loss. So
Okay.
they basically needed 95 off the last half, just like here. Oh, almost a catch. Bounces off the hand. Just a single, though. Okay, so actually they were 40 for no loss after 4. They were 52 for no loss after 5. But then, listen to this. These are the last 5 overs. 29, 18, 13, 25, and 14. They won it with a ball to spare. And that was thanks to Adil Ahmed, who scored 119 off 39. So he scored 119 out of their final total of 152.
That's something else. What match number was that?
That was
Just-
match 3.
Oh,
Match
he's put
3.
it down.
Another drop catch.
Yeah.
Oh, no worries, though. You hear the call from Stefan Gooch saying at least you stopped that one, making sure it doesn't go to the boundary. That's Rahul. And unfortunately, couldn't catch up with this one. Up us, let the spicy one go. This one had a bit on it as well, as you can tell from that.
It was well timed, wasn't it? It was going pretty quick, and Rahul was a bit disappointed. But look, he's disappointed, but he does save 3 runs.
Yeah, so it takes the end of the over, 58 for 2. Yeah, Adil Ahmed, he's a player we saw last year playing in the Kiel series. And PSV Hanmunden, pretty entertaining team. But I mean, how about a shout out to his opening partner? So he scored 119 at the other end. He had Imran Hafiz, 25 not out of 22, holding up an end.
I bet he just kept giving him the strike, didn't he? He did what he had to do.
And Richards, who's one of our favourite cameramen here,
Yeah.
he's just told us that was his first day on the job. So what a game.
What a game to start
To
with.
start off. It was match 3 of that series in Kummerfeld 2020. Here's Ali White. And the ball's hit straight back to him. Well, he's LBW. But it will go for just a single. And it would seem now that rate's climbed probably above 22 after that ball, that we can be pretty sure that the Cobras aren't going to chase this down. And, the Blinders, we talked about them having the day off on Wednesday and having the chance to kind of restart their series. This will be called a wide. But that's what they've done, I think. I know the Vikings, obviously the weakest team in the competition, but they put them away twice pretty convincingly yesterday. But yeah, I would say that they've done well as far as getting their innings or their tournament back on track. And they've certainly got a bit of momentum heading into finals day. This one's in the air, going to loop away from the man in the circle. And despite fumbling the unfumbleable, it will just be a single. That's Nandika there. I mean, the only question mark for me, Welly Gamagate, how serious is that injury? He's been in the wars a bit today. Had that shoulder injury earlier due to the clash.
Oh, the clash, yeah.
Yeah. And yeah, then going down with what looked like a knee. I thought maybe it was cramp at first, but he certainly went off immediately. I don't think we'll be seeing him for the rest of the day.
Well, let's hope for him that it's just more muscular than anything else, that a bit of rest will do it some good.
Yeah. Yeah, see, look where he ends up here. Ashwathanarayana, who, look, he's a very good player, but he's frustrated at the moment. Just have a look at where his feet end up. He skips forward, but he ends up outside the tramline leg stump, and he can't even get close to reaching that, despite it being nowhere near a wide on the offside.
Yeah, I mean, he's not assessing the situation very well, is he, from the bowler? And he's coming round the wicket, so you know where the bowler's aiming to get the ball. You coming down the track, sort of coming down, walking from leg stump onwards, it's going to take you further away from the ball. He's probably better off going the other way and trying to hit the ball maybe in that vacant square leg area.
Just looking at that England score again. And, I can't remember how many wickets there were in that innings. And the Netherlands getting put to the sword. 498 for 4 in the end. So they didn't take a lot of wickets, but it reminds me of a story. I can't remember which county it was, but I'll tell you in a second. This one's a big swing and a miss. I think it was when the Australian touring side went to England in 1948, and they used to play a lot of games against the counties. I think it's 1948. Could be wrong.
Like that, yeah.
It's in the era of Bradman, and I think they might have played Surrey or Sussex. Cannot remember exactly. But Australia on the first day they whacked like 730 all out on the first day. This is back in the days where you couldn't really do that. This one's in the air, and it will be the end of the over. It'll be 63 for 2 after 7. And the county captain, again, I won't name the county because I'm not sure, he had a great quote. You know what he said? He stayed positive. He said, well, you know, we bowled out the Australians in a day and not many teams can do that.
But, you know, you're right, it's about focusing on the positives, and I suppose that is a big positive, isn't it?
Yeah, so you see here, I reckon we could almost fill these in now because I think that we will see the Cobras in 3rd and UCB in 4th. And the Royal Tigers, I think, will finish 1st. The Blinders will be 2nd. So make sure you join us for finals day tomorrow here in Hungary, as it should be a really exciting conclusion.
So Nandika, he's going to come on to bowl first. So,
but I mean, any one of these 4 teams could realistically win the tournament. They're still in there. I mean, UCB, they didn't play their best today, but when you look at some of their players, you know, they are capable of winning games against these 3 teams. If we see, you know, Dara Peretti, for example, click, if we see Ravindran click, which like he did last year in that eliminator, then we could really have anyone win. I mean, Blinders and Tigers in the best position. I think Tigers, they've weathered the storm a bit after losing the first match of the series. They've, you know, probably strengthened their team tomorrow, I think, with Safi coming back in. As this is pitched up, and it could be a chance for Omar Zahid. He comes around and he holds the catch. Very good one. And Ashwathanarayana, well, his frustrating stay comes to an end. He'll go for 17. Well caught out there. Nandika comes up with a wicket off his first legal delivery. And that has the Cobras just on the brink now. They are 65 for 3.
yeah, I mean, Ashwathanarayana just not able to get going. He's scored a runner ball. 17. Good catch there in the deep. And just taking it, couldn't get the power of the shot. Basically, watch, one hand comes off the bat, I think, towards the end in that full swing. It goes more up in the air. Very good catch. Once again, I'm going to say this again, I've been very impressed by the catching and the fielding in the deep. I think it's the best that I've seen in all the places that I've been to. So well done to all the teams here in Hungary for their fielding out in the deep. We've seen some sensational catching.
There you go. Well, this is unofficial, but I think you can be pretty sure this is going to be the lineup tomorrow. And Cobras versus UCB first up, and the Tigers Blinders. I mean, that should be a really good one as well. Qualifier 1, of course, 1 versus 2. The winner that goes straight to the final. The loser has to play the winner of the eliminator. And I think just weren't quite set for that, so that'll be a dead ball. That'll be re-bowled, but make sure you join us for another exciting day of cricket here from 6:30 a.m. GMT, which is 8:30 in Central Europe and 12 p.m. in India. And next week, got some exciting news for you. I did hear a whisper that we'd be starting 1 hour later in Austria. Actually, we won't. We'll be starting the exact same time as we are here.
You know, I don't mind that because it just means that we get time to get back a bit earlier and explore. I like exploring as well.
I also like exploring. That is the positive because there's more daylight at the end of the day for us to explore, but that often gets me into trouble, as you know. And the other thing is I could use the extra hour of sleep in the morning. And this will be gone. So Nandika will get another one. So he's going 2 for 3. It's a little bit of a mini punch of the air. So I think these two teams, they'll be just dancing around the ring from now. I think they'll know the score. That will be Blinders who will get that double chance. The Cobras, as much as we're saying the Blinders do have some momentum going into finals day, it's kind of the opposite for the Cobras, isn't it? They've just kind of lost a bit of ground today. Kind of like UCB. They're two teams that have lost their form, but they'll meet each other tomorrow. So one of them is going to win. We know that.
Yeah, I think you made a pretty good point earlier. I know you just mainly talking just about Rasik when he got out without scoring, and if you're going to have a bad day and you know you're already into finals day, well, have it the day before. You don't want to have the bad day on finals day, and maybe the likes of UCB and also here the Cobras. Maybe that's going to be the thing. They're going to get the bad day out of the way here and then be on top form tomorrow on finals day.
Yeah.
The Blinders, well, they peaked yesterday and they're continuing that. They've sort of now won, is that 4 on the spin or 5? But they're on a roll, and I'm certainly liking the work they're doing at the moment.
And Dika, he'll be eyeing up a cheeky little haul here because he can probably get the 10th as well if he plays his cards right with the captain. He's already got 2 wickets. I've got to say big thank you to Frank Johnston. He's an excellent lurker because he listens to everything. And when I come up with these little half bits of trivia that I know bits of, he can fills in the gaps. So Frank said that the game I'm talking about, it was 721. The Essex bowled out the Australians at a rate of 21.3 overs an hour. So that's how quick they were bowling them back in those days. And the Australians scored at a rate of 5.6 an over, 5.59. So, I mean, it doesn't sound like a lot, but...
No, it doesn't, does it?
You know, they bowled so many overs in a day back then. Long days, I imagine, in England. And give us the year. Was I right? Was it 1948? Or am I crazy? Tell me, Frank. And Rico, you were probably around for that one, but I wasn't. I wasn't born yet. Burhan gets a crack with the bat now. And he won't use it because that's the end of the over. And it is 67 for 4. Just 2 overs to go in the day.
Yeah, I mean, we like to do food talk, and I've mentioned about the older pasta with cottage cheese, which is very important. A few people have said to me, look, if you're in Budapest, there's one thing you've got to try, because we are, of course, along the close to the Danube, the River Danube, and they've said that if you're along there, fish is so special and so important that you've got to try what Budapest is really known for, and that is his fisherman's soup called, I think it's pronounced hasals, and saying it's absolutely beautiful, but be warned, and this is why you're going to like it, be warned, because it is loaded with spicy paprika.
Yeah.
So
I like spicy though.
Yeah, I know you do.
I can definitely go for that.
Yeah, but it has a bit of a spicy kick. So yeah, I mean that would be nice, wouldn't it? A nice walk on a evening like this along the new river. Back to the action and pretty full. I don't think it hits and he's gone. Well, the batter's given up halfway through. I think he's ready to start walking this way. And, well, he had more time than he thought. In fact, actually, if he did the dummy here, he could have beaten the batter too. Watch here.
I think so.
So he gets the ball here. He gets set to throw. He throws. The batter's just stopped. He thought, right, I'm out. And then he thinks, okay, I'll get there.
Could have beaten a few more, you reckon?
Yeah. 2 new batters out there, Kumar and Burhan. And he moves early, doesn't need to get himself into position. Just a single. So, of course, this match all but over. So, well done to Budapest Blinders. Remember, you're gonna see basically the repeat of last year's final to see which team gets the first crack at getting into the final. The winner will go into the final.
Same first 2 games.
Yeah, first 2.
The more things change, the more things stay the same, Rico. Here's the next ball, and it is a full toss. Not a good ball, and that's going to go to the boundary. So, Sanjay Kumar hasn't had too much of an ability to shape this contest, but he does know what to do with this. It's a low full toss, but he stays on it and he gets 4.
Yeah, hits it pretty well. Nice to see there's still 1 or 2 people along the ground that are enjoying the cricket and enjoying the sunset and the sun at the same time. So a welcome boundary, but you can see it going to fall well short. I mean, they've only just past the halfway point. It's pitched up again, no real pace on the ball, just inviting the batters to come and attack it. And Zahid bowling his second over.
Frank Johnston, I like it when you tell me I'm right. He said it was 1948. Indeed, Essex made 83 and 187. Bradman's Invincibles, very famous tour. That was when Bradman made his duck. That just left him just short of the 100. I guess it shows you. I mean, 100 is just it's just a number, I suppose. But it's just a little reminder that no matter how good you are, it could always be a little bit better. And I just wonder about that. If history had been different and he had averaged the 100, you know, but it's very iconic, the 99.94, isn't it?
Very iconic. Hey, listen, it's gonna be another long day. It's a hot day. Wouldn't it be nice after a day like today? I mean, this is the place to do it with over 100 ancient springs bubbling under the city of Budapest. The locals have tapped into the water source and designated. And he's gone.
Me.
LB.
Oh, Curie's. Oh,
Well.
okay. All right, Rico, I know you were reading your sheets. Give me your thoughts on this one. My body language is giving it away.
I did see it.
Did
Look,
ya?
he stepped right across, and that's... I think
Closer the second time than the first time
I wanted to see where it's pitching.
I mean, actually, you know what?
Let's see
Maybe
it again.
it's all right. Maybe that's hitting the top of the stumps. I thought it was going clearly over, but it does hit him on the back leg.
Yeah, this is what I want to see. I want to see the line. He steps across. Where's the line here?
I don't think it's a problem from...
Yeah, I think that's
It's a
okay.
good call. Yeah, I was just saying, look at this. I think this is a good decision. That's what I was thinking.
No, well,
I suppose when you see the guy pulling across, you're already thinking height, but I don't think that's climbing over the stumps. I think in the end, I mean, it's maybe borderline, but I think it's umpire's call, and I think that's a fair enough decision. So, Guri, I know you'll be watching this back. Great stuff, and let's give the umpires another shout-out. They've been sensational this week.
They've been very good indeed. It's been difficult as well with the heat that they've had to deal with. Just like the players, this one's been hit pretty well. They'll take one. But yeah, well done to all the matchup. Oh, they're hesitant, and he's going to be short here. I think he's going to be out here. He's playing it safe. He says, let's have a look. But yeah, this is out. Hesitation, and I think he knows he's out. He's already marching off. Hesitated, and once you hesitate, you're not going to get there.
The only person who's going to spoil this is Aziz, who's in the way of the line. Okay, so watch this. Oh, well, it's not going to help because he hasn't appeared yet.
Yeah.
So, yeah, Marzi has a thinking about going to the other end, but he doesn't. So, stay out in the sun a little bit longer as the sun's creeping into the cube on my side. It'll be 75 for 6 and into the last over. So, I'll tell you what. Last over, last chance for all of our loyal viewers in the chat. Ask us anything, and not cricket related. I'm going to stipulate that today.
Ask us anything.
Ask us anything.
What is that?
Ask us anything.
All right, look, I'm going to finish what I'm talking about to you.
All right.
I was just going to say that we know that there's a lot of underwater source sparkling and, well, I shouldn't say sparkling, steaming really, water source bubbling away, and that's the thermal bath. So
I want to check that out.
We've got to go and check one of those out.
Tonight would be a good time for that. Could be a thermal bath night.
Thermal bath night?
Yeah, I'm down.
Okay.
We got time to. It's only 4 o'clock here. We got time. All right, ask us anything though in the chat. You got 5 balls. Here we go. Nandika trying to pinch some figures. That run out won't go to him. The dot will. Rahul Goyal getting that one back to Mars Baiji. So now I'm waiting now. Tarek Sandhu saying my siblings play cricket. Well, one of them absolutely hates it. It's the one that I forced to play. Well, they've got more time to talk about this because this is a Gundy ball. And
does it pitch on the surface?
I think it does just.
Does it?
Well, if he wants to ruin his figures, this is one way to go about it.
Well,
I think it actually might have bounced
because it goes past the
stumps.
line. Okay, that's fair enough. That's why it's not a no ball.
Yeah, look. Where does this bounce? Have a close look at it. It bounces after the stump. So, yeah, that is actually a wide. 5 wides.
Yeah.
And I'll tell you,
I know it didn't bounce
that.
on the surface. That's why I said to you, did it bounce? So you said, yeah, you really do have to eat some prunes and carrots. That's your diet for when we go to Austria. That's what I'm ordering for you, prunes and
what you meant, was it? Okay.
carrots.
Oh, hello. This won't be a free hit then, but it will be fielded.
That's
so,
one way to field it.
Out of I have 3 younger brothers. They'll all take an overthrow just to make my story fit.
I would go for
one closest to me in age,
another.
The one closest to me in age hates it because I used to force him to play.
Naughty man.
They've got twin younger brothers, and they were kind of better because you could rotate them in and out. So I was so keen on it, right? So there you go. Thanks for your question. Down the ground.
Hit well.
And,
look, my daughter, she played.
Yeah.
And still does when she wants to, but she's is mainly into handball. But she is really good because she's left-handed, and plays handball, so she's got a very powerful left arm. And when she bowls, it's great. When she throws you the ball, it hurts your hands.
Okay, we're doing quick answers here because we've got some quick fire questions. We've only got 2 balls to go. And this one will be a wicket. So, Nandika, you'll burgle another one. 3 for 13. Tell you what, get the last over. All you stats hunters out there, if you get on the 10th, the wickets will fall. And so, it's unfortunately for Jeremy Polarutu. It's could be the only time we see him at the crease in this series. And he's going to go for a golden duck. It becomes the 7th wicket to fall, 84 for 7. Okay, quick things. What's your favourite song? Okay, mine, I got, in this order. Yep. Oh, What a Night, late September back in 63, followed by September by Earth, Wind and Fire. Okay. What's your favourite song? Go.
The Way You Make Me Feel, Michael Jackson, and Pass It On by Billy McLean.
Very good, thank you. What else have we got? How much would need to be the offer that we start to commentate on IPL? I've answered this before.
Go on then.
I would say, because I told you I'm not particularly interested in just doing anything but this because I love it. But if it was a big money offer, I would do it and then come back but put half the money back into European cricket.
Well, you didn't answer the question. How much?
Someone talk to my manager. This one's an LB shout. Where's he going? Corey started throwing ridiculous numbers, like 2 million, and then he just kept going up. And I said, okay, when I thought, because really, I like doing this. It suits me.
Well, I'll put it this way. Yeah. You would have to. I love this so much, what I do, that I'm going to be really crazy and say, well, if you're going to take me away from this, you're going to give me 10 million. Yeah. There you go.
10 million. Didn't say between 10 million Hungarian currency. Probably not that much. Anyway, that's the end of it. And it's going to be 144 to 84. It will be a 60-run margin. Oh, sorry, 142 to 84, I should say. So, yeah, 58-run margin. Pardon me. But, yeah, congratulations to the Blinders. They played some good cricket there. In fact, it wasn't even close in the end. And Frank Johnston, Earth, Wind and Fire, he says in Glasgow, one of the best gigs he's ever been to. How long would it take to walk from London to Sydney? Well, I don't know, but you think you'd probably need to be walking on water, Jesus style. Thanks for your questions there. Keep it interesting for us in the last over. This is the finals day lineup. It'll be Cobras UCB first up. To be honest, it's the exact same first 2 matches as last year, so you might as well keep the same graphic that we had 12 months ago here. The only slight difference is Tigers and Blinders were the other way around, but they still will meet in qualifier number 1. The winner of that game will go into the final. The loser will have to play the winner of the Cobras and UCB in the morning. Join us again for more action, and I'm looking forward to that as we roll into the highlights of this second innings. Really never got going, did it? As the Cobras, well, they had a promising start, Rico, but then you appeared and then all went off the rails. But how about this ball? One of the balls of the week to get rid of Mr. Slick Chick Razik.
Yeah, that was a superb delivery, wasn't it? Absolutely brilliant. And, well, I think that's right up there with the one that Abhilash Prashar bowled that I said is probably one of the best balls I've seen of the year so far. But look, there was a couple of good shots there. In fact, it was quite a nice innings, wasn't it, from our man Usma. And he was sent out there to do a job, and he played some nice shots, 37 to 23. But he really didn't get any sport. Got a runnable 17 from Ashwath Narayana, but that was he was not at his best clearly at all. But like I said, well, maybe the Cobras are hoping that all of the sort of bad luck and bad form they were going to be in gets done with and out the way here today, because especially with their captain Rasuk going for a duck and also Yogi not able to get too many runs on the board. But once again, one thing the Blinders did do, and they continue to do well, they bowl at the stumps. The bowlers have got a plan. They bowl to the field, and the fielders, well, they pull off what they've got to do pretty well as well. They take the catches. It's another good professional performance. This was the LB, which I think was an excellent bit of work again from Jury.
I never doubted that for a second. No, I've got to say, well done to the men in black. They've been excellent.
Yeah, I mean, everybody's been really good. The men in black, you're talking about it. Charles Crouch as well, doing the job of the tournament referee and the third umpire. I think the key thing is that the umpires and the officials work well together to do. And also give a big shout out to our own team here as well, doing all the scoring and all the work around the ground. Sam Williams, Barry Eaton, Mark Simpson-Parker, Michael Guntalik, and also Diana Horrors taking those pictures that I know that you appreciate very much. And also those little videos that are popping up on the social media. Watch out for those. A few more coming up your way. And, of course, to our production team, Andres, Martins and Richards, part of Spring Productions. It's been an excellent effort. It's all about teamwork, teamwork off the field of play, teamwork between the federations and the European Cricket Network, and of course teamwork amongst the teams out there as well. And the team that produced, I think, the best performances of the day, once again, like yesterday, the Budapest Blinders, they did the double over the Cobras, and well, they're going to have the opportunity tomorrow to see if they can take the first opportunity to book their place in the final. Remember, they were runners-up last year and fell short to the Tigers, but can they overcome the Tigers this time around? The Cobras and UCB, they're going to be playing off in it's going to be a very nervy eliminator. This is the scorecard. Only one man, like I said, Usman Mohammed, 37 of 23 deliveries. Disappointment for the captain, Rasik. He wasn't able to get going. And Sanjay Kuba, we know you can give it a bit of a whack. He gets himself run out, but nobody else able to give support there. And extras 14 of them, but 12 of those in wides. That could be expensive in a close match.
There's a big fiver in there. Look, the only real positive there for me is Usman Mohammed at the top of the order. Maybe that's something they'll stick with. And so, yeah, you see, wasn't too much to crow about. As see, as far as the bowling went, I'm going to give you some bowling figures there because I want to give him a shout out because
go on.
I did like the work of Mahandas first up. I think he's the one that really wrecked the innings, 2 for 14. He took, look, Nandika, he did get the figures at the end, but the game was dead by then. But still a good
time to come on and bowl, isn't it? Good time to come on to bowl at the end.
1 for 17 for Zahid. I also think Abaskani bowled pretty good couple of overs, made sure they just couldn't get out of control. 2 overs, none for 17. He scored. Okay, been a great day here out in the sun. We have absolutely loved it. There was a brief moment where the rain came, and I'm not going to lie, got a little bit panicky. Okay, a bit like yesterday when I was having to walk across the bridge in the very kind of narrow, probably that wide, I had to walk across the bridge with my phone and make sure I didn't fall in.
In the park,
But I think all things considered, the main stories today were the Tigers winning both games and the Blinders winning both games. So no coincidence that they are the two teams that have reached the top 2 now, because going today it was fairly even. UCB not winning either of the 2 games. The Cobras not winning either of their 2 games. They'll meet in the eliminator tomorrow, a rematch of last year's fixtures. I'll give you a look at it again, because tomorrow we will be starting, of course, same time, just to be clear, 6:30 a.m. GMT, which is 8:30 in Central Europe and noon in India. But yeah, the Cobras and UCB. Last year, UCB knocked off the Cobras in that contest, and it was the Tigers that beat the Blinders, but they had to chase down 140 to do so. And then in qualifier 2 last year, it was the Blinders that beat UCB, and so the Tigers won against the Blinders in the final. But I think tomorrow a new script will be written. Anything can happen, and we're really looking forward to your company, I think, Rico. It's going to be a real exciting day.
Like you said, anything can happen, and anything and everything did happen today.
Yeah.
It was a funny day here in Budapest today at this GB Oval. We saw all sorts of things happen. Thankfully, as you're going to see some end-of-day highlights, nobody was hurt in the making of these highlights, but there was plenty of collision. There was a collision that resulted in a catch. There was a collision that almost resulted in a fight. There was a collision from our umpire,
with the ball,
Hogan, with the ball, who's always ready for a fight. No,
I collided with the banner at one point.
You collided with the banner. Then there was that nasty one there for the Blinders in the first match, but fortunately, Welagame and also Abasghani were okay.
Yeah, but I mean, Welagame,
strange things happening today.
And then Welagame had another issue with his leg, it looked like. So we'll have to see exactly what the situation is there. But yeah, lucky the days of social distancing seem to be behind us, because today it was like the bumper cars, wasn't it?
We were stronger together. Everybody was stronger together. But yeah, it was an amazing day, and it looked always great to be alongside you. I know we have a laugh and a joke, but we love each other really as he's moving away from me. Where are you going now? What are you reading now?
I'm just reading the chat, and James Stewart said, unfortunately, he's going to miss finals day, but he'll see us on Monday. But, of course, you can always catch up if you can't catch it live. We understand it's the weekend. It's busy. Some people are busy. They've got other commitments. Some people are playing as well. Totally understand that. But then catch up on it later. Of course, we've got highlights videos on our YouTube channel. We have player of the match videos as well. So you can keep up to date. Honestly, you don't want to miss finals day. Last year was so high scoring. It was the highest scoring day of the week. The highest scoring ever day in Hungary was last year's finals day.
Yeah, look, we have been saying for the last couple of days that we're going to get some humdinger off matches. Yeah. It hasn't happened, but if it hasn't happened, it means they're saving it for the finals day. I think tomorrow is going to be special.
So what do you think about tonight? I mean, we can think about what we want to do next. Maybe the thermal baths could be on tonight.
Thermal bath sounds like a really good idea. Maybe have some of that spicy paprika fish soup as well.
Maybe some palinka as well. A few people thinking that we've been on the palinka with some of our commentary today.
We've got to have some palinkas because You can't get him anywhere else. You want a decent Palinka, it has to be here, has to be done Hungarian style. That's the only way that makes it the proper Palinka. So why not?
Yeah, and the other thing I hear is that maybe the ground's going to get a little bit of a haircut tonight. So it might even be even quicker tomorrow. And I know it was slow today, but yeah, that's the word I've got.
I know it's not going to end up blonde, is it?
No, I don't think
We're not going to do a Marzi. But no, look, it's absolutely wonderful. We've had a great, and we are blessed to have the best views in the world.
Oh, we absolutely are.
And you guys out there, wherever you're tuning in from, and the communication between yourselves and us via the chat, thank you very much. It really does make our day. And thank you also to everybody in the sub-Indian continent that are watching via FanCode. You make it special for us, and we hope that you enjoy it. I know that you enjoy it, and certainly we love the action. There's always a frenzy of things going on out there, but today there was something special, wasn't it? And I can hear the music playing, and have a look at some of these highlights.
Yeah, you do need to check this out. Of course, a lot of them will end up on our social media at European Cricket. If you haven't already, make sure that you thumbs up this video. Have you thumbs up the video? Rico, do it. Give it a thumbs up, because more people will see it, more people will know about the magic of European cricket. Hopefully you join us for more magical moments tomorrow. This trophy is up for grabs. Any one of the 4 teams remaining could be lifting it. We will know in about 24 hours' time exactly who that team will be. But for now, from beautiful sunny Budapest, that storm is a distant memory now. We're going to enjoy the evening. Hopefully you do too. Be happy, be safe. Join us tomorrow for more cricket. But for now, this is Vinny Sound and Mr. Maximo alongside Rico Full. We love you, and if you love cricket, join us tomorrow for finals day in Hungary. But right now, enjoy the highlights of the day, and we'll see you tomorrow for more FanCode European Cricket Series. Good night, everyone.
Adios, mi familia.